The silhouette jerked its head, like it was suddenly staring in the mirror. Then the Subaru took off. Instantly, it disappeared out from in front of them. It howled off the curb and blasted down the street. Maximum acceleration. Amos said, "What?" "Chase him," Reacher said. "Go, go, go!" She glanced over her shoulder and stamped on the gas and took off in pursuit. She said, "What just happened?" "You scared him," Reacher said. "Your red lights were still on, like you were pulling him over."
"He was stationary."
"Maybe he thought you were busting him."
"Why would I? Was he on a hydrant?"
"Maybe he's got weed in the car or secret documents or something. Maybe he thinks you're an agent of deep state oppression. We're dealing with an old guy with a ponytail here." They followed him 100 yards behind, then 80, then 50, then 20. The Subaru was doing its valiant best, but it was no match for a modern-day police vehicle, with lights and a siren. Then up ahead, the Subaru turned right. It was lost to sight for 10 or 12 agonizing seconds, but they turned after it and saw it turning again at the end of the block. "He's heading home," Reacher said. "Somewhere north and west of here." Amos took a shortcut on a block she knew better and came out right on the Subaru's bumper. A one-way street. Up ahead was a red light and another small jam. 2 lanes of traffic, 5 cars on the left and 6 on the right. The tail end of rush hour. The light went green, but nobody moved. Someone was blocking the box. Not a blue van, not a black Chrysler. The Subaru braked hard and swerved into the shorter line. Now he was the 6th car on the left, 1 inch behind the 5th. Amos stopped 1 inch behind him. On his left was the sidewalk, and on his right was the right-hand queue of vehicles, just as long, just as stopped. He was parked tighter than Paris. Amos said,
"Technically, he committed a number of offenses."
"Let it go," Reacher said, "and thanks for everything." He got out of the car and walked ahead. He tapped on the Subaru's passenger window. The old guy stared ahead for a long moment, absolutely refusing to look, rigid with principle, but eventually and reluctantly he glanced to his right. At which point he looked very surprised. He glanced back at the flashing lights. He was confused. He didn't understand. Reacher opened the door and got in the car. "She gave me a ride," he said. "That's all. She didn't mean to startle you." Up ahead, the lights cycled back to green, and this time the traffic moved. The guy drove forward with one eye on his mirror. Behind him, Amos pulled a wide U-turn around the light and headed back the way she had come. Reacher turned in his seat and watched her go. The old guy said, "Why would a cop give you a ride?" "Protective custody," Reacher said. "The folks from the apple farm were in town last night." The explanation seemed to settle the guy. He nodded. "I told you," he said. "That family doesn't let things go." "Back there," Reacher said, "you shouldn't have run. Not a smart tactic. The cops will always get you in the end." "Were you a cop?" "In the Army," Reacher said. "Long ago." "I know I shouldn't have run," the guy said, "but it's an old habit." He said nothing more. He just drove on. Reacher watched the traffic. No blue van. They made a left and a right. They seemed to be heading north and west, towards the apple farm itself, and Ryantown, that general area. Reacher said, "Did you make the arrangements?" "They're expecting us." "Thank you. Visiting hours start at 10. "Great." "The old man's name is Mr. Mortimer." "Good to know," Reacher said. They found the main drag out of town, and 2 miles later turned left, on the road Reacher had seen the day before, the road that led to the place with no water. They followed it west, through woods, past fields. Reacher watched out his window. In the far distance on his right lay Bruce Jones's acres, with his 12 dogs, and then came the orchards and Ryantown itself, overgrown and ghostly. He said, "How much further?" "Nearly there," the guy said. 2 miles later on the left, Reacher saw a shape, way far in the distance, some kind of a new development. Long, low buildings laid out in a virgin field. There were crisp blacktop roads with bright white markings. There were newly planted trees, looking pale and slender and delicate next to their natural gnarly neighbors. The buildings were bland stucco with metal windows and white aluminum rainwater pipes that kinked at the bottom and ran away to spouts a yard into the grass. There was a sign at the main entrance, something about assisted living. "This is it," the old guy said. The clock in Reacher's head hit 10 exactly. The third arrival was as stealthy and self-contained as the first. The gentleman in question drove himself from a large house in a small town in a rural region of Pennsylvania. Initially, he was in a car reported scrapped in western New York 4 months previously. He had prepared well ahead of time. He believed preparedness was everything. The whole journey had been rehearsed over and over in his mind. He had looked for snags and problems. He wanted to be ready. He had 2 overarching aims. He didn't want to be caught, and he didn't want to be late. The plan was about anonymity, of course, and cutouts and untraceability. Had to be. Stage 1 was to drive nonstop in the paperless car to a friend's place in back of a service station off the Mass Pike just west of Boston. He knew the guy from a different community, a different shared interest, a tight, passionate group of guys, secret and embattled, loyal and helpful. They made a point of it, like a fetish. What a fellow member wanted, a fellow member got. No questions asked. The friend's day job was trading commercial vehicles. He bought them at auction, after they came off lease, for resale. They came and went, clean and dirty, used and abused, banged up, and not a scratch. On any given day, he had a couple dozen around. On that particular day, he had 3 clear favorites. All panel vans, all ordinary, all invisible. No one paid attention to a panel van. A panel van was a hole in the air. The best example was tidy in appearance and dark blue in color, with gold sign writing. It had come in not long before as a repo from a bankrupt carpet cleaner in the city. Once a very upscale operation by the look of it. Persian rugs, hence the gold sign writing and the high standard of maintenance. The man from Pennsylvania loaded his stuff in it and started it up. He set the GPS on his phone. He drove north. The route took him on the highway for a spell, then off near Manchester, New Hampshire, and onward to the back of beyond, through a small town named Laconia, where he got scared, where he nearly quit. He saw 2 cop cars, clearly eyeballing everyone coming in from the south, searching, staring at him, as if they knew all about him ahead of time, as if someone had dropped a dime. He panicked and pulled over in an alley and stopped in a loading bay behind a store. He checked his email, his secret account on his secret phone, the webmail page with the translations and the foreign alphabets. There was no cancellation message, no warnings, no alerts. He took a deep breath. He knew the scene. Any such community had a failsafe, an emergency 1-click button, first thing to get to, guaranteed, no matter what else was going down. It would generate an automatic message, maybe innocuous to be on the safe side, but to be understood as a code. The children are under the weather today. Something like that. There was no such message. He checked again. No message. He backed out of the alley and drove on. He was quickly out of town. He didn't see the police cars again. He relaxed. Straight away, he felt better. In fact, he felt good. He felt he was earning it. He was facing dangers. He drove through woods and past horse fields and cow fields. On his left, a shallow turn led away through apple orchards, but his phone said not to take it. He kept on straight, 10 more open miles, and then the woods came back for another 10. The van rushed along, almost brushing the trees. They met overhead. It was a green and secret world. Then his phone told him the final turn was fast approaching, in half a mile on the left, a thread-like track curling away an inch into the forest. He took it and thumped onward over blacktop, missing some of its surface. He ran over a wire that he figured rang a bell somewhere. 2 miles later, he came out in a clearing. The motel was dead ahead. There was a Volvo wagon outside what must have been room 3, as anonymous as a panel van. There was a guy in a lawn chair outside room 5. No visible means of transportation. Outside room 10 was a blue Honda Civic. Weird-looking plates, maybe foreign. He met Mark in the office, for the first time, face to face. They had corresponded, of course. He got room 7. He parked the van. The guy in the lawn chair watched. He put his bags in the room, and then he stepped back out to the light. He nodded to the guy in the lawn chair. But he strolled the other way, through the lot to room 10. Important, like a ceremony. His first look. At nothing much, as it turned out. Room 10's window blind was down. There was silence inside. Nothing was happening. Chapter 25. Reacher thought the old people's home was a cheap but sincere attempt to provide a decent place to live. He liked it. Not for himself. He didn't expect to live long enough. But other people might enjoy it. The decor was bright. The atmosphere was happy. Maybe a little forced. They were welcomed at the reception desk by a cheerful woman who spoke to them as she would to the bereaved, except not exactly. A little livelier. A unique tone. Maybe part of her training. Maybe learned in role-play class. As if visitors to an old people's home made up a unique demographic. Not the recently bereaved, the soon-to-be. The pre-bereaved. The woman pointed and said,
Mr. Mortimer is waiting for you in the day room.
Reacher followed the guy with the ponytail down a long and pleasant corridor to a set of double doors. Inside was a tight circle of wipe-clean armchairs. In one of them was a very old man. Mr. Mortimer, Reacher assumed. His hair was white and wispy, and his skin was pale and translucent. Like it wasn't really there at all. Every vein and blotch stood out. He was thin. His ears were old man big and full of hearing aids. He was strong enough to sit up straight, but only just. His wrists looked like pencils. There was no one else in the room. No nurse, no attendant, no carer, no companion, no doctor, no other old people either. The guy with the ponytail walked over and bent down and crouched low, eye to eye with the old man, and he stuck out his hand and said, Mr. Mortimer, it's good to see you again. I wonder if you remember me. The old man took his hand.
Of course I remember you,
he said.
I would greet you properly, but you warned me never to say your name. Walls have ears, you said. There are enemies everywhere.
That was a long time ago.
How did it end up?
Inconclusive.
Do you need my help again?
My friend Mr. Reacher wants to ask you about Ryantown. Mortimer nodded pensively. His slow, watery gaze panned across and tilted up and stopped on Reacher. He focused. He said,
There was a Reacher family in Ryantown.
The boy was my father, Reacher said. His name was Stan.
Sit down,
Mortimer said.
I'll get a crick in my neck.
Reacher sat down in the chair across the circle. Up close, Mortimer looked no younger. But he showed some kind of spark. Any weakness was physical, not mental. He raised his hand, bent and bony, like a warning.
I had cousins there,
he said. His voice was low and reedy and wet with saliva. He said,
"We lived close by. We visited back and forth, and sometimes we got dumped there if times were hard at home, and sometimes they got dumped on us. But overall, I need to tell you my memories of Ryantown might be patchy, compared with what you might be looking for, I mean, about your father as a boy, and your grandparents, maybe. I was only a visitor now and then."
"You remembered which kids got sick?"
"Only because people talked about it all the time. It was like a countrywide bulletin every damn morning. Someone's got this, someone's got that. People were afraid. You could get polio. Kids died of things back then. So you had to know who to stay away from. Or the other way around. If you got German measles, you got loaned out to go play with all the little girls. If they were laying blacktop somewhere, you got sent to go sniff the tar. Then you wouldn't get tuberculosis. That's why I remember who got sick. People were crazy back then."
"Did Stan Reacher get sick?" The same bent and bony hand came up, the same warning.
"The name was never listed in the countywide bulletin,"
he said,
"as far as I recall. But that doesn't really mean I knew who he was. Everyone had cousins in and out all the time. Everyone got shunted around when the wolf was at the door. It was like Times Square. So in my case, what I'm saying is, there was always a rotating cast of characters. People were in and out, especially kids. I remember Mr. Reacher, the mill foreman. He was a well-known figure. He was a fixture. But I couldn't swear in a court of law which of the kids was his. We all looked the same. You never knew exactly where anyone lived. They all came running out of the same four-flat door. About 9 of 'em from the foreman's building, I think. 8 at least. One of 'em was a pretty good ball player. I heard he went semi-pro in California. Would that be your father?"
"He was a bird watcher." Mortimer was quiet a beat. His pale old eyes changed focus, looking back years ago. Then he smiled in a sad and contemplative way, as if at the strange mysteries of life. He said,
"You know, I had completely forgotten about the bird watchers. How extraordinary that you should remember and I didn't. What a memory you must have."
"Not a memory," Reacher said. "Not a contemporaneous recollection. It's a later observation, projected backward. I assume he started young. I know he was a member of a club by the age of 16. But you said bird watchers. Was there more than one?"
"There were 2.
Mortimer said. "Who were they?"
I got the impression one of 'em was someone's cousin and didn't live there all the time, and one of 'em did. But they were together plenty, like best friends. I guess from what you tell me, one of 'em must have been Stan Reacher. I can picture 'em. I got to say, they made it pretty exciting. I guess, truth to tell, the first time I ever met 'em, I was probably ready to stomp 'em for being sissies. But first of all, I would need to bring an army, because they were the best fighters you ever saw. And second of all, pretty soon they got everybody doing it, quite happily, taking turns with the binoculars. We saw birds of prey. One time we saw an eagle take something about the size of a puppy."
"Stan had binoculars?"
"One of 'em did. Can't say for sure which one was Stan."
"I'm guessing the one who lived there all the time."
"Can't say for sure which one that was. I was in and out pretty random. I would find one of 'em gone from time to time, or both at once. Whoever you were missing sometimes. You got sent away to eat better or avoid an epidemic or take a vacation. That's how it was. People came and went.
I'm wondering how he afforded binoculars when times were tough.
I assumed they were stolen.
Any particular reason?
No offense,
Mortimer said. None taken.
We were all nice enough kids. We wouldn't break into a store, but we wouldn't ask too many questions either. Not if something came our way. Nice kids got nothing otherwise. I suppose the thought of anything worse would have been in our heads because of his father. Whichever one was Stan. We all thought Mr. Reacher the mill foreman was a bit dubious. So I guess we went ahead and assumed like father, like son. Even though I didn't know exactly who Stan was. I suppose that's the power of rumor. I was only a visitor. It felt like local knowledge.
What kind of dubious?
Everyone was scared of him. He was always yelling and screaming and throwing punches and knocking people down. Looking back on it, I suppose he drank. He thought people didn't like him because he was a foreman at the mill. He was half right. All he got wrong was reason. I guess we other kids imputed all kinds of villainy to him. Like in a storybook at school. Like Blackbeard or something. No offense. You asked the question.
Did he have a beard?
No one had a beard. It would catch on fire in the mill.
Do you remember when Stan left to join the Marines? Mortimer shook his head.
I never heard about that.
He said,
I guess I'm a year or two older. I was already drafted.
Where did you serve?
New Jersey. They didn't need me. It was the end of the war. They had too many people already. They canceled the draft soon after that. I never did anything. I felt like a fraud every July 4th parade.
He shook his head and looked away. Reacher said, Any other memories of Ryantown?
Nothing very exciting. It was a hard-scrabble place. People worked all day and slept all night.
What about Elizabeth Reacher, James Reacher's wife?
She would be your grandmother.
Yes.
She sewed things, Mortimer said. I remember that.
Do you remember what she was like? Mortimer was quiet for a moment. Then he said,
That's a difficult question to answer.
Is it?
I wouldn't want to be discourteous.
Would you need to be?
Perhaps I should say she kept to herself and leave it at that.
I never met her, Reacher said. She was dead long before I was born. I don't care either way. We don't need to walk on eggs.
Talking about your grandfather is one thing. He was a public figure, being foreman at the mill. Talking about your grandmother is different.
How bad was she?
She was a hard woman. Cold. I never saw her smile. I never heard her say a nice thing. She always looked cross, kind of sour. They deserved each other, that Mr. and Mrs.
Reacher nodded. He said, Anything else you can tell me? Mortimer went quiet so long Reacher thought maybe he had fallen into a geriatric coma. Or died. But then he moved. He raised the same bent and bony hand. This time not a warning. This time an appeal for attention. Like a comedian calming a crowd ahead of a punchline.
I can tell you one thing,
he said,
since you jogged my memory, and since your dad might have been involved. I remember one time there was a big hoo-ha about a rare bird. Some big deal. First time it was ever seen in New Hampshire, or some such thing. The birdwatching boys wrote it up for the birdwatching club, for the minutes of the meeting. or the report on proceedings, whatever you call it. One of 'em was club secretary by then. Can't say which one. The report was about all the things going on that might influence the bird being there or not. It was very impressive. I believe it got picked up for a hobby magazine. The Associated Press said it was the first time Ryantown was ever mentioned outside the county.
What bird?
I don't remember.
Pity, Reacher said. It must have been a big sensation. Mortimer's hand came up again. Excitement.
You could find out,
He said.
because of the bird-watching club. All their old ledgers will be in the library. They have a collection. All of those old clubs and societies. Part of history, they tell me. Part of the culture. Personally, I thought television was better when it arrived.
Which library? Reacher asked.
Laconia.
Mortimer said.
That's where those clubs were.
Reacher nodded. Probably takes 3 months to find anything, he said.
No, it's all right there.
Mortimer said.
There's a big room downstairs with shelves like the spokes of a wheel. The reference section. They get anything you want. You should go. You could find out about the bird. Maybe it was your father who wrote the note. It's a 50-50 chance after all. Him or the other kid.
The downtown branch of the library?
That's the only branch there is.
They left old Mr. Mortimer in his wipe-clean armchair and walked the long, pleasant corridor back to the desk. They signed out. The cheerful woman accepted their departure with grace and equanimity. They walked back to the ancient Subaru. Reacher said, "Do you know the library in Laconia?" The guy with the ponytail nodded. "Sure," he said. "Can you park right outside?" "Why?" "So I can get in and out real fast." "It isn't raining." "Other reasons." "No," the guy said. "It's a big building and a parcel all its own. It looks like a castle. You have to walk through the gardens." "How far?" "Couple minutes." "How many people will I see in the gardens?" On a nice day like this, there could be a few. People like the sun. They got a long winter coming." "How far's the library from the police station?" "Sounds like you have a problem, Mr. Reacher." Reacher paused a beat. "What's your name?" he asked. "You know mine, but I don't know yours." The guy with the ponytail said, "The Reverend Patrick G. Burke, technically." "You're a priest?" "Currently, I'm between parishes." "Since how long?" "About 40 years." "Irish?" "My family was from County Kilkenny." "Ever been back?" "Nope," Burke said. "Tell me about your problem." "The apple farming folks aren't the only ones mad at me. Apparently I upset someone in Boston, too. Different type of family. Different type of likely reaction. The Laconia Police Department doesn't want its streets shot up like the St. Valentine's Day massacre. I'm supposed to stay out of town." "What did you do to the people in Boston?" "I have no idea," Reacher said. "I haven't been in Boston in years." "Who are you exactly?" "I'm a guy who followed a road sign. Now I'm anxious to get on my way, but first I want to know what bird it was." "Why?" "I don't know why. Why not?" "Aren't you worried about the people from Boston?" "Not really," Reacher said. "I don't suppose they'll be hanging out at the library reading a book. It's the cops I'm worried about. I kind of promised I wouldn't come back. I don't want to let them down. One in particular. She was an Army cop, too." "But you want to know about the bird?" "Since it's right there." Burke looked away. "What?" Reacher said. "I never saw a police officer in the library gardens," Burke said. "Never once. Chances are they would never know you were there." "Now it's you getting me in trouble." "Live free or die." Reacher said, "Just make sure you park as close as you can." 20 miles to the north, Patty Sundstrom once again took off her shoes and stepped up on the bed and balanced flat-footed on the unstable surface. Once again, she shuffled sideways and looked up and spoke to the light. She said,
Please raise the window blind, as a personal favor to me, and because it's the decent thing to do.
Then once again she climbed down and sat on the edge of the mattress to put her shoes back on. Shorty watched the window. They waited.
It's taken longer this time,
Shorty mouthed. Patty just shrugged. They waited. But nothing happened. The blind stayed down. They sat in the gloom. No electric light. It was working, but Patty didn't want it. Then the TV turned on, all by itself. There was a tiny crackle and rustle as circuitry came to life, and the picture lit up bright blue, with a line of code, like a weird screen on a computer you weren't supposed to see. Then it tugged sideways and was replaced by another picture. A man. It was Mark. The screen showed him head and shoulders, ready and waiting, like an at-the-scene reporter. He was standing in front of a black wall, staring at a camera. Staring at them. He spoke. He said, "Guys, we need to discuss Patty's latest request." His voice came out of the TV speaker, just like a regular show. Patty said nothing. Shorty was frozen in place. Mark said, "I'm totally happy to raise the blind, if that's really what you want, but I'm worried you won't enjoy it as much the second time around. It would help me ethically if I could double-check your positive consent." Patty stood up, put her hands to her shoes. Mark said, "You don't need to get on the bed. I can hear you from there. The microphone is not in the light."
Why are you keeping us here?
"We'll discuss that very soon. Before the end of the day, certainly.
What do you want from us?
Right now, all I need is your positive consent to raise the window blind."
Why wouldn't we want that?
"Is that a yes?"
What's going to happen to us?
"We'll discuss that very soon. Before the end of the day, certainly. All we need right now is a decision on the window blind. Up or down?"
Up,
Patty said. The TV turned itself off. The screen went blank, and the circuitry rustled, and a tiny standby light glowed red. Then inside the window unit, the motor whirred, and the blind came up, slow and steady, with warm sunlight pouring in underneath. The view was the same. The Honda, the lot, the grass, the wall of trees. But it was beautiful, the way it was lit. Patty put her elbows on the sill and her forehead on the glass. She said,
The microphone is not in the light.
Shorty said,
Patty, we're not supposed to be talking. He said I didn't need to get on the bed. How did he know I got on the bed? How did he know I was about to right that minute? Patty, you're saying stuff out loud. It's not just a microphone. They have a camera in here. They're watching us. They've been watching us all along.
Shorty said,
A camera? How else could he know I just stood up, ready to get on the bed? He saw me do it.
Shorty looked around. Where is it? He said.
I don't know, she said.
What would it look like?
I don't know. It's a weird feeling. You think? Were they watching when we were asleep? I guess they can watch whenever they want. Maybe it's in the light fixture, he said. Maybe that's what he meant. Maybe he was saying it's the camera in the light, not the microphone. Patty didn't answer. She pushed off the sill and stepped back to the bed. She sat down next to Shorty. She put her hands on her knees and stared ahead through the window. The Honda, the lot, the grass, the wall of trees. She didn't want to move, not a muscle, not even her eyes. They were watching her. Then right in front of her, a man peeked in the window. He was on the boardwalk outside, craning around, peeking in, one eye. Then he stepped more into view.
He was a big guy with gray hair and a rich man's tan. He stood square on and stared, a frank and open gaze, at her, at Shorty, at her. Then he turned away and waved, and beckoned, and spoke. Patty couldn't hear what he said. The window was soundproof. But it looked like he said, "Their blind is up now," in a happy and triumphant tone of voice. Another man stepped into view, and another. All three men looked in the window. They stood shoulder to shoulder, an inch from the glass. They were staring and judging and evaluating. Their eyes were narrowing in contemplation. Their lips were pressing together. They were starting slow, satisfied half smiles. They were pleased by what they saw. Patty said,
"Mark, I know you can hear me."
No response. She said,
"Mark, who are these people?"
His voice came out of the ceiling. "We'll discuss that very soon," he said. "Before the end of the day, certainly." Chapter 26. The library was a handsome construction, built of red and white stone, in a revival style that would have worked equally well on a college campus or in a theme park. As promised, it was surrounded on all sides by landscaped gardens, with trees and bushes and lawns and flower beds. Reacher took a paved path from a gate near where the Reverend Burke parked the Subaru. Inside, there were people strolling and people sitting on benches and people lying flat on the grass. No one looked wrong. No one stood out. No police anywhere. Up ahead on the street beyond the gardens beyond the building was a white panel van, parked at the curb, diametrically opposite the Subaru, the other side of the square. It had ice blue writing on the side. Every letter had a loaf of snow on top. An air conditioning repairman. Reacher walked on. 2 minutes, Burke had said. A wild overestimate. It was going to be closer to 50 seconds. So far, 4 people had passed him by on the narrow winding path, almost cheek to cheek, and 4 people had looked at him from static positions on benches and lawns. 3 others had paid him no attention. Eyes closed or in a dream. He went up the steps and in through the door. The lobby had the same red and white stone inside as outside. Granite, he thought, in the same ornate style. He found the stair to the basement. He came out in a big underground room with shelves like the spokes of a wheel. The reference section, just like old Mr. Mortimer had promised. They get anything, he had said. There was a woman at a desk. She was half hidden behind a computer screen, maybe 35, long black hair and a cascade of tiny curls. She looked up and said,
"Can I help you?"
"The birdwatching club," Reacher said. "Someone told me you have the old records." The woman pattered on her keyboard.
"Yes," she said, "we had those. What years?"
Reacher had never known Stan when he wasn't a birdwatcher. There was no before and after. But neither was there in the way Stan had talked about it. He had sounded like he had been a birdwatcher forever, which was plausible. A lot of people started a lifelong hobby at a very young age. He could have joined the club right then. But he wouldn't have been trusted to write the minutes, not as a kid. He wouldn't have been taken seriously by the hobby magazine. He wouldn't have been elected secretary, not until much later. So as a starting point, Reacher gave the woman 4 consecutive years from when Stan was 14 up to when he left home to join the Marines.
"Take a seat,"
she said.
"I'll bring them to you."
He sat down at a study carrel, one of many pushed together in the center of the room. 3 minutes later, the woman brought him the records, which was 3 months faster than Elizabeth Castle could have gotten him a property file. He decided if he ever saw her again, he would point that out. The records were in 4 large ledgers with maroon marbled covers, stained and faded by time. Each book was an 1.5 inches thick and the edges were marbled too, in curling feathery patterns. Inside, the pages were numbered and lined and faded and brittle and covered in neat fountain pen handwriting, gone watery and pale with age. He asked, "Should I be wearing white cotton gloves?"
"No,"
the woman said.
"that's a myth. Generally does more harm than good."
She walked back to her desk. He opened the first ledger. It continued from where the last ledger must have left off. The year Stan was 13. The first page of the new book jumped right in with the minutes of the next meeting. It was held in the back room of a downtown restaurant. Stan Reacher was not listed as present. Much time was taken up debating whether to change the club's name. Currently, it was the Society of Laconia Birdwatchers. A faction thought the Laconia Audubon Society would be better, more upscale and scientific, more professional, less amateur. Much discussion ensued, but no recommendation was made. Stan Reacher was not present at the next meeting either. It seemed to have wasted a lot of time with a guy banging on about restating the club's fundamental purpose, which in his opinion should be accurately maintaining a comprehensive register of competent binocular repairers. This, he felt, would bring maximum value to the members. Reacher was glad Stan hadn't been present. He would have needed a lot more patience as a kid than he ever displayed as an adult. He put the first ledger aside and tried the second. It was an identical book. He opened it at random, in the middle, where he found a handwritten essay about hummingbird migration. It was labeled as a report on proceedings, and it was written very neatly by someone named A.B. Smith. It was like a scholarly article, recapping the work of others before venturing a new opinion at the end, about how a baby hummingbird could be born in North America and then fly alone 2,000 miles and land on a spot the size of a pocket handkerchief. Mr. and Ms. Smith figured it must have been born with a fixed instinct, directly inherited from the parent, mysteriously transmitted at a cellular level by a mechanism as yet unknown. DNA, Reacher thought. 20 years in the future. He knew the end of the movie. He tried the third book. He opened it at random and leafed ahead. And a minute later, he found the meeting where his father was elected secretary. Right there. Stan Reacher, Nem Con, which was short for the Latin nemine contradicente, which meant no one spoke against, which meant no one else wanted the job. Easy to see why. But Stan slowly got control. The meetings got faster. There was more talk of birds than names or binocular repairs. The fountain pen writing was neat, but not Stan's. Not even a juvenile version. He must have delegated the clerical duties, like later in life. Why the Corps invented clerks, he would say. But the content sounded like him. The secretary ruled immediately that it was an inappropriate subject for discussion. The secretary set a 2-minute time limit on discussion of the motion. In other words, shut up and hurry up. Like later in life. Why the Corps invented captains. Reacher turned the pages. Another meeting, and another. And then another report on proceedings. There were maps and pictures and diagrams done in colored pencils. There were columns of text done in ink. The title, carefully lettered, was An Historic Sighting Over Ryantown, New Hampshire. The article was respectfully submitted by S. Reacher and W. Reacher. The birdwatching boys. Both Reachers. Cousins, probably. Like old Mr. Mortimer said, everyone had cousins in and out. Maybe their fathers were brothers, living nearby, or second cousins, or once removed, or whatever it was when it got complicated. Stan and who? William, Walter, Warren, Wesley, Winston, or Winthrop, or Wilbert, or Whalen. The bird was a rough-legged hawk. It was thought to be gone, but it came back. No doubt about it. There was no issue with the identification. There was a clue in the name. It was a hard bird to mistake. The question was why it came back. The answer, according to S&W Reacher, was vermin. Settlements like Ryantown attracted rats and mice like magnets, where they were poisoned, so the hawks either got nothing to eat or they died from consuming toxic flesh. Naturally, the few survivors went elsewhere, not to return until years later, when the government started commandeering every kind of basic item for the war effort, including steel and rubber and aluminum, of course, and gasoline, but also all kinds of other things, such as rat poison. The military needed it all, for unspecified reasons. None was available on the civilian market, like so many things. The result was the rats and mice in Ryantown grew plump and healthy. So the hawks came hustling over from wherever they had weathered the chemical storm, and they got back to work. Respectfully submitted. W. Reacher was not listed as present at the next meeting, or the meeting before. Reacher flipped through the pages, forward and backward, and never saw the name. Not once. Not on the committee, not among the membership. Not at events, not on days out. Cousin W was not a joiner. Reacher closed the book. The woman at the desk said,
"Did you find what you needed?"
"It was a rough-legged hawk," Reacher said, "in Ryantown, New Hampshire."
"Really?"
She sounded astonished. "Because of no more rat poison," he said. "A new abundance of prey. I think it's plausible, as an integrated theory."
"No. I mean, it's amazing because someone else looked at that exact same thing about a year ago. I remember. It was about 2 boys, right? A long time in the past. They recorded the hawk and wrote an explanation. It was reprinted in an old magazine a month or so afterwards."
She pattered at her keyboard. She said,
"Actually, it was more than a year ago. It was an ornithologist from the university. He had seen the historic magazine reprint, but because it came from a handwritten manuscript, he wanted to see the original, to be sure of the accuracy. We talked a little bit. He said he knew one of the participants."
"One of the boys?"
"I think he said he was related to both of them."
"How old was this guy?"
"Not old. Obviously the boys were from a previous generation. Uncles or great-uncles or something. The stories were clearly passed down."
"He had stories?"
"Some of them were pretty interesting."
"Which university?"
"New Hampshire," she said. "Down in Durham."
"Can you give me his name and number?"
"Not without a good reason."
"We might be related, too. One of those boys was my father." The woman wrote out the name and the number. Reacher folded the paper and put it in his back pants pocket next to Brenda Amos's business card. He said, "Can I put the books away for you?"
"My job,"
she said. He thanked her and went back up the stair to the lobby. He stood for a moment. He was all done in town. He had nothing more to see. On a whim, he crossed to the main staircase, which was inside a wide tower, just like it would be in a castle. He went up as far as the second-floor windows for a last look around. It was a good vantage point. He saw the Subaru in the distance, small and dull, still parked, patiently waiting, about 60 yards away. He crossed the hall, and in the opposite direction, he saw the air conditioning truck, still there with its icy letters and their snowy caps. Plus 3 guys standing next to it, 60 yards away, tiny in the distance. Up close, maybe not so much. Every single passerby was smaller. They were wearing some kind of one-piece jumpsuits, hard to make out. He needed binoculars, like the guy in the committee meeting. The jumpsuits looked tight, short in the arms. Did HVAC guys need to be big? Probably not. Probably better to be small, for attics and crawl spaces. They looked impatient. Reacher crossed to the left-hand window. Trees, bushes, a quiet street beyond. With a cop on the sidewalk, just shy of the four-way. The cop was alone and on foot. He was crouching, in a particular way. He was in the unmistakable stance of an armed man holding himself back from a corner, until ordered to advance, which implied a degree of coordination. With who? He crossed to the right-hand window. A mirror image. Trees, flowers, a quiet street, and a cop holding ready to roll his shoulder around the corner and take aim. He went back to the center window with the view of the truck. There were streets beyond it, left and right, radiating away. Plenty of parked cars, some base models, cheapskate buyers or police unmarked. The three guys were probably surrounded, but not by an overwhelming force. Solo guys on the left and right flanks implied no more than two more anywhere. 4 people max, a very light force. He crossed back to the left-hand window. The cop was inching towards the corner. No doubt his earpiece was counting him down. He crossed to the right-hand window. Same story. Still a mirror image, synchronized, seconds to go. It was a very bad plan. No way could Amos have been involved, or Shaw either. He had looked smart enough. This was some uniformed captain's mistake. On the right, the cop rolled around the corner. Reacher hustled across the hall. Same thing on the left. A very bad plan. He crossed back to the center window just in time to see the air conditioning guys do the one and only thing they needed to do. They clambered through a flower bed and stepped into the library gardens. They turned the physical situation inside out, like peeling off a t-shirt. Now everyone else was behind them. In front of them and all around them was a risk of collateral damage so great it was prohibitive, like a smart move in chess, mate in 2. They kept on walking, slow, always aware of the geometry around them. Not their first rodeo. Behind them, the police response was halfway competent. The cops on foot sprinted back the way they had come, down the quiet side streets, to retake the flanks. Way back, 2 more cops were running up, then fanning out, not entering the gardens, staying on the street, establishing a cordon, 1 cop per side of the square. Because common sense said the 3 guys would have to come out sometime. But for the moment, they kept on walking straight. By then, they were about halfway to the library, going slow, just strolling, which made sense, because their next obvious move was to reverse direction at high speed and turn the situation inside out all over again. If they did it soon, they could make it back to their van more or less completely unopposed. The cops weren't ready yet. Then they could get the hell out of Dodge. Could 3 squad cars stop them? Probably not. But they didn't reverse direction. They kept on coming. They kept on strolling. Now they were 3/4 of the way to the library. Reacher hustled from window to window. The cops were now in position, 1 per side, weapons drawn, each one near a gate. But each one also looking mindful of the fact that the 3 guys hadn't needed a gate to get in. Any low enough flower bed would do. They knew. They were keeping their eyes open. Not the worst Reacher had ever seen. The 3 guys kept on strolling. Did they have alternative transportation up ahead? 3 guys could have driven in with 3 different vehicles. They could have parked them in strategic locations. Or was the black Chrysler their backup? It had 3 empty seats after all. There was no sign of it, not in the first window or the second or the third or the fourth. The 3 guys kept on strolling. Now they were very close to the library. Maybe they were interested in architecture or Romanesque coloration. Red New Hampshire granite, white Maine granite in intricate striped patterns, like something in Rome or Florence. Reacher craned his neck and watched them come up the steps to the door, right below him. He backed away to the top of the stairs and watched them enter the lobby. They were obvious phonies. Their jumpsuits were way too tight, borrowed for the occasion, along with a van. No doubt someone owed someone else a favor. They were each about 6'2" and broad, with big hands and big feet and wide necks and hard faces as clenched as fists. They might have been in their early 40s. Not their first rodeo. 2 had black hair and 1 was gray. They came in and kept on strolling. Maybe they planned to walk straight through and out the other side, which made sense geometrically. It was the most direct line between the top end of the gardens and the bottom. They didn't walk through. They stopped, dead in the center of the lobby. Maybe they wanted to borrow a book. Maybe they had seen a review. Or maybe not. Maybe finally the black Chrysler had been pulled over for an infraction during a lapse in concentration, or on an old Massachusetts warrant, while Reacher had been in the basement reading about the rough-legged hog. Possibly Chief Shaw had been burning up the phone lines again. He had already established a relationship. Protocol dictated the decoy in the Chrysler would have gotten off a last-minute warning he was about to be shut down, in which case the 3 guys would assume he would rat them out. That would be the common-sense operational baseline. Hope for the best, plan for the worst. Not just Reacher's strategy. Now they would make their own arrangements. A crowded public building was a good first step. It would give them breathing space, because the cops would be cautious. But worst case, it was also a good second step, and third and fourth. It could withstand a siege. It held a plentiful supply of hostages. Maybe they would choose the city employees first, for extra leverage, a long, tense standoff, TV cameras in the streets, negotiators on the phone, pizza sent in, and the oldest librarian sent out in return. How likely was that? Not very. But plan for the worst.
We don't want trouble here.
Better to nip it in the bud. Reacher came 3 steps down, loud on the stone, a certain tempo. The 3 guys looked up, at first out of habit and instinct, and then surprise, and then wary recognition. Reacher held up his right hand, knuckles out, which seemed to mean nothing to them. Maybe they hadn't drawn the same conclusion as Amos and Shaw. Maybe they hadn't gone as far in their reasoning. It seemed they preferred to rely on basic biometric data, including height and weight and eyes and hair, and last seen wearing, which in Reacher's case was a combination unlikely to recur frequently in nature. Hence the recognition. It was wary because they were out on a limb. Their mission had already failed. It could only get worse. But they were trained not to quit. That kind of guy. Some kind of ancient competitive instinct. Which is why Reacher stayed on the stairs. They had to look up, and he was bigger than them anyway. Let their ancient competitive instincts deal with that. All around them, people melted away instantly like oil and water. A different kind of ancient instinct. Reacher had seen it 100 times. On sidewalks outside bars, on dance floors. There would be a crackle of aggression, and suddenly a vast hole would open up. Suddenly there would be a wide perimeter. Which is exactly what happened. Suddenly the lobby was empty. No one was there. Except the 4 interested parties. 3 downstairs and 1 halfway up. They had left their guns in the truck, Reacher thought, when they abandoned ship. Their overalls were tight, made for much smaller men. The fabric was stretched. Any heavy metal objects would stand out in their pockets. Clear as day, like an X-ray. They had nothing. Up close, it was obvious. They took another step. Reacher saw sudden inspiration in their eyes, sudden delight. He knew why. For them, he was 2 birds with 1 stone. He was a civilian hostage to guarantee their passage out of town, and he was also the prize their bosses had demanded in the first place. He was good news on both ends of the deal. But then they hesitated. Again, Reacher knew why. They had left their guns in the truck. They had to execute an unarmed capture, an uphill 3-on-1 assault. No great tactical difficulty. The problem lay in the casualty estimate, which was likely to run around 33%, which was easy to write down in a war plans memo, calmly, dispassionately, in bureaucratic language, but which was hard to contemplate up close and personal when the war plan was you. The nearest guy would get kicked in the face, no doubt about that. They knew. Not their first rodeo. Missing teeth, a busted jaw. Who wanted to be the nearest guy? They waited. Reacher helped them out. He came down one more step. A subtle difference. Still higher, still bigger, but closer. Maybe close enough to swarm. All three together, all at once. So much press and crowding, there wouldn't really be a nearest guy, or a farthest guy, or a guy in the middle. They would all be one single unit, like a new species of animal, huge, weighing 600 pounds with 6 hands and 6 feet. Which all might have worked if Reacher had stayed down a step. But he didn't. They charged, and he stepped back up to where he was before, and he kicked the nearest guy in the face. And then he twisted and hit the left-hand guy with his elbow, and twisted again and hit the right-hand guy with the same elbow coming back. Gravity and New Hampshire granite finished the job. All three guys went down backward in a slack tangle and rattled their bones and cracked their heads. Afterwards, the last one looked best off. He was still moving. So Reacher stepped down and kicked him in the head. Just once, the irreducible number. But hard, to discourage further participation. Then the lobby door opened, and Brenda Amos walked in. Chapter 27. Amos was in plainclothes, obviously, being a detective. But more than that, she was acting a part. She wasn't a cop, creeping in slow, forewarned and forearmed. She was a regular person, breezing in fast, without a care in the world. She was coming in undercover. No doubt she had volunteered, or even insisted. Why not? Someone had to clean up someone else's mess. She had been an MP. What else was she good for? She was carrying a purse. It looked expensive. Probably a knockoff seized from a market. In it would be her badge and her gun. Maybe a spare magazine. But on the outside there was no suggestion. She was just a lady who lunched, come in to borrow a book. She was bright and vague and cheerful. Then she wasn't. She stopped. Reacher said, "I guess this seems like a coincidence." She looked at the guys on the floor, then at him. She didn't speak. He knew why. She didn't know which feeling was uppermost. Was she mad or glad? Both, of course. She was mad at him for sure, 100%. But also, her problems were solved now, because under the new relative circumstances, her inadequate 4-man crew was suddenly as good as an armored division. All they had to do was put cuffs on 3 groaning and dizzy men, which made her glad, with exactly equal intensity. A full-on 100%. Which made her mad all over again, this time at herself, for being glad about such a terrible thing. "I apologize," Reacher said. "I needed to find out about a bird. I'm going now."
"You need to,"
she said. "Apologize?"
"To go now," she said. "This was nice, but dangerous. They'll react."
"Because they have a code?"
"Next time they'll send someone better."
"I would hope."
"I'm serious," she said. "Not good for you, not good for me."
"I got what I need," he said. "I'm out of here."
"How?"
"In the Subaru. It's waiting for me. At least it was 5 minutes ago. You might have scared it away, like last time." Amos took a radio from her bag and called in the question. A second later, a voice that could have been Davison's cut in on a blast of static and said yes, the Subaru was still at the curb, engine off, driver behind the wheel. She thanked him and clicked off. She looked at the guys on the floor again. She said,
"Why did they come in here?"
"I'm hoping it was to find a bathroom where they could strip off their jumpsuits. Then they could have scattered 3 different directions, looking normal in civilian clothes. They might have sown some confusion. That was a percentage play. But in case they had something worse in mind, I figured it would be safer all around if I got my retaliation in first." Amos said nothing. He knew why. Mad or glad, still not sure. Then she got back on the radio and ordered all 4 of the street cops to head for the library, as fast as possible. Repeat, abandon current positions, hustle straight inside the building. Then to Reacher, she said,
"And you go get in the Subaru right now this minute.
"And get out of town?
By the fastest possible route."
And never come back?" She paused.
"Not soon,"
she said. He stepped over an arm and a leg and went out the door he had come in through. He walked the same paved path, past people strolling and sitting on benches and lying flat on the grass. He went out the gate and crossed the sidewalk to the Subaru. He tapped on the glass politely, and then he opened the door and got in. Burke asked, "Did you find what you were looking for?" "It was a rough-legged hawk," Reacher said. "I'm glad you know now." "Thank you." "I saw cops in the gardens just now. First time ever. Guys running in from all sides. Just when I told you it never happens." "Maybe there was a big emergency. Maybe there was an unpaid fine." "I'll drive you to the highway now, if you like." "No," Reacher said. "I'm going back to Ryantown. One last look. You shouldn't come with me. You can let me out at the end of the road. You shouldn't be involved." "Neither should you. Not there, of all places. They'll be waiting." "I would hope," Reacher said again. "I more or less promised I would come. I like to be taken as a man of his word." "The highway'd be better." "I'm guessing you didn't always think so. A couple times at least, maybe more, at various points in your life. Starting maybe 40 years ago." Burke didn't answer. He started the car and pulled out in the traffic. He made a turn that Reacher thought was right for Ryantown. He settled in. He felt the snap of new paper in his back pants pocket, the note from the librarian, the ornithologist, his name and number, from the university down in Durham. He fished around and pulled it out. He said, "Do you have a cell phone?" "It's an old one," Burke said. "Does it work?" "Most of the time." "May I borrow it?" Burke found it in his pocket and handed it over, blind, his eyes on the road. Reacher took it. It was an old one for sure. Not like a tiny flat-screen TV. It had real buttons. It was shaped like a miniature coffin, and it was as thick as a candy bar. He got it working. The signal was good. They were still in town. He dialed the ornithologist's number, down in Durham. It rang, and then an assistant answered. The guy was in a meeting. Couldn't be disturbed. Reacher left a message. Ryantown, the hawk, the rat poison theory, and how the S of S&W Reacher was his father. He said the number he was on might be good for another hour or 2. After that, maybe they could catch up some other time. He clicked off and gave the phone back to Burke, who said, "It might have been tin causing the problem, you know, not rat poison." The birds came back at the height of production, during the war, when the mill was running full blast night and day. "Exactly. When the government was the customer. Quality was carefully monitored. Impurities were not allowed. The process was cleaned up considerably, and efficiency was encouraged too. There was much less waste. I think it was the rat poison." "Because your dad wrote it?" "Because it makes sense." "Why would the government take all the rat poison in the first place?" "I know the end of the movie," Reacher said. The military foresaw sooner or later it would require immense storage facilities, literally hundreds of square miles in hundreds of countries, full of food and bales of clothing, all the things that rodents like. So someone ordered ahead, plus hundreds of thousands of other weird items they thought they could or might possibly conceivably one day need. That's what the military does. That's what it's good at. Some of that stuff is still there today, all around the world. They drove on, out of the woods, past the first of the horse fields. The fourth arrival was as complex as the second. Once again, it involved private air transportation, which at a certain level was still as anonymous as hailing a cab. Ironically not at the top, with the glossy Gulfstreams and Learjets and executive airports, but down on the grimy bottom rung, with grass fields and short-hop prop-driven puddle jumpers, as battered as city taxis, resprayed just as many times, but which flew below a certain altitude, literally, where there were no logs or reports or flight plans or manifests. Everything was visual. No reason to talk to a tower. No requirement to have a radio even. 2 or 3 or 4 such rides could be daisy-chained together to cover unfeasible distances in total secrecy, which was the strategy the fourth arrival had employed. He landed for the last time at a flying club near Plymouth, New Hampshire, from where originally no one knew. Stephen had tried to trace his home ISP, but he couldn't. One moment it seemed to be inside NASA in Houston, Texas, and then the next moment inside the Kremlin in Moscow, Russia, then in Buckingham Palace in London, England. An ingenious piece of software, made for a guy who valued his privacy and could pay the price for the very best. Which obviously this guy could. Stephen drove out to meet him, and the first thing he saw was the bag with his money. It was a soft leather duffel. Maybe not the best quality. Certainly not monogrammed. It was anonymous, therefore disposable. Stephen figured there would be 2 main ways to do it. He figured some guys would prefer to count it out, one solid brick of bills after another, handed over one by one. More real that way. Others would just drop a bag and leave it there. A dull, dusty thump, and then they would walk away, without a word, without a backward glance, playing it cool. Hence, disposable bags. The guy had 2 more pieces of soft luggage, matching, better quality, and then 2 hard cases. Stephen helped him unload. The guy insisted on moving the big pieces himself. He was a rangy character, tall and solid, maybe 60 years old, with snow-white hair and a brick-red face. He was in jeans and battered boots. From somewhere out west, Stephen thought. Montana, Wyoming, Colorado. For sure. Not Houston or Moscow or London. They packed the stuff in the Mercedes, and Stephen drove south, on a road that stayed mostly in the trees. The guy didn't talk. 30 minutes later, they turned in at the mouth of the track, between the frost-heaved posts minus their signs. They ran over the bell wire. They drove on through the tunnel. 2 miles and 10 minutes later, the guy was putting his bags in his room. Then he stepped back out to the boardwalk, to the parking lot, to cast an eye over a small group of other guys who seemed to be gathering nearby, forming up like a welcome committee, shuffling closer, casually, getting ready to say hi. The first guys in. The early birds. There were 3 of them so far. First they all nodded, by way of introduction. Then they started talking. Initially about how they got there, a neutral subject. They shared some details. They were partly secretive and partly what-the-hell friendly. One said he had driven down in a Volvo wagon. He turned and pointed at it, parked outside his room. He implied most of the year he lived in a house in the woods. He was a pale, wiry man in a red plaid shirt, maybe 70 years old. Not naturally a talker by the look of him, but right then buoyed up with suppressed excitement. He looked a little feverish, a little damp around the mouth. He was from Maine, the fourth arrival thought. He said drove down, which meant south, which meant he lived to the north. His car said Vermont, but it was sure to be phony. The other big state, a house in the woods. The second guy didn't say where he was from, but he offered a long story about charter flights and phony licenses. A long enough story to include just about every kind of vocal sound necessary to prove the guy had lived a long time in the south of Texas. Not a native. He was about 50. He was a solid guy, restrained by natural country courtesy, as polite as a salesman. But excited, too. The same kind of fever. The same kind of tremor. The third guy was handsome as a movie star, and built like an athlete. Like a tennis player, maybe, loose and rangy. The kind of guy who was great in college and got no worse for 20 years. He had a certain kind of confidence, like he belonged, like he was accustomed to admiration. He said he drove up in a car that didn't exist and did the last lap in a van. He pointed to it, Persian carpets. He was from Western New York or Pennsylvania, the fourth man thought, given his voice and his manner, and the route implied, and the distances, and the way he said drove up. The fourth man asked, "Have you seen them yet?" The second guy said, "Their blind is up, but right now they're hiding in the bathroom." "What are they like?" "They look great." "Can you be more specific?" "I think they're going to be real interesting." The man from Maine took over and said, "They're both 25 years old. They're both strong and healthy. They seem to have a close emotional relationship. We looked at some tapes. She gets impatient with him from time to time, but he catches up in the end. They solve problems together." The second guy said, "She's a brains, no question." "Are they good looking?" "Plain," the good-looking guy said, "not ugly. They both have muscles. He's a farmer and she's a sawmill worker. They're Canadian, so they had health care growing up. You could call her strapping. That might be the right word for the woman. For him, not so much. His name is Shorty for a reason. He's compact, but high quality. I have to say, I was very pleased when I saw them." "Me too," said the man from Maine. "I told you," the second man said. "They look great." "How many more players will there be?" "2 more," the guy said, "for a total of 6, if they make it." The fourth man nodded. Rules were rules. If you got there late, you got there never. Room 10 is occupied. The clock was ticking from the get-go. There was a cutoff point. No excuses, no exceptions. Hence the air taxis daisy-chained together. Unfeasible distances. He said, "Why is there no window in their bathroom?" "Don't need one," the second man said. "There are cameras in there. Go over to the house and take a look." Chapter 28. The Reverend Patrick G. Burke insisted on driving as far as his restraining order would permit, which was all the way to the 40-year-old fence, beyond which the road no longer ran anyway. He said he would wait there. Reacher said he didn't have to, but Burke insisted. In turn, Reacher insisted he turn his car around, nose out, not in, ready for a fast getaway in a forward gear. If necessary, worst case. Turning around in the narrow fence space made for an awkward maneuver, back and forth, shoulder to shoulder, many times. But eventually the task was accomplished. The Subaru sat like a dragster at the start of the strip. Reacher further insisted Burke keep his engine running. Yes, pollution. Yes, the price of gas. But better than fumbling the key. Better than the car not starting. When the time came. If necessary. Worst case. Burke agreed. Then Reacher insisted he feel free to take off without him. Immediately, no warning, at any time at all, for any reason or none. Whatever his gut or his instincts told him. "Don't second guess it," Reacher said. "Don't overthink it. Don't wait even half a second." Burke didn't answer. "I mean it," Reacher said. "If they come for you, it means they got past me, in which case you really don't want to meet them." Burke agreed. Reacher got out of the car. He closed the door. He swung his legs over the fence. He set out walking. The weather was the same. The smells were the same. The heavy ripe fruit, the hot dry grass. He heard the same buzz of the same insects. Overhead was a hawk on the thermals. 2 more in the far distance, widely separated. Too far away to tell what kind. Stan would have said it was typical raptor behavior. Each one claimed an exclusive slice of the action. My street corner, your street corner, no trespassing. Like tough guys everywhere. Reacher walked on, looking straight ahead, refusing to glance left at the top of the rise where they might be waiting and watching. Refusing to give them the satisfaction. Let them come to him. He walked on. He got halfway across the orchard, where he had knocked the kid down. There was no sign, no evidence. Maybe a little scuffed grass from tensed-up footsteps. Maybe in a TV show they would make something out of it, but not in the real world. He walked on. He made it all the way to the second fence, undisturbed. All around was peace and quiet and silence. Nothing was moving. Straight ahead, the leaves were darker and the smell was ranker. The sunless shadows looked colder. He glanced back. Nothing doing. He climbed over the fence. Ryantown, New Hampshire. He walked down Main Street like the day before, stepping between swaying pipe-thin trees, stumbling now and then on tipped-up stones, passing the low remains of the church and the school. He picked his way onward to the four flats, to the right-hand foundation, to the remains of the kitchen in the far back corner, the fragment of tile. He pictured his grandfather like a clean-shaven Blackbeard, yelling and screaming and throwing punches and knocking people down, probably drinking. He pictured his grandmother, hard and cold and sour, never smiling, never saying a nice thing, always looking cross, angrily sewing the kind of bedsheets she would never get to use. He pictured his father crawling around on the floor, or not, maybe sitting quietly in a corner staring out the window at a teeming patch of sky. "Your dad joined the Marines at 17, Carter Carrington had said. Gotta be a reason." He stood there for a long moment more, and then he said his goodbyes to the place. He turned and retraced his steps. Out the kitchen, through the hallway, past the trees, through the lobby, out the street door. No one there. Nothing but peace and quiet and silence all over again. He walked back up Main Street. He stopped at the school. Up ahead, the street bent around to meet the church. Without 60 years of trees, the vista would have been wide open. A person would have seen a big patch of sky. Maybe right there was their birdwatching spot, where they saw the hawk. Maybe the binoculars belonged to the school, a grant from the county, communally owned, not to be taken away. Or maybe a kindly teacher had found them in a junk shop and laid out a couple of bucks. He walked on. He passed the church. He got back to the fence. Ryantown's city limit. Ahead of him was the orchard, where the road used to be. A straight shot, 100 yards, to the parked Subaru, which was still there. It was clearly visible in the distance. Between it and him were only 2 points of interest. The more distant was Burke himself. He was standing in the space between the back of his car and the safe side of the fence, and he was hopping from foot to foot and jumping up and down and waving his arm. The second point of interest was 50 yards closer. Halfway across the orchard, strung out across the width of the stolen road, was a line of 5 men. Overhead, the hawk circled slowly. Reacher climbed the fence. He left the mossy tangle of unchecked nature behind him and walked between orderly lines of pruned and identical trees. Up ahead, the 5 men stood still. They were shoulder to shoulder, but not quite touching. They looked like a singing group about to start up with a tune, like a barbershop quartet plus one, maybe an alto, 2 tenors, a baritone, and a bass. In which case the bass would be the guy in the center. He was bigger than the others. Reacher was pretty sure he hadn't seen him before. Also, he was pretty sure the older guy was standing on the big guy's right. The middle generation. Better jeans, cleaner shirt, grayer hair. The other 3 were the same as the night before, minus the one that got popped. big, healthy specimens, but no military service or prison time or secret sessions with Mossad. He walked on. They waited. Way beyond them in the distance, Burke was still hopping up and down and waving his arm. Reacher wasn't sure why. As a warning, it would always be too late, because of the linear geometry. He would see the problem before he saw the warning, which made no sense. Maybe Burke was offering tactical advice. Do this, then do that. But Reacher couldn't understand the semaphore, and he felt it would probably be superfluous anyway. No doubt a man like Burke had many and various talents, but brawling didn't seem to be one of them. Not so far. Maybe it was just general agitation. Reacher walked on. The guy in the center of the line of five was tall and wide and shaped like an artillery shell. He had a small head set on a thick bull neck, fully 4 inches wider than his temples. Below that, his shoulders sloped down smooth and fast like a sea creature. He had a big barrel chest, which made his arms and legs look short. He looked young and fit and strong. He was a wrestler, Reacher thought. Maybe once a high school star, then a college star, now an apple picker. Was there a big leagues for college wrestlers? If so, the guy hadn't made it. That was clear. But still, he was big. 20 yards to go. They waited. The wrestler was staring dead ahead. He had tiny dark eyes set back deep in his tiny head. Not much expression, altogether passive. Hence his relative lack of success in the post-college world, perhaps. Perhaps he lacked drive. Perhaps he failed to interpret the world around him. In which case, too bad. He was going to have to suck it up. He had been warned, obviously. He had been drafted as a replacement. There was a clue in the word. He knew what he was getting into. He could have declined. 15 yards to go. The older guy was glancing left and right at his troops. He looked mostly excited. He was about to see some real good fun. But he was a little anxious too, in a faraway corner of his mind. Which he knew was crazy. How could they lose? It was a slam dunk, surely. But he couldn't shake the feeling. Reacher saw it in his face. He helped it along any way he could. The slow walk, the long strides, the loose shoulders, the hands away from the sides, the head up, and the eyes hard on the guy. The primitive signal, learned long ago. 10 yards out. The older guy couldn't shake the feeling. It was right there in his face. Suddenly, he looked like he was working on a contingency plan, a potential change of tactics, just in case, as an alternative. He looked ready to shout new orders, which made him a legitimate target, even though he was 50-something and soft. He was a commander in the field, rules of engagement. They were what they were. He was going to have to suck it up, too. Reacher figured the other three would run away. Or at least they would back off, palms out, and they would stammer their way through some kind of not-our-idea plea deal. Loyalty had its limits, especially to promises of menial labor from people who were pretty much assholes anyway. They would run. 5 yards to go. Reacher believed in staying flexible, but also having a plan, and in his experience, it was about 50-50 which got used in the end. On this occasion, the plan was to never slow down, to arrive at full speed, and to headbutt the wrestler mid-stride, which would check all the boxes. Surprise, overwhelming force, general shock and awe, with a convenient ethical twist. Literally. It would leave the older guy perfectly situated for a left hook, which was Reacher's weaker hand, which was about as humane as he could see how to make it. But it turned out flexibility was better, because of the wrestler. He dropped into some kind of combat stance, like a theatrical pose, like a photographer was egging him on, telling him to bring it. Maybe for the front page of the local newspaper. High school star wins trophy, that kind of thing. The guy was giving it his best shot. Wasn't really working. He looked like a fat kid pretending to be a grizzly bear. Stubby arms like claws, at the ready, kind of crouching, knees bent, feet apart. So Reacher modified the plan, on the fly. West Point would have been proud of him. He preserved the essentials and altered only the details. He never slowed down. He arrived at full speed. But instead of headbutting the guy, he kicked him in the balls. A sudden target of opportunity because of the feet apart. He got him with pace and momentum and a vicious scything upswing and a dead-on perfect connection. A football would have left the stadium. It came out both good and bad. The good part was it put him exactly where he should be, ready for the left hook, which he delivered. It was short and choppy by classical standards, not elegant at all, not much more than a whipped-in clout. But it was effective. Bang! Daddy went down sideways. His command influence was terminated. The bad part was the wrestler was wearing an athletic protector, a cup. Smart kid. He had interpreted the world. He had prepared. Even so, he had taken a heavy blow, like a blunt cookie cutter smashing down on tough and gristly dough. But he wasn't disabled. He was still on his feet, stumping around, breathing hard. Shock, yes. Awe, not so much. Which meant the other three guys didn't run away. They didn't back off, palms out, pleading. Instead, they crowded in a step, a blocking maneuver, to let their quarterback recover behind them. Reacher thought, damn, the vagaries of chance. He should have stuck to the original plan. The guy wasn't wearing a football helmet. He wanted to back off a pace to reset the geometry, but he didn't let himself. It would send the wrong message. Instead, he hit the guy crowding nearest, a solid shot to the gut, which doubled the guy over, his face on his knees, puking and gasping. So Reacher hit him again, with an elbow chopped down hard against the back of the guy's head, which planted him face first in the grass. Game over right there. So Reacher stepped left and lined up the next guy. No delay. Nothing to be gained by standing around shooting the breeze. Better just to set him up and knock him down. But the next guy was barged out of the way by the wrestler coming through the line. His hands were out and his body was all swelled up with rage. He shoved the last guy out the way. He was coming on like a dump truck. Then he planted his feet. He crouched, face to face, like the start of a bout. He glared. He snarled. Reacher thought, okay then. He knew squat about wrestling. He had never tried it, never felt the need. Too sweaty, too many rules, too much like a last resort. He believed a fight should be won or lost long before it came to rolling around on the floor. In the distance, Burke was still jumping up and down and waving his arm. The wrestler moved. His body turned like a single rigid unit, and he thumped his right foot down just ahead of where it had been before. Then he turned the other way, just as rigid, and he thumped his left foot down, like sumo. Now he was half a step closer, maybe a couple of inches shorter than Reacher, but probably 20 pounds heavier. He was a big, solid guy. That was for damn sure. He was all hard, sleek muscle, smoothed out into a fluid shape, as if by passage through air or water, like a bull seal or a mortar shell. A replacement. Not exactly, Reacher thought. The guy was an improvement. He was there to strengthen the roster. He was specialist talent, drafted in for the occasion. After the lessons of the night before. Maybe he'd been borrowed from a friend of a friend. Maybe he was a nightclub bouncer in Manchester or even Boston. Maybe that was the big leagues for college stars. Reacher decided to stay clear of his arms. Wrestling was all about grabbing and grasping and grappling. The guy was probably good at it, or at least experienced. He probably knew all kinds of follow-up tricks. He would know a dozen different ways to get his opponent down on the mat. which would be a fate best avoided. A horizontal struggle would be a problem, too much bulk. It could end up like trying to bench press a whale. Fortunately, the guy's arms were not long. The exclusion zone was not large. There was some scope for action. Something could be done. But what exactly? For once in his life, Reacher wasn't sure. The headbutt was still a possibility, but risky, because it meant stepping right into the bear claw grasp. And maybe the guy knew enough to twist away and take the blow on his neck, which up close looked about as sensitive as an automobile tire. Body shots could be delivered, fast right-left-right combinations, like working with the heavy bag, but the guy was built with the kind of slabby construction that would feel like punching a bulletproof vest, with about as much effect. The wrestler moved again, the same dramatic maneuver, again like sumo. Reacher had seen it on the television, in the afternoons in motels, grainy orange pictures, huge men in fancy loincloths, blank and oiled and implacable. Now the guy was a whole step closer. Overhead, the hawk circled slowly. Too late, Reacher realized what the guy was going to do, which was to barge forward leading with his stomach, again like the sumo on the television. Except in that case, the other guy was also doing the exact same thing, so they met in the middle with a loud slap. But Reacher wasn't moving at all, which meant the other guy had all the momentum to himself, which meant Reacher was about to get hit hard, like getting run over by a tractor tire. He ducked and twisted and flung a Hail Mary right hook into the guy's side, which landed hard, and therefore, according to Isaac Newton's laws of equal and opposite reactions, took some momentum out of the equation, but the guy's barreling bulk was basically unstoppable, and Reacher was spun around and bounced away, and then he had to twist again to avoid a bear claw swinging out towards him. He staggered backward, flailing his arms, trying to stay on his feet. The wrestler charged again. He was nimble for a guy built like a walrus. Reacher ducked away and got a weak jab into the guy's kidney as he passed. It made no discernible difference. The guy reversed direction with a neat 1-2 shuffle and came barreling back again, hot and fierce and feinting left and right, looking to get a grip. Best avoided. Reacher stepped back, and again, and the guy came on, and Reacher launched a straight right to the guy's face, which was like punching the wall of a rubber room. And then he ducked away, low down under the bear claw's swing, and came back up and twisted and got a hard left hook into the guy's back, before bouncing away out of range. Now the wrestler was breathing hard. He had run around a little and taken 2.5 decent body shots. Soon he would be stiffening up. Reacher stepped back. Underfoot, the ground was lumpy. On his left was a windfall apple, bright like a jewel on the sunburned grass. The 2 surviving guys from the night before were creeping nearer, smelling blood. Overhead, the hawk was still circling. The 2 surviving guys formed up and fanned out, a step ahead of the wrestler. Flank support, or a chase-down crew. Maybe they expected him to run. The wrestler dropped down into his combat stance. Reacher waited. The wrestler charged, same as before. A low-down swarming thrust off bent and powerful legs and a high-speed waddle leading with the stomach, aiming to use it like a battering ram. Reacher swayed left, but his foot caught in an undulation, and the guy hit him a glancing blow with his charging shoulder, which felt like getting run over by a truck, twice, first with the original impact and then immediately again with its equal and opposite echo as he hit the ground, right shoulder first, then his head, then his body, then a tangle of limbs. The guy was nimble and came straight back. Reacher rolled away, but not fast enough. The guy got in a kick that caught him high on the back and rolled him faster. A rare position for Reacher to be in, but not unknown. Rule 1 was get the hell up right now. So was Rule 2 and 3. Stand down was 1 foot in the grave. So he waited until he rolled face down and then sprang upright like he was a gym rat showing off after 50 push-ups. Now he was breathing hard and swelling up with anger. He was pretty sure kicking wasn't in the rules of wrestling. The game had changed. He thought, okay then. The wrestler dropped down into his combat stance again, and Reacher saw what he should have seen before, or would have seen before if the game had changed a little sooner. He waited. The wrestler charged. A low-down swarming thrust off bent and powerful legs. Reacher stepped in and kicked him in the knee, just as hard as he had kicked him in the cup, with the same scything upswing and an equally perfect connection. Plus the guy ran right into it. He brought all his own momentum to the party. A football would have left 2 stadiums. The result was spectacular. The knee was any heavy guy's weak spot. A knee was a knee, a humble joint. It was what it was. It didn't get bigger and stronger just because a guy chose to spend a whole semester lifting weights. It just got more and more stressed. In this case, it more or less exploded. The kneecap shattered or dislocated, and maybe a whole bunch of stuff was severed inside, because the guy went down like his strings were cut, and then the same Rule 1 instinct bounced him upright again, immediately, howling, standing on one leg, waving the bear claws for balance. The 2 surviving guys stepped back a pace. Like the stock market, investments can go down as well as up. Behind them in the distance, Burke was standing still and watching, peering anxiously, pressed up tight against the fence. From that point on, Reacher opted for brutal efficiency. Style points no longer mattered. The wrestler threw a despairing bear claw at him, and Reacher caught it and jerked him off balance, and he went down again, awkwardly, clumsily, whereupon Reacher kicked him in the head, once, twice, until he went still. Reacher stood up straight and breathed out and in and out. The 2 surviving guys stepped back another pace. They shuffled in place and tried to look aw-shucks sheepish. They raised their hands, palms out. They patted the air in front of them, surrendering, but also distancing themselves, making a point. Not our idea. Reacher asked them, "Where'd you find this tub of lard?" He kicked the wrestler one more time, in the ribs, but gently, as if merely to indicate which particular tub of lard he was talking about. No one answered. "You should tell me," Reacher said. "It's important to your futures." The kid on the right said, "He came up this morning." "From where?" "Boston. He lives there now, but he grew up here. We knew him in high school." "Did he win trophies?" "Lots of them." "Get lost now," Reacher said. They did. They ran south at a sprint, up the slope, knees and elbows pumping. Reacher watched them go. Then he picked his way through the vanquished and walked on through the orchard. Burke was waiting at the fence. He held up the hand he had been waving. In it was his phone. "It kept trying to ring," he said, "but there's really no service here. So I walked back to where I got half a bar. It was the ornithologist. He was returning your call from the university. He said it was his only chance to talk because he's tied up the rest of the day. So I ran back here and tried to get your attention." "I saw," Reacher said. "He left a message." "On the phone?" "With me." Reacher nodded. He said, "First I need to call Amos at the Laconia PD." Chapter 29. The 5th arrival was as unobtrusive as the 1st and the 3rd. In the back parlor, Mark and Stephen and Robert heard the bell ring from the wire across the blacktop. They watched the screens. Robert lined up 3 different views of the track. They waited. 2 miles took 4 minutes at 30 miles an hour and 6 minutes at 20. Call it 5 minutes on average, depending on how fast a person was prepared to drive and what kind of vehicle they had. The surface could be jolting. It was 5 minutes and 19 seconds exactly, according to the digital clocks in the bottom right-hand corners of the screens. They saw a pickup truck come out of the trees and into the light. Robert used a joystick and zoomed the close-up camera tight on it. It was a Ford F-150, single cab, long bed, dirty white paint, close to a base specification, 3 or 4 model years old. A working man's vehicle, a tool of a trade. Robert tightened the shot some more to check the license plate. It said Illinois, which they all knew was bullshit. The guy was from New York City. His office ISP was unbreakable, but his home Wi-Fi was wide open. He ran a fund on Wall Street. He was one of the new faceless super-rich no one had ever heard of. Mark was keen to impress him. He thought Wall Street could be a key market, the right kind of people with the right kind of needs and the right kind of money. They watched him drive through the meadow and bump down off the track into the motel lot. They saw him stop outside the office. They saw Peter come out to greet him. They shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Peter gave him a key and pointed. Room 11, the absolute prime location, significant in every way. Their bed and your bed were almost touching, head to head, symmetrical, separated only by the width of a wall, just a matter of inches. Room 11 was the VIP enclosure, no doubt about it, an honor not to be given lightly. But Mark had insisted. Demographics were important, he had said. Robert clicked mice and tapped keyboards and arranged the screen so they could see just about everything at once, all around them on the walls, one picture overlapping the next, some of the angles different, like a clumsy attempt at virtual reality. They saw the Wall Street guy park his truck beyond the dead Honda. They saw him detour for a look in room 10's window. Nothing doing. He walked back. He looked like Wall Street. Decent haircut, fit from the gym, tan from a lamp, and weekends at his wife's summer rental in the Hamptons. He was dressed well, even though they supposed he was trying not to be, to match the everyday truck. His closet had failed the challenge. His luggage was 2 hard cases and a soft nylon duffel, all of them dusty from the open bed. Plus, last of all, from the passenger seat, a plastic bag from a New York deli, stuffed with what were either potatoes or rolls of money. Meanwhile, the first 4 arrivals were gathering close by, forming up, sliding from screen to screen, getting ready to talk, or try to, or at least rock from foot to foot until someone said something. Male bonding. Sometimes a slow process. Robert turned up the sound. There were hidden microphones all up and down the length of the motel, aided by what was painted to look like a TV dish, but was really a parabolic microphone, as sensitive as a bat's ear, aimed down the row, at the patch of dirt outside room 10's window, where folks were likely to cluster. Overkill, electronically, but Mark had insisted. Consumer feedback was important, he said. The more raw and unfiltered, the better. Best of all, when they didn't know anyone was listening. They listened. The voices were tinny and a little distorted. There were guarded greetings, the same as before, and the same war stories from the road about getting there on time and undetected, and the same description of Patty and Shorty themselves as specimens in terms of their health and strength and general appeal. Then the consumer feedback turned a little negative. Mark looked away, disappointed. On the screens, a small schism had opened up. There were 2 opposing factions, separated by one vital difference between them. Arrivals number 1, 2, and 3 had actually seen Patty and Shorty through their window, live and in the flesh, right there, after their blind went up. Arrivals number 4 and 5 had not. By then, Patty and Shorty were hiding in their bathroom, which had no damn window. So theirs was a 2-point complaint. If everyone was starting out equal like they should, free country, level playing field, and so on and so forth, then wait until everyone had gotten there, surely, and then raise the damn blind like a ceremony, like a special occasion, with everyone lined up to witness it, or at least put a window in the damn bathroom, one thing or the other. In the parlor, Mark said to the others, I don't see how we could put a window in the bathroom. Not with plain glass, anyway. Too weird. But anything else wouldn't work. You couldn't see in. Stephen said, we could use a plastic sheet on the outside, some kind of design on it, so it looked pebbled from the inside. Then we could peel it off when we're ready. You're dodging the issue, Robert said. We screwed up with their blinds. Simple as that. The guy is right. We should have left it down until everyone got here. Mark said, Patty wanted to see the sunshine. What are we now, social workers? Her mood might prove critical. How's her mood now? Relax, Mark said. Think outside the box. What's done is done. And as it happens, we did it at the exact halfway point. 3 saw them, and 3 won't. We could think of it as a reward for punctuality, like a bonus threshold, like we're offering something. We could call it marketing. Punctual means on time, not early. We should treat them all equally. Too late. Never too late to fix a mistake. How? You get on the mic with Patty and Shorty, and you remind them you warned them about this earlier, and you say, but maybe they didn't realize exactly what they were getting themselves into. So now, for their own comfort, we've taken a unilateral decision to close their blind again for them. And we do, right away. They'll hear it. They'll come out of the bathroom. Meanwhile, we apologize to arrivals 4 and 5, and we tell them we'll have a proper ceremony later, after Patty and Shorty have calmed down again, when we're all assembled. Maybe as the sky goes dark. We could suddenly raise the blind and light up the room both at the same time. I bet we would catch 'em right there on the bed. It would look like Saks Fifth Avenue on Christmas Day. People had come from miles around. That doesn't solve the problem, Mark said. All it means is 3 people will have seen them once and 3 people will have seen them twice. That's not equal. Best we can do, Robert said, as a gesture. Which could be important. We can't let this become an issue. You know how they talk in the chat rooms. Word of mouth can make you or break you. We should be seen to go the extra mile to put this right. Mark was quiet a long moment. Then he glanced at Stephen, who said, I guess. Mark nodded. He said, okay. Robert clicked a switch labeled Room 10, Window Blind, Down. His voice came out of the ceiling, like before. In the bathroom, it was just as loud as it had been in the main room. He said, Guys, I apologize. Most sincerely. My fault entirely. I wasn't clear enough when we spoke earlier. About the downside of seeing the view, I mean. So we put it right for you. The blind is down again now, and will stay down as long as you want. I'm sure you'll be more comfortable that way. Again, I apologize. I was thoughtless. Patty said, What do you want with us? What's going to happen to us? We'll discuss what we want with you before the end of the day. You can't keep us here forever. We won't, Mark said. I promise. You'll see. Not forever. Then there was a small electronic pop, and the ceiling went quiet again. In the silence, Shorty said, Do you believe him? About what? Patty said. The blind being down again. She nodded. I heard it, she said. Shorty got up stiffly from his spot on the floor, and he opened the door just a crack. He knew right away. There was no bar of daylight, just gloom. I'm going through, he said. It's uncomfortable in here. They're going to raise it again. When? Probably when we least expect it. Why? Because they're messing with us. Soon? Probably not. They'll wait a while. They'll want us to build up a sense of security. So it's safe for a spell. Right now. Then later we could nail up a sheet. Could we? Why not? Shorty said. In the past, she would have objected purely on the grounds of good manners, being Canadian. Both the sheet and the wall would be damaged, surely. But now all she said was, Do you have nails and a hammer? No, Shorty said. Shut up, then. Save your breath to cool your porridge. Sorry, he said. He stood at the door for a moment. Then he went through. He was sore from sitting with his butt on one kind of cold tile and his back on another. He lay down on the bed and stared up through the dark at the ceiling. Somewhere there was a camera. He couldn't see it. The plaster was smooth all over. So it was in the light fixture or the smoke alarm. Had to be. Probably not the light fixture. Too hot, surely. Secret spy cameras were presumably delicate. Circuit boards and tiny transmitters. So it was in the smoke alarm. He stared at it. He imagined it staring back at him. He imagined smashing it with a hammer. He imagined fragments raining down. He imagined the hammer still in his hand. What would he smash next? He got up off the bed again and went back in the bathroom. He closed the door. He set the faucet running in the sink. Patty watched him from her spot on the floor. He bent down low, close to her ear, and he spoke in a whisper. He said,
I was thinking, suppose I had a hammer. What would I do? Nail up a sheet, she whispered back. I meant after that, he said. What after that? I would come in here. This is the back of the building. All the action is at the front. The bullshit with the blind and people looking in. Maybe no one is watching the back. The wall is nothing but a skin of tile, then half an inch of wall board, and a 6-inch void between the studs, maybe packed with insulation, plus maybe a vapor barrier, and then cedar siding nailed on 16-inch centers. So, if I had a hammer, I would bust my way through. We could walk away. Through the wall? A proper demolition crew could do it in a second. That'd be routine. Then it's a shame you don't have a hammer. I figured we could use the suitcase on the tile. Like a battering ram. We could swing it with the new rope handle. Like 1, 2, 3. I bet the tile would come off all in a sheet. Then I could kick the rest of the way through. You can't kick through cedar siding. Don't need to, Shorty said. All I need is to pop it off the studs from the inside where it's nailed on. With sudden outward force. Which should be easy enough. Then it would fall away by itself. All I would need to actually kick my way through would be the wall board. Which should also be easy enough. That stuff ain't strong. How wide of a gap would there be? I think about 14 inches effectively. We could step through sideways. With the suitcase? Something we got to accept, Shorty said. We need to be realistic. The suitcase stays here until we capture a vehicle.
Patty said nothing for a moment. Then she whispered,
Capture a what? Some of these guys peering in the window must have driven here, which means there must be cars in the lot now. Or maybe they all got picked up in a Mercedes SUV, in which case it's still out there neatly parked somewhere, all warmed up and ready to go. If we can't find it, no matter, because there are plenty more in the barn, which ain't far away. I bet all the keys are hanging up on a neat little board. So first we destroy their property and then we steal their car. You bet your ass we do. This feels as crazy as the quad bike thing. The quad bike thing wasn't crazy. It worked perfectly. You know that. We saw it working perfectly every minute, beginning to end. It was something else that didn't work perfectly. We didn't know they had cameras and microphones. We didn't know they were cheating. Just theoretically, Patty said, how long would it take to kick through a wall? Not long if we kept the hole a limited size, if we kept it low down on the ground, if we were prepared to crawl out hands and knees. How long in minutes?
Shorty closed his eyes. He visualized. 8 kicks, 6 with the toe to crack the wallboard in strategic locations, and then 2 mighty blows with the flat of the sole to punch it all out. Call it 8 seconds overall. Plus then time to tear the insulation out handful after handful, a blur, like a dog digging up a treasure. Call it another 8 seconds, or 10. Call it 12 seconds to be on the safe side. So far, a total of 20. But then came the siding. Popping it off the studs would not be easy. It was fixed on with big nails shot out of a gun. Heavy blows would be required. The problem was the angle of attack. He would have to direct low karate-style kicks through a narrow opening. Kinda sideways and downward. Not practical. hard to develop maximum power. Better to lie on his back. A downward stamping motion would translate to maximum outward force. Over and over again, 8 times at least. He said,
1 minute, maybe.
She said,
That's pretty good. If the tile comes off all on a sheet. What if it doesn't? We would have to bust off every piece separately, just to get to the wallboard in the first place. Then from that point onward, it would be a minute. Except probably 2, because by then we would be tired from busting off the tile. How long altogether?
Shorty said,
Just hope it comes off all on a sheet.
She said,
Are we really gonna do this?
I vote yes.
When? I say right now. We could run straight for a quad bike. Might be better than a car. We could ride it through the trees. They wouldn't be able to follow. Except on another quad bike, they have 8 more. We would have a head start. Do you know how to drive a quad bike? How hard can it be?
Patty was quiet another long moment.
1 step at a time,
She said,
First we'll test the suitcase on the tile. We'll see if it comes off all on a sheet. If it does, then we can go ahead and make a final decision. If it doesn't, we can go ahead and forget it anyway.
Shorty opened the bathroom door and glanced across the room at the suitcase. It was still where he had put it down all those hours before, after he had watched Carol drive away in the tow truck. He whispered,
They'll see me get it because of the camera. They don't know what's in it.
Patty whispered back.
We're allowed to take our own stuff in the bathroom, surely. We might need it. We might choose to sleep in here. What with people looking in the window all the time, that'd be perfectly natural.
Shorty paused. He nodded. He went to get the suitcase. Cool as a cucumber, perfectly natural. He strolled over and hefted it up and strolled back. He put it down and closed the door. Then he breathed out and flapped his hand to ease the pain in his palm. They picked their spot, to the left of the sink. A blank patch of wall, no outlets, therefore no hidden cables inside to snarl things up. No pipes inside either. The water came and went, all in one place, on the other side of the room. Perfect. Plain sailing. They pulled and shoved the suitcase until it was in position. They stood facing each other with the case between them. They bent down over it, and they grabbed the rope with all 4 hands. They lifted the case 6 inches off the floor to clear the baseboard at the bottom of the wall. They moved away a step, and they set the suitcase swinging, gently, back and forth, back and forth. It was a big, sturdy item, very old, a plywood shell covered in heavy leather with reinforcements on the corners. They perfected their rhythm. They let the weight do the work. On each swing, they made 1 arm short and 1 arm long to keep the suitcase exactly level, like a piston, so its blunt end would hit the wall square on.
Ready?
Shorty said.
Yes. On 3.
They swung once and twice, gathering momentum. And on 3, they stepped in towards the wall and accelerated the weight as hard as they could. The case smacked against the tile. The result was not what Shorty expected. His instinctive prediction had been that the wallboard would flex inward a fraction, which would cause the skim coat to crack off. The tiles were cemented to the skim coat. If the skim coat flaked off, the tiles would come down with it, in sheets. Gravity would see to that. Didn't happen. Instead, 6 tiles shattered into pieces. Some of the broken bits rained down on the floor. Others stayed up on the wall. Like random coin-sized fragments, still solidly glued to separate coin-sized daubs of adhesive. A cheap job. The tiler had buttered 3 or 4 knobs of cement on the back of a tile and then pressed it into place. One after another, over and over. All the unbuttered voids behind them had made them shatter on impact. But the wallboard itself hadn't flexed at all. They put the suitcase down. Shorty pressed his thumbnail in the space between 2 surviving fragments. The skim coat was right there, dry and smooth and creamy. It was hard and rigid. He scraped at it. It pouted a little. He pressed harder with the ball of his thumb, and then with his knuckles, and then harder still with his fist. The wallboard didn't yield. Not even a tiny fraction. It felt solid.
Weird,
he said.
Should we try again?
Patty asked.
I guess,
he said.
Real hard this time.
They backed off as far as the width of the room would allow, and they swung the case once, through a big, healthy arc about a yard long, and then again, and on 3, they staggered sideways and smashed the case into the wall as hard as they could. Same result. A couple more orphan fragments fell off the wall. Nothing more. It was like hitting concrete. They felt the shock in their wrists. They dragged the case out the way. Shorty tapped on the wall experimentally here and there in different places, like knocking on a door. The sound it made was strange. Not exactly solid, not exactly hollow, somewhere in between. He stepped back and kicked out hard, and again, harder. The whole wall seemed to bounce and tremble as a single unit.
Weird,
he said again. He picked up a jagged shard of tile and used it to scrape at the skim coat. He made a long furrow and deepened it, working back and forth, stabbing and scraping. Then he made another furrow and another in a wide triangle, missing some of the still stuck fragments, including others inside the lines. Then he stepped back and kicked out again, hard, aiming carefully. The scored-around trial of skim coat flaked off and fell to the floor. Under it was revealed the papery surface of a brand-new wallboard. He attacked it with a shard of tile, furiously, hacking and gouging, spraying dust and curls of torn paper all around. Then he stepped back again and kicked and kicked and kicked in a frenzy of frustration. He kicked the wallboard to fragments and powder. He pulverized it. He reduced it to nothing. But he didn't kick his way through it. He couldn't. It was backed by some kind of thick steel mesh, which came into view, section by section, as the wallboard in front of it was destroyed. It loomed up through the cloud of dust and particles, white and ghostly and tightly woven. It was a net, with steel filaments as thick as his finger, running up and down and side to side. The holes they made were grudging and square, about big enough to put his thumb in, but nothing better. He used the shard of tile to cut more wallboard away. He found a place where a bright green ground wire was soldered to the back of the mesh, like an electrical connection. A very neat job. A random yard away, he found another. Same thing, a ground wire soldered to the back of the mesh. Then he found a place where the mesh was welded to a prison bar. There was no doubt about it. He knew from the size and the shape and the spacing, like on every cop show ever made. There were floor-to-ceiling prison bars built inside the wall. The mesh was spot-welded to it here and there like a curtain, like a sheet nailed over a window. He knew why it was there. Because of the ground wires. Because of a long-ago memory of a build-your-own-electronics kit he had gotten at Christmas, when he was a kid, from his uncle. Same uncle who gave him the Civic, as a matter of fact. The mesh wasn't there for reinforcement. It was there because it made the room a Faraday cage. Room 10 was an electronic black hole. Any radio signal trying to get in would splinter every which way through the mesh and then drain away to ground, through the many carefully soldered wires, like the signal never existed at all. Same thing for a signal trying to get out. Didn't matter what kind of signal it was. Cell phone, satellite phone, pager, walkie-talkie, police radio, whatever. It wasn't going to happen. The laws of physics couldn't be ignored. A signal couldn't get out because of the mesh. A person couldn't get out because of the bars. Patty took a look over his shoulder and said,
"What is all that stuff?"
Shorty tried hard to think of something cheerful to say, but he couldn't, so he didn't answer the question. Chapter 30. Burke and Reacher drove back to the turn, where they headed south towards Laconia. Not all the way, just a few miles, far enough to get bars on Burke's old phone. They pulled off on the shoulder of a wide left-hand curve. Ahead of them were fields and trees, and presumably the town itself on the other side of them, in the far distance through the haze. Reacher took out Amos's business card and dialed her number. It rang twice and dumped a voicemail. She was away from her desk. He clicked off and tried again, this time with her cell number. It rang 5 times, and then it was answered. Her voice said,
"Interesting."
He said, "What is?"
"You're calling on the Reverend Burke's phone. You're still with him. You're still in the vicinity."
"How did you know this is the Reverend Burke's phone?"
"I saw his license plate this morning. I checked with county. Now I know all about him. He's a troublemaker."
"He's been very nice to me."
"How can I help you?"
"Something made me think about guys getting drafted in from Boston. Seems to be a regular habit around here. I was wondering how you were doing with that."
"Why?"
"Did anyone show up yet?" Amos didn't answer. Reacher said, "What?"
"Chief Shaw's talking to the Boston PD again. They're calling in some favors. The word on the street is 5 guys are working out of town today. There's no sign of them at home. Their absence is conspicuous. It's a reasonable assumption they've been sent our way. In which case, we know all about the first 4. They were the guy in the Chrysler and the 3 in the library. It's the 5th guy we need to worry about. He left Boston much later than the others. We assume in response to a panic call from here. We assume he's their cleanup hitter, the ultimate sanction."
"Has he arrived?"
"I don't know. We watch what we can, but we're sure to miss something."
"When did he leave Boston?"
"Long enough ago to be here by now."
"With my description," Reacher said.
"That doesn't matter anymore," Amos said. "Does it?"
Then she paused. Then she said,
"Don't you dare tell me you're coming back to town, because you ain't, Major. You're staying away."
"Relax, soldier," Reacher said. "Stand easy. I'm staying away. I'm not coming back to town."
"Then don't worry about your description."
I was wondering exactly what it said. I was thinking back to exactly what the kid can have seen. The lighting was kind of patchy. It was an alley. There was a lamp over the door, but it was shaded, like a cone. But even so, let's assume he got a pretty good look at me. Although it was the middle of the night and most of the time he was mad as hell and spoiling for a fight, and then he was unconscious, basically. Therefore, his grasp of detail is not likely to have been impressive. So what would a kid in his position say afterwards? I'm sure it hurt to talk. By that point, his teeth were in poor condition. I'm sure he had facial bruising. Maybe his jaw was busted. So what few words would he choose to mumble? Just the basics, surely. A big guy with messy fair hair. I think that's what he must have said.
"Okay."
Except at one point I spoke to the cocktail waitress. She asked if I was a cop. I said I was once upon a time in the Army. The kid might have remembered. It's the kind of thing people add to descriptions, to flesh them out, to suggest the type of person, not just their appearance, which would have been important to the kid. He needed to save face. He wanted to be able to say, sure, he lost the fight, but only because he went up against a trained Special Forces killer, like an excuse, almost like a badge of honor. So actually, I think he must have said, a big guy, messy fair hair, used to be in the Army. That's what the guys in the library saw. A simple 3-point checklist. Size, hair, Army. That's what they've got. Not very nuanced or exact. Amos said,
"Why does any of this matter?"
I think the description fits Carter Carrington, too. Amos said nothing. I think it's close enough to be awkward, Reacher said. Certainly he's bigger than the average guy. He's imposing physically. His hair is all over the place. Across the room, he has a certain look. I thought he was Army. Turned out he wasn't, but I would have sworn. I was placing bets on where he did his ROTC.
You think we should warn him?
I think you should put a car outside his house.
Seriously?
Maybe a job for Officer Davison. He seems to be a capable young man. I would hate for something to happen, because of me. I don't want Carrington on my conscience. He seems like a nice guy. He just got a new girlfriend.
Protecting him would be a huge diversion of resources.
He's an innocent bystander. He's also the guy who goes to bat for you.
I think he would refuse on principle, precisely because of that. He'll say he can't accept special treatment. The optics would be terrible. The threat is against someone else, after all, who might or might not have a slight physical resemblance. He would look corrupt and vain and a coward. He won't do it.
Then tell him to get out of town.
I can't just tell him. Doesn't work that way.
You told me.
That was different.
Tell him there's something wrong with the story.
What does that mean?
Reacher paused a moment to let a truck roar past on the road. A tow truck, heading north. It was huge. It was the kind of thing that could haul an 18-wheeler off the highway. It was grinding along, slow and noisy, in a low gear. He realized he had seen it before. It was bright red and spotlessly clean. It had gold stripes all over it. Its passage rocked the Subaru on its springs. It growled away into the distance behind them. Reacher put the phone back to his ear. He said, "Carrington will get the message. He'll know what I mean. Tell him to see an opportunity where others might see a crisis. He could take a short vacation, somewhere romantic. Rates are down after Labor Day."
He has a job, Amos said. He might be busy.
Tell him I'm happy to listen to him about census methodology. Tell him he should listen to me about staying alive methodology. Amos said,
I was feeling pretty good until you laid this on me. We have a bad guy in town, okay, but never mind, because the bad guy has no target. Now you tell me he does have a target after all. Kinda, sorta, maybe.
Call me if you need me, Reacher said. This number should be good another hour or two. I would be happy to come back to town and lend a hand. You could give my regards to Chief Shaw if you like and make him the offer.
Do not come back to town, Amos said. Under no circumstances.
Never?
Not soon,
she said. Reacher clicked off the call. Lunch hour was long gone, and Burke said he was hungry. He said he wanted to go get something to eat. Reacher offered to pay, as a way of saying thank you for all the driving around. So they headed east towards a lake, where Burke said he knew a bait shop that had soda pop and sandwiches at the head of a trail that led to the water, mostly used by fishermen carrying poles. It was a decent drive, and at the end of it, the destination was exactly as advertised. It was a shack with an ice chest outside and glass chiller cabinets inside, humming loudly, some of them full of stuff for people to eat, and others full of stuff for fish to eat. There was a yard-wide deli counter with a choice of chicken salad or tuna on white bread or a hot dog roll, plus a bag of potato chips, plus a bottle of cold water, all for a penny less than $3. Soda pop was extra. Reacher said, I told you I was paying. You should have picked out somewhere expensive. Burke said, I did. He got tuna, and Reacher got chicken. They both stuck with water. They ate outside at a government brown picnic table near the head of the trail. Now give me the message, Reacher said, from the ornithologist. Burke didn't answer right away. Something on his mind. In the end, he said, Obviously it's you he really wants to talk to. He seems extremely excited. He said he was completely unaware that Stan had kids. Who is he exactly? Did he tell you? You know who he is. You called him. He's a professor at the university. I mean, how is he related? Burke took a long drink of water. He explained in great detail, he said. The short version is you count back 4 generations on your father's side. Not your father himself, not your grandfather, not your great-grandfather, but your great-great-grandfather, who was one of 7 brothers, who all had numerous children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. Apparently you and the professor are both in there somewhere. Plus about 10,000 other people. He said he wants to talk to you about Stan. He said he feels a connection because of the bird watching. He said he wants to meet with you face to face. He said he has an idea he wants to discuss with you. 5 minutes ago, he didn't know I existed. He was very insistent. Did you like him? I felt pressured by him. In the end, I took the liberty of telling him in my estimation you would likely move on very soon, not being the type of passerby likely to put down roots, in which case it might prove very difficult to arrange a face-to-face meeting simply because of scheduling issues alone. But he said we simply must make it happen. And he's coming tomorrow. Coming where? I was unable to suggest an exact rendezvous. I felt I shouldn't speak for you. I didn't know your preferences. In the end, he offered a suggestion. I'm afraid I took the liberty of accepting on your behalf. I felt rushed. He put me on the spot. What was his suggestion? Ryantown. Really? He said he knows where it is. He was there for research. I tested him on a couple of things, and he knows his stuff. What time tomorrow? He said he'll be there at 8 o'clock in the morning. In a ruin in the woods. He said it was appropriate. For fighting a duel, maybe. Appropriate was his word, not mine. And Ryantown was his suggestion, not mine. Did you like him? Reacher asked again. Does it matter? I would like to hear your personal opinion. Why would I have one? You heard him talk. You got a sense of the guy. I'm giving you the message, Burke said. That's what I promised. Don't ask for editorial comment. It's none of my business. Suppose it was. It's not for me to say. I wouldn't want to influence you one way or the other. When people say that, it means they would, really. He sounded very eager. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It could be both. How? Look, he's a professor at the university, an academic. I respect that tremendously. I was a teacher myself, don't forget. But it's different now. They have to promote themselves all the time. It's not just publish or perish anymore. They have to be on social media. They need something new every day. I would worry that some tiny part of what he wants is a picture of you in Ryantown for a blog post or an online article, or to relaunch the research he did before, or some combination. Absolutely can't blame him. He needs to feed the beast or his students will rate him low. Visuals are important, hence the early start. The morning light will be atmospheric. You could stare moodily into the sky looking for the lost bird. You're a very cynical man, Reverend Burke. It's different now. But everyone takes pictures. Everyone puts stuff online. It's no big deal. It's not a reason to worry about meeting a person. You're overselling it. You're trying to head me off at the pass. You should tell me what's really on your mind. Burke was quiet a long moment. Then he said, If you meet with him, he'll tell you something upsetting. We don't need to walk on eggs, Reacher said. Different kind of upsetting. What kind? I heard him talk. I felt not everything he said made sense. At first I wasn't sure he was getting it straight. Then I thought I was misunderstanding the ancestry jargon. What wasn't straight? He kept referring to Stan in the present tense. He was saying, Stan is this, Stan is that, Stan is here, Stan is there. At first I assumed that ancestry buffs talked that way, to bring the subject alive. But he kept on doing it. In the end, I asked him. Asked him what? Why he was talking that way. What did he say? He thinks Stan is still alive. Reacher shook his head. That's crazy, he said. He died years ago. He was my father. I was at his funeral. Burke nodded. Which is why I thought it would upset you, he said. Obviously, the professor is either mistaken or confused. or a crank of some kind with a bee in his bonnet, all of which can be distressing after a family bereavement. Naturally, there are sensitivities involved. It was 30 years ago, Reacher said. I got over it. 30 years? Give or take, Reacher said. I was a company commander in West Germany with the CID. I remember flying back. He was buried in Arlington Cemetery. My mother wanted that for him, because he fought in Korea and Vietnam. She thought he deserved it. Burke said nothing. Reacher said, What? Coincidence, I'm sure. Burke said, What is? The professor said the family story has it that Stan Reacher was working away from home for a very long time, completely out of touch, but then finally he retired and he came back to live in New Hampshire. When? 30 years ago, Burke said, give or take. Those were the professor's exact words. That's crazy, Reacher said again. I was at the funeral. The guy is wrong. I should call him back. You can't. He's tied up the rest of the day. Where's this old guy who came back to New Hampshire supposed to be living now? With the granddaughter of a relative. Where exactly? You can get it from the horse's mouth first thing tomorrow. I'm trying to get to San Diego. I need to get going. Are you upset about what he said? Not upset at all, just not sure what to do. I don't want to waste time talking to an idiot. Burke was quiet a moment. I feel I shouldn't dissuade you further, he said. My only worry was emotional strain. In its absence, I suppose you could give the professor the benefit of the doubt. It might be an innocent error, a simple transposition of two similar names or something. You might still enjoy talking to him. About Ryantown, if nothing else. He knows a lot about it. He did research there. I would need a motel, Reacher said. I can't go back to Laconia. There's a place north of Ryantown, about 20 miles. I told you about it. It's supposed to be good. Deep in the woods. That's the one. Sounds perfect under the circumstances. If I gave you $50 for gas, would you drive me there? $50 is too much. We've done a lot of miles, and there are tires to consider and general wear and tear, plus a share of the overhead. Insurance, for instance, and servicing and repairs. I would take 20. Deal, Reacher said. They climbed out of the picnic table and walked back to the Subaru. Carroll was the sixth and final arrival. He worked the morning as normal, starting early, out at the highway, where he got instantly lucky with a semi-serious fender bender, which then became doubly lucky because both insurance companies hired him to haul the wrecks, which paid the rent for the day. The rest was icing on the cake. There were no more crashes, but he got 3 separate breakdowns, which was pretty damn good for the time of year. And then a 4th, he thought for a happy moment, after he had clocked off and was heading north, when he saw an old Subaru stalled on the shoulder. But it turned out nothing. 2 guys in it, admiring the view, one of them talking on the phone. A little burble of fumes coming out at the back. The old Subaru was running fine. 20 miles later, he slowed to a crawl, and he turned hard left into the narrow opening, into the mouth of the track, which was barely wider than the truck itself. Leaves and branches brushed and battered both sides. The huge tires bounced and slapped through the potholes. He slowed again, barely a walk, idling in his lowest stump-pulling gear. The wire was up ahead. Across the blacktop, the warning bell. He wanted all 3 axles to ring it separately. That was the code. Bing, bing, bing. Hence the low speed. He rolled slowly over the wire and stopped. He set the brakes. He shut down the engine. He opened his door against the press of the foliage and dropped his bags down ahead of him. Then he squeezed out sideways and locked the door from below. He gathered his luggage and hauled it 10 yards along the track and set it down in a neat array. He turned and looked back. His truck was jammed in. There was no space either side. Obviously not for a car, not for a quad bike even. A pedestrian, maybe. Leading with a shoulder, getting whipped in the face by branches. It was a perfect roadblock. He turned again and looked ahead and waited. 4 minutes later, Stephen showed up in his black SUV, the Mercedes. He looked out the window at the truck. To the left of it, to the right of it, below it, above it. As if he was judging it. As if there was a whole lot of choice exactly how to position it. Carol loaded his bags. Stephen backed up to a hole in the trees and turned the car around. They drove on. Carol said, "Happy so far?" Stephen said, "Shorty smashed up the bathroom. A small price to pay. Mark wants a favor. We screwed up with our window blind. Now we got tension between the guys who saw him already and the guys who didn't. Their heads would explode if they knew you had actually talked to them, or been in the same room as them, or touched them or something." "I didn't touch them," Carol said, "and I wasn't in the same room. I stayed outside. I talked to them, sure." "Mark wants you to act like you didn't. He wants you to balance it out, 3 and 3. He thinks that'll keep the situation under control." "Got it," Carol said. They drove out through the meadow. Peter was in the office. Carol got room 2. Okay with him. The room didn't matter. He put his bags inside. He said hi to the other guys. They were all gathering. They stumped around and swapped stories. Carol made out he had never been there before. He told them he was Russian, just for the fun of it. He asked all the right wide-eyed questions about Patty and Shorty, as if he had never seen them before. He found himself secretly agreeing with some of the answers. Then the 2 guys who hadn't seen them yet got a little disgruntled all over again, which Carol quelled simply by siding with them. The natural 3 and 3 balance calmed things down. Maybe Mark was right. Then Peter stuck his head out the office door and called down the road to say everyone was invited to walk over to the house for a cup of coffee and an introductory briefing and a look at the video highlights from the last 3 days. So they all wandered over, just strolling, feeling good, starting to believe. The party was complete. All 6 of them were present. They were sealed off from the world. It was real. It was happening. It wasn't a scam. Deep down, they all thought it would be. But it wasn't. It was true, and it was hours away. First, sheer relief welled and bloomed like a tide, and then buzzing excitement took over, a little breathless, a little gulped, to be resisted, to be controlled, because nothing was certain yet, because disappointment was always possible, because chickens should not be counted. But they were starting to believe. Chapter 31. Burke and Reacher drove back on the same road, west towards Ryantown. Reacher watched the bars on Burke's old phone. When they dropped from 3 to 2, he asked Burke to pull over on the shoulder so he could call Amos again before service ran out completely. He dialed, and she answered on the 3rd ring. She said,
"Where are you now?"
"Don't worry," Reacher said. "I'm still out of town."
"We can't find Carrington."
"Where have you looked?"
"His home, his office, the coffee shop he likes, the lunch places he goes."
"Did he tell his office he would be out?"
"Not a word."
"Does he have a cell phone?"
"He's not answering."
"Try the city records department," Reacher said. "Ask for Elizabeth Castle."
"Why?"
"She's his new girlfriend. Maybe he's hanging out over there." He heard her call across the room, Elizabeth Castle, City Records. He asked, "Any sign of the guy from Boston?" She said,
"We've been running every plate we've seen, in and out of town. We have automatic software now. Nothing yet."
"Want me to come back to help?"
"No,"
she said. "I could walk around and flush the guy out."
"No,"
she said again. He heard someone shouting a message. She said,
"Elizabeth Castle is not at work either."
"I need to come back to town."
"No,"
she said for the 3rd time. Last chance, he said. I'm about to head north to a motel. I'm gonna lose cell service.
Do not come back to town.
Okay, he said. But in exchange, I need you to do something for me.
Like what?
I need you to look at ancient history on your computer again.
I already have plenty to do today.
It only takes a minute. You have a really good system there.
Are you flattering me?
Did you design the system?
No.
Then no, I'm not. All I'm saying is it won't take much time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked. I know you're extremely busy.
Now you're respecting me to death. What would I be looking for?
Check the files after that thing with my father, 75 years ago. The next 24 months until September 1945.
What happened then?
He joined the Marines.
What would I be looking for?
Something unsolved.
When do you need it by?
I'll call you back as soon as I can. I want to hear about Carrington. They passed the wandering turn that led away through the orchards to Ryantown. They stayed on the back road, heading north. Reacher watched the phone. The bars went out, one by one. For a moment, the screen said it was searching, and then it gave up and said no service. Up ahead were miles of fields, and then more woods far in the distance. A left-to-right wall. Burke drove on towards it. He said he thought the motel entrance was about 5 miles in, on the left side. He remembered the signs. There was one each way. They said motel, in plastic letters painted gold. They were mounted on gnarled old posts. 5 minutes later, they drove into the trees. The air felt cooler. Sunlight sparkled through the leaves. Reacher checked the speedo. They were doing 40. About 5 miles would take about 7 or 8 minutes. He counted time in his head. The trees grew thicker, like a tunnel. No more sunbeams. The light turned green and soft. Burke took his foot off the gas at 7 minutes exactly in Reacher's head. Burke said he was pretty sure the turn was coming up. Ahead on the left, pretty soon, he remembered. But they saw no signs. No plastic letters, no gold paint. Just a pair of twisted old posts, leaning over a little, and the mouth of a track. Left and right of it on the main drag were unbroken walls of trees, both up ahead and far behind.
I'm pretty sure this was it,
Burke said. Reacher hitched up and pulled his map from his pocket, the one he had bought at the old edge-of-town gas station. He unfolded it and found the back road. He checked the scale and moved his finger. He showed Burke. He said, "This is the only turn for miles around." Burke said, "Maybe someone stole their signs. Or they went out of business."
I doubt it. They were very committed. They had a business plan. I heard something about them, as a matter of fact. From the county office. They were extremely ambitious. But they got off to a bad start, as it turned out. They got in a fight about a permit.
Who did?
The people developing the property. They said any motel keeper depends on opening on time at the start of the season. They said the county was unreasonably slow with the permit. The county said the developer had started work without permission. They got in a fight.
When was this?
About 1.5 years ago, which is why they were upset about their timetable. They wanted to open the following spring, which is also why they can't be out of business yet. Their plan showed a 2-year reserve.
A patrol car responded to the county offices because a customer was causing a disturbance. He claimed a building permit was slow coming through. He claimed he was renovating a motel somewhere out of town. He gave his name as Mark Reacher. Reacher said, "I really need to go take a look at this place." Burke turned in over broken blacktop that was missing altogether in whole table-sized patches. The light was greener still. Branches dipped in close from both sides, some of them limp and broken, still fresh, as if a large vehicle had brushed by not long ago. They found the large vehicle 30 yards later. It was stopped up ahead, tight against the trees on both sides, blocking the track completely. It was a tow truck, huge, red paint, gold stripes. "We just saw this thing," Reacher said. "And I also saw it yesterday." A yard behind its giant rear tires was a wire laid side to side across the road. It was fat and rubbery. It was the kind of thing they had at gas stations. Reacher wound his window down. There was no noise from the truck's engine. There were no fumes from its exhaust. Burke stopped the Subaru 6 feet before the wire. Reacher opened his door. He got out and walked forward. He stepped over the wire. Burke followed him. Reacher made sure Burke stepped over the wire, too. He didn't like wires on roads. Nothing good ever came of them. Best case surveillance, worst case explosions. The truck had a long sloping haunch at the back with a short sturdy crane and a giant tow hook. It had lockers with gleaming chrome doors. Reacher squeezed down the driver's side, leading with his left shoulder, keeping his left elbow high, keeping the twigs away from his face. He slid past the owner's name, which was Carroll, proudly painted a foot high in gold letters. He made it level with the cab. He stepped up on the bottom rung of the ladder and tried the driver's door. It was locked. He stepped down again and forced his way around the hood to the front of the truck. Ahead of him, the track ran on through the woods. The surface remained the same. Worn blacktop, missing in places, randomly covered in grit, gravel, dirt, and leaf mold. There were tire tracks here and there, some of them ancient, some of them recent. 20 yards farther on, there was a hole in the trees, like a natural recess. It had brand new tire tracks, 2 tight V-shapes, like a car had backed in to turn around, which made some kind of sense, because the tow truck driver didn't seem to be around anymore. Possibly a car had driven down to pick him up. It would have stopped nose to nose with the truck and then backed up and turned and driven away forward. Reacher looked ahead. He said, "I'm going to go take a look at what they got up there." "How?" Burke said. "I'm going to walk." "Your map showed this track is more than 2 miles long." "I need a place to sleep. Also, I'm curious." "About what?" "I think the guy who got in the fight about the permit was a kid named Reacher." "How do you know?" "It was in the police computer. A squad car had to go calm things down a year and a half ago." "Are you related?" "I don't know. Maybe as much as I am to the professor from the university." "Do you want company?" "We could be walking 2 miles back again if we don't get lucky." "That's okay," Burke said. "I guess now I'm curious too." They set out together. By geographic map-making standards, the land was dead flat, which made walking easy. But up close and personal, the track was uneven and pitted, which made it hard. Every step was 1.5 inches higher or lower than the one before, which meant any step could become a stumble. At one early point, they passed through a grassy ring where no trees were growing. It was maybe 60 feet wide. It seemed to curve away in both directions, as if it ran in a circle all the way around, as if it defined an inner part of forest, a woods within a woods. It was like a giant crop circle, but carved out of 60-foot maple trees, not stalks of corn. All the way across, they felt the warmth of the sun. Then the cold green shadow claimed them again. They had crossed the boundary. Now they were in the inner forest. They were in the woods within the woods. They were walking toward its center. 2 miles would have taken Reacher 30 minutes, but they took Burke 45. They came out of the trees together, and they saw the track run on ahead, through a couple of grassy acres, to what looked like a dirt parking lot in front of what was indisputably a motel. It had an office at the left-hand end, and a station wagon, and a panel van, and a compact car, and a pickup truck, all parked at intervals outside the rooms. They set out walking towards it. They were instantly detected, 2 separate ways. Robert had copied a facial recognition algorithm from a photo chip and coded it into the close-up camera. As soon as the algorithm detected a face among the trees, it rang a bell and flashed a light, like a distant early warning, like radar. Persons approaching. But by chance, Stephen was watching the right screen anyway, as part of a disciplined rotation through the points of the compass. The movement caught his eye. He saw 2 men step out of the shadows and into the sunshine. He said, "Mark, look at this." Mark looked and said, "Who the hell are they?" Robert zoomed the camera all the way. The image trembled with distance and wavered with haze. Two guys were walking toward the lens, head on, seemingly making no progress because of the extreme telephoto. One guy was small and old, slightly built and slow, denim jacket, gray hair. The other guy was huge, as wide as a door, hair sticking up all over, a face like the side of a house. He looked rough. Mark said, "Shit." Stephen said, "You told us he wouldn't come here. You said he was a different branch of the family. You said he wouldn't be interested." Mark didn't answer. Then Peter buzzed through from the office. His voice came out of the intercom speaker. He said, "But actually it turns out the guy was interested enough to walk 2 whole miles past the roadblock. Good call, bro." Again, Mark didn't answer. He was quiet a long moment more. Then he said, "Keep everyone inside the house. Give them all another cup of coffee. Show them another video. Keep the doors closed. Make sure no one leaves." Chapter 32. Burke and Reacher stepped off the last of the blacktop onto the dirt of the motel lot. By then, they had a pretty good close-up view of what was waiting ahead. Reacher heard Amos's voice in his mind, talking about LSD in her coffee. Now he knew what she meant. Because up close, the panel van parked second in line from the motel office turned out to be blue. A dark, dignified shade, enhanced and explained by curls of gold writing. Persian carpets, expert cleaning, a Boston address, a Massachusetts license plate. The biggest deja vu in history. Except not exactly, because he hadn't actually seen the van before. He had only heard about it on the radio. It had been caught by the cameras coming off the highway, too early for a residential customer. Whereas he had actually seen the tow truck before. That was for damn sure. 2 separate times. That really was deja vu all over again. He had squeezed past a truck he had seen twice before, and then the very next vehicle he came upon was a van he had heard about on a police dispatcher's broadcast. He slowed half a step, automatically, thinking. Burke got a step in front of him and walked on ahead, slow but unflagging. Beyond him, Reacher saw that the station wagon parked first in line was a Volvo, with a Vermont plate on the back. The small compact was blue, probably an import, with a plate he didn't know. The pickup truck was a workhorse. It was the kind of thing a carpenter would use, to get boards in the back. It was dirty white. It had what he thought was an Illinois plate. Hard to be sure, given the distance. It was last in line. It was outside of what would be room 11. The Volvo was outside of 3, and the carpet van outside of 7. The small blue import was outside of 10. 10's window blind was down, and 5's lawn chair had been used. It had been scooted out of line. They walked on towards the office, which had a red neon sign. They went in. There was a guy behind the counter, in his late 20s maybe, with dark hair and pale skin, and a slight look-away shyness in his manner. He had an air of intelligence. He was educated. He was healthy and fit, maybe a college athlete, but a runner, not a weightlifter, middle distance, maybe a master's degree in a technical subject. He was wiry and coiled and shot through with some kind of nervous buzz. Reacher said, "I need a room for the night." The guy said, "I'm really sorry, but the motel is closed." "Is it?" "I took the signs down at the entrance. I hoped I would save people a wasted trip." "There are plenty of vehicles here." "Work people. I'm way behind with the maintenance. There are things I really need to fix before the leaves turn and the tourists come back. Turns out the only viable way to do it was closed for 2 weeks. I'm really sorry about that." "Are you doing all the rooms at once?" "The plumber turned the water off. The electrician is messing with the power. There's no heat and no AC. I'm way below code right now. I wouldn't be allowed to give you a room even if I could." "You got Persian carpets?" They're organic jute, actually. I'm trying to be sustainable. It should last 10 years, but only if you clean it carefully. It'd be a false economy to use a regular commercial crew. These guys get Boston prices, believe me, but the spreadsheet says it should be worth it in the long term. Reacher asked, "What's your name?" "My name? We've all got one." "Tony." "Tony what?" "Kelly." "Mine is Reacher." The guy looked blank for a second, but then he focused, as if he was snagging on an odd coincidence. He said, "I bought this place from a family called Reacher. Are you related?" "I don't know," Reacher said. "I guess everyone is related if you go back far enough." "When did you buy it?" "Nearly a year ago. It was halfway renovated. I got it open in time for the season, but now I have some catching up to do." "Why did they sell?" "A grandson took it on, but honestly, I think he found it wasn't for him. He was more of an ideas guy. There was a lot of detail involved. He got in trouble with permits, I think. Pretty soon he decided it wasn't worth the hassle. But my spreadsheet told me it was, so I bought him out. I like detail." "Is the electrician from Vermont or the plumber?" "The plumber. They have the best three-season guys in the world up there. Cost me more to bring them south, but my spreadsheet tells me it'd be penny-wise and pound-foolish not to." "Same thing with the electrician from Illinois, I suppose." "Actually, that's slightly different. There's unemployment out there, so they work for less, which offsets getting them here, so it's a wash in terms of cost. But it's way better in terms of how they do the job. These guys are auditioning, basically. This is a whole new market. There's infinite work here at their hourly rates. They want word-of-mouth recommendations, so their quality is excellent. Plus, they already know their way around motels like this. There are more of them in the Midwest than here." "Okay," Reacher said. "I'm really sorry about the wasted trip," the guy said. Then he stopped and defocused again and said, "Wait." They waited. The guy glanced out the window. Then he said all in a rush, "How did you get here?" "I completely didn't think." "Don't tell me you walked." "But you can't have driven. I just realized the wrecker is stuck." "We walked," Reacher said. "I am so sorry. Today has been one damn thing after another. The last guest I had before I closed abandoned a broken-down car. Apparently it wouldn't start, so he called a cab and disappeared. Naturally, I wanted the car towed, and today was supposed to be the day, but it turned out the tow truck is so huge it got jammed in the trees." Then the guy looked out the window again, left and right, checking. He said, quieter, "Or else he just doesn't want to scratch his paint. I have to say, I'm not very satisfied. The trees on both sides of that track are trimmed precisely according to Department of Transportation guidelines. I'm pretty much a detail guy. I take care of things like that, believe me. Any highway legal commercial vehicle should fit just fine." Then he stopped again, struck by another new thought, and he said, "Let me drive you back, at least that far. I assume your car is parked behind the truck. It's the least I can do." Reacher said, "What was wrong with the abandoned car?" "I don't know," the guy said. "It's pretty old." "What's the plate on it?" "Canadian," the guy said. "Maybe one-way airfare is cheaper than the disposal fees they charge up there. I'm sure there are environmental regulations. Maybe he drove the car here just to dump it. It would be a simple profit and loss calculation." "Okay," Reacher said. "You can drive us back now." "Thank you," Burke said. The guy ushered them out of the office and locked the door behind them and asked them to wait in the lot. Then he jogged away towards a barn, maybe 30 yards distant. It was a blunt square building with 9 quad bikes parked outside in a neat 3x3 formation. Beyond the barn was a house with heavy furniture on wide porches. A minute later, the guy drove out of the barn in a black SUV. It was medium-sized and shaped like a fist. Probably European. Maybe a Porsche or a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. Maybe an Audi. It was a Mercedes. It stopped right beside them. Reacher saw the badge. It had a V8 engine, The guy at the wheel waited expectantly, so Burke climbed in the front and Reacher got in the back. The guy crunched through the lot and thumped up on the blacktop and speeded through the meadow. He said, "You should head east towards the lake country. You'll find plenty of options there, I'm sure." They re-entered the woods through the same natural arch they had come out of. The guy drove fast. He knew there was going to be no oncoming traffic. The 2 miles that had taken Burke 3/4 of an hour took the Mercedes 3 minutes. The guy stopped nose to nose with a tow truck. The light was dim and green, and the red paint looked soured, like blood. The trees were tight on either side, pressing in with bent boughs and leaves spread like fingers. The lower canopy flopped down, level with the top of the windshield. The truck was in firm contact with the surrounding vegetation, certainly, but it was not physically restrained, surely. Not with the torque of its giant motor and the traction of its giant tires. The guy wasn't stuck. He was worried about his paint. Understandable. It must have cost $1 or $2. Multiple coats of red, miles and miles of gold pinstripes, all done by hand. His name, Carroll, fortunately short, spelled out in expensive copper plate, like a letter from an old Victorian aunt. The guy at the wheel apologized again for their wasted trip, and he wished them good luck, and Burke said thank you and got out, and Reacher followed him. Burke squeezed down the side of the truck, and Reacher went after him, elbow high. But then he stopped where the cab towered over him, and he turned around to watch. The Mercedes backed up smartly, and the guy reversed into and drove out of the natural hole in the trees, neatly, crisply, and fast, as if he had done it before, which he had. He had picked up the truck driver. Reacher stood for a second more, and then he turned again and blundered his way back to where Burke was waiting on the other side of the fat rubber wire next to the Subaru's front fender. They got in the car, and Burke backed up slowly, craning his neck, all the way to where the track met the road, where the wide gravel mouth gave him room to turn either way. "East to the lakes?" he said. "No," Reacher said. "South until your cell phone works. I want to call Amos." "Something wrong?" "I want an update on Carrington." "You asked a lot of questions at the motel." "Did I?" "Like you were suspicious." "I'm always suspicious." "Were you happy with the answers?" "The front part of my brain thought the answers were fine. They all made perfect sense. They were all plausible. They all had the ring of truth. But the back part of my brain didn't like that place very much." "Why not?" "I don't know. Every question had an answer. So it's just a feeling. It's a sense, like smell, like waking up for a prairie fire. But you can't pin it down." "No." They drove on, south. Reacher watched the phone. Still no service. Afterwards, Peter nearly collapsed from tension. He let the 2 men out, and then he backed up and turned and hustled home as fast as he dared. He drove straight to the house. He ran through to the parlor, where he leaned on the wall, and then he slid down until he was sitting on the floor. The others crowded around him, crouching eye to eye, silent, as if in awe. And then they all burst out in a fist-pumping hiss of triumph, like a winning touchdown had been scored on TV. Peter said, "Did the customer see anything?" "Nothing at all," Mark said. "We got lucky with the timing. The customers were all in here. 30 minutes earlier would have been a problem. They were still milling around in the lot shooting the shit." "When are we going to explain the situation to Patty and Shorty?" "Do you have a preference?" "I think we should do it now. The timing would be right. It'd give them enough hours to make some choices, and then start doubting them. Their emotional state will be important." "I vote yes," Stephen said. "Me too," Robert said. "Me 3, Mark said. "One for all and all for one. We'll do it now. We should let Peter do it himself, as a way of thanking him for his performance, as a reward." "I vote yes on that too," Stephen said. "And me," Robert said. Peter said, "First let me get my breath back." Chapter 33. Patty and Shorty had migrated to the main room and were sitting on the bed. The blind was still down. They had skipped lunch. They couldn't face it. Now they were hungry. But eating would be an act of will. The last 2 meals from the carton. The last 2 bottles of water. They looked away. The TV turned on, all by itself. The same as before. The same tiny rustle as the circuit came to life. The same bright blue picture with the same line of code, like the screen you weren't supposed to see. It was replaced by a man's face. Peter, the weasel who had screwed with their car. He said, "Guys, you've been asking what's going to happen, and we think now is the time to bring you up to speed. We're going to give you as much information as we can, and then we're going to let you think on it, and then we'll come back later for questions and answers, just in case something wasn't clear. Are you with me so far? Are you paying attention?" Neither of them answered. Peter said, "Guys, I need your attention. This is important." "Like fixing our car?" Shorty said. "You fell for it, pal. That's why you're here. Your own fault. Since then, you've been bitching and moaning about what we want with you, and now I'm going to tell you. So you need to face front and listen up."
I'm listening,
Patty said. "Come sit side by side on the end of the bed. Show me how you're paying attention. Watch my face on the screen." Patty was still for a second. Then she shuffled around. Shorty followed her. Didn't want to, but he did all the same. They sat shoulder to shoulder, like the front row at the movies. "Good," Peter said. "Smart move. Are you ready to hear what happens next?"
Yes,
Patty said. Shorty said, "I guess." "Later this evening, your door will unlock. At that point, you will be free to walk away. But I mean that literally. No vehicles of any kind will be available. None at all. Every single key will be hidden where you won't find it. Except, of course, your own, which you still have, but your car doesn't work anyway, as you mentioned. All the other vehicles here are too new to hotwire, so get used to it. You'll be walking, literally, on your own 2 feet. Do not waste time trying to avoid it. Are you with me so far?"
Why are you doing this?
Patty said.
Why keep us here and then just let us go?
"I told you I would give you as much information as I could. I said you should think on it. I said you should save your questions for later. Are you with me so far?"
Yes,
Patty said. Shorty said, "I guess." All around this piece of forest is what looks like a fire break. It's a hoop about 60 feet across with no trees growing. Did you see it on the way in? There was a bar of bright pink open sky.
I saw it,
Patty said. "It's not actually a fire break. Mark's grandfather cleared it for a different purpose. To keep the inner forest primeval. It's a seed break, really, not a fire break. It runs all the way around. Doesn't matter which way the wind is blowing. Invasive species can't make it across." "So what?" Shorty said. "You walk all the way there, through the woods, in any direction, and you step out in that gap, in any location, and you've won the game."
What game?
Was that a question?
I call bullshit, man. You can't tell us we're in a game and then not tell us what kind.
Think of it like a game of tag. You have to make it all the way to the seed break without getting tagged. Simple as that. Walking, running, creeping along. Whatever works for you.
Tagged how?
Patty said.
By who?
The TV turned off. All by itself. The same dying rustle of circuits, the same blank gray screen, the same standby light glowing red. Burke's old phone showed a bar, but Reacher wanted to wait for 2. He figured the signal might fluctuate, plus or minus. Starting with just 1 bar would be a problem when it came to the minus part. His experience was with Army comms, which always failed first and fastest. Presumably civilians had better stuff, as always, but presumably not radically better. Burke ignored him and drove on south, and after 5 minutes of silence, he asked, "How's the back part of your brain doing now?" Reacher checked the phone. Still 1 bar. He said, "The back part of my brain is worried about the organic jute carpets." "Why?" He said he was trying to be sustainable. He sounded partly proud and partly apologetic and partly defiant. A very typical tone for people into things other people think are weird. But he was clearly sincere, because he was putting his money where his mouth was by paying Boston prices for specialist cleaning. As if he really wanted to make the experiment work. At that point, he presented a coherent picture. But later he said maybe the Canadian guy had dumped his car to avoid recycling fees at home, or whatever. He said, "I'm sure there are environmental regulations." He said it with a kind of smug sneer, just very slightly. He sounded like a regular person, not like a guy who would use organic jute, or even know what it was. Then he showed up in an SUV with a V8 motor, and he drove it pretty fast, in a boyish way. He seemed to like thumping up and down over things, not like a guy who would use organic jute. That guy would drive a hybrid car, or electric. I felt the picture was no longer coherent. I felt now it was out of focus. "What does the front part of your brain say about it?" "It says follow the money. The guy's paying a Persian carpet cleaner to take care of his rugs, all the way from Boston. That's hard cash. That's solid evidence. What have I got? A feeling? A sneer I might have misheard? Maybe he needs the SUV for the snow. A jury would say the bulk of the evidence is all one way. He's a good guy. He wants to save the planet. Or at least help a little bit." "I agree with the jury," Burke said. "Better to trust the front of your brain than the back." Reacher said nothing. He checked the phone. 2 bars. He said, "I'm going to call Amos now." "Want me to stop? Does it help the phone?" "I think it does. I think it locks on better." Burke coasted a spell and pulled over where the gravel was wide. Reacher dialed the number.
"Call me back in 10, Amos said. "I'm real busy right now."
"Have you found Carrington?"
"Negative on that. Call me back."
The payment process turned into a ritual of understated magnificence. It started casual and became exquisitely formal. It felt ancient in its origins, Greek or Roman at least, maybe tribal. Stephen stayed in the parlor watching the screens, and everyone else walked back to the motel, a bustling crowd of 9, 6 customers, excited but restrained, plus Mark and Peter and Robert behind them. The customers went to their rooms. Mark and Peter and Robert went to the office, where the process evolved, out of nothing, there and then. They had no plan. No thought had been given. There was a danger of jinxing. In the end, it was a 5-second common-sense decision, the obvious thing to do. But epic in its drama, in its psychological freight. Mark sat behind the counter. Peter stood at the end, side on, halfway between, as if independent, like a witness. Robert was the escort. He went to get them, one at a time. The legend was born right there. He knocked on the door, and they came out and went with him. He was the Praetorian Guard, and they were the great gentlemen. They were the senators. They went with him down the boardwalk. They had no choice. He stayed a respectful half-step behind. In the office, he stood at the door and saw nothing. One by one, they stepped forward and paid their tribute, to Mark, with Peter as a witness, to the transaction, to their bending of the knee. Some counted out bricks of money, prolonging the moment. Others set their bags on the counter and stepped back, expecting instant and unquestioning acceptance, which they got. The money would be there. All of it. They couldn't afford to cheat. Then one by one, Robert walked them back and knocked on the next door along, both casual and formal, like the deadly business of an ancient republic. Carol got a healthy discount for helping out the day before, but the other 5 paid sticker. At the end of the ritual, Mark chose the 2 biggest of the abandoned bags, and Peter packed them. Not easy. To get 5.5 bags worth of cash into 2 actual bags required ingenious layering. The others crowded around. Mark counted out loud as Peter stacked the bricks. But not in numbers. At first he said, "Overhead, overhead," as the first few bricks went in, and then, "Profit, profit, profit," as the rest went in. They turned it into a kind of whispered chant. Quiet, so the sound wouldn't carry. They hissed, "Profit, profit, profit." Then they carried the bags back to the house, past all the windows, kinda hoping the great gentlemen were watching them do it, watching their tribute, humbly and justly given, being carried away by the victor. Peter had said they should think on it, and they had, not because he told them, but because it was their natures. It was the St. Leonard way. Engage brain. Think before you speak. Begin at the beginning. Patty whispered,
Obviously they're tricking us somehow. It must be impossible to get to the break in the trees.
It can't be impossible.
It must be.
Against how many people?
We've seen 3. There are 12 rooms less this one. 9 quad bikes. Pick a number.
You think they'll use the quad bikes?
I'm sure they will. I think that's why Peter emphasized we would be walking, to make us feel helpless and inferior, like underdogs.
Call it 9 people, then. They can't cover it all. It's a huge area.
I saw on the map,
Patty said.
It's about 5 miles across and about 7 from top to bottom, shaped like an oval. This place is about half a mile off center towards the east. It's about equal north and south.
Then it might be possible. There would be one of them every 40 degrees of the circle. They could be 100 yards apart. If we got in the space behind them, we'd be home free.
It can't be possible,
Patty said.
Because then what? We make it to a road, we get a ride, we call the cops and the FBI because of the kidnapping and the false imprisonment, and they pay a visit, and they see the battery cable and the prison bars and the locks and the cameras and the microphones. I don't think Peter and his buddies can afford for that to happen. They can't afford for us to get out of here. Doesn't matter how we try, any method at all. They really cannot afford for us to make it. They must be totally confident we won't.
Shorty didn't answer. They sat side by side in the gloom. Patty had her hands palmed down on the bed under her legs. She was rocking back and forth, just a little, and staring ahead at nothing. Shorty had his elbows on his knees and his chin propped in his hands. He was sitting still, trying to think. Then all at once the room lit up bright, every fixture, every table lamp, like a movie set, and the motor whirred and the blind rolled up in the window. Outside, they saw a line of 6 men, on the boardwalk, shoulder to shoulder, an inch from the glass, staring in. Carol was one of them, the weasel with the tow truck. 3 of them they had seen before, 2 were new. The 6 of them stared on, openly, frankly, no inhibition at all, from her to him and him to her. They were judging and evaluating and assessing. They were reaching conclusions. Tight grimaces of quiet satisfaction appeared on faces. There were slow nods of appreciation and approval. There were gleams in eyes of enthusiasm. Then, on some unspoken cue, they raised their hands and clapped, long and loud, a standing ovation, as if they were a respectful audience saluting star performers. But somehow in advance. Chapter 34. 10 minutes later, Reacher dialed Amos again. She answered. She sounded out of breath. He said, "What's up?"
"False alarm," she said. "We got a maybe on Carrington, but it was 2 hours old and nothing came of it. We still can't find him."
"Did you find Elizabeth Castle?"
"Her neither."
"I should come back to town," Reacher said. Amos paused a beat.
"No," she said. "We're still in the game. The computer is watching the red light cameras. Nothing that came in from the south in the second wave this morning has gone back out again. We think Carrington's still in the area."
"Which is why you need me there. No point coming back after they take him away."
"No,"
she said again. "What was the maybe?"
"Allegedly he was seen entering the county offices, but no one else remembers him, and he isn't there now."
"Was he alone or with Elizabeth Castle?"
"It was hard to say. It was a busy time of day, lots of people. Hard to say who was with who."
"Was it the census archive?"
"No, something else. The county has offices all over town."
"Did you get a minute for ancient history?" She paused again.
"It was longer than a minute."
She said, "What did you find?"
"I need advice before I tell you. From Carter Carrington, ironically."
"Why?"
"You asked for unsolved cases. I found one. It has no statute of limitations."
"You found an unsolved homicide?"
"Therefore, technically, it's still an open case."
"When was it?"
"Within the dates you specified."
"I wasn't born yet. I can't be a witness. Certainly I can't be a perpetrator. Talking to me is no legal hazard."
"It has implications for you."
"Who was the victim?"
"You know who the victim was."
"Do I?"
"Who else could it be?"
"The kid," Reacher said.
"Correct," Amos said. "Last seen face down on the sidewalk late one September evening in 1943. Then later he shows up again, now 22 years old, just as much of an asshole as he was before, and he gets killed. The two files were never connected. I guess there was a lot going on back then. It was wartime. Detectives came and went. They didn't have computers. But today's rules say the first file makes a material difference to the second file, which it does, no question. We can't pretend we haven't seen it. Therefore, we're obliged to reopen the homicide as a cold case, just to see where it goes, before we close it again."
"How did the kid get killed?"
"He was beaten to death with a pair of brass knuckles."
Reacher paused a beat. He said, "Why wasn't it solved?"
"There were no witnesses. The victim was an asshole. No one cared. Their only suspect had disappeared without a trace. It was a time of great chaos. Millions and millions of people were on the move. It was right after VJ Day."
"August 1945, Reacher said. "Did the cops have a name for the suspect?"
"Only a kind of nickname, secondhand, overheard, all very mysterious. A lot of it was hearsay, from the kind of people who pick things up from casual conversations on the street."
"What was the nickname?"
"It's why we have to reopen the case. We can't ignore the link. I'm sure you understand. All we're going to do is type out a couple new paragraphs."
"What was the name?"
"The Bird Watcher."
"I see," Reacher said. "How soon do you need to type out your paragraphs?"
"Wait,"
she said. He heard a door and a step and the rustle of paper. A message. He heard a step and a door, and on the phone she said,
"I just got an alert from the license plate computer."
She went quiet. Then she breathed out.
"Not what I thought it was," she said. "No one left town, not yet. Carrington is still here."
"I need you to do something for me," Reacher said. He could still hear the paper. She was reading it.
"More ancient history?"
She said. "Current events," he said. "A professor at the university told me 30 years ago an old man named Reacher came home to New Hampshire after many years on foreign shores. As far as I know, he's been domiciled here ever since. As far as I know, he lives with the granddaughter of a relative. I need you to check around the county. I need you to see if you can find him. Maybe he's registered to vote. Maybe he still has a driver's license."
"I work for the city, not the county."
"You found out all about the Reverend Burke. He doesn't live in the city." He could still hear the paper.
"I called in favors," she said. "What is the old man's first name?"
Stan.
That's your father.
I know.
You told me he was deceased.
I was at the funeral.
The professor is confused.
Probably.
What else could he be?
The funeral was 30 years ago, which was also when the guy showed up in New Hampshire after a lifetime away.
What?
It was a closed casket. Maybe it was full of rocks. The Marine Corps and the CIA worked together from time to time. I'm sure all kinds of secret squirrely shit was going on.
That's crazy.
You never heard of a thing like that?
It's like a Hollywood movie.
Based on a true story.
1 in a million. I'm sure most CIA stories were very boring. I'm damn sure most Marine Corps stories were.
Agreed, Reacher said. 1 in a million. But that's my point. The odds are better than 0, which is why I want you to check. Call it due diligence on my part. I would be failing in my duty. You're about to reopen a cold case with no statute of limitations, with a 1 in a million possibility your main suspect is still alive, living in your jurisdiction, and is related to me. I figured I should clarify things beforehand, in case I need to call him. Hey, Pops, get a lawyer, you're about to be arrested, that kind of thing.
That's crazy,
Amos said again. The odds are better than 0, Reacher said again.
Wait,
she said again. He could still hear the paper. She said,
this is a weird coincidence.
What is?
Our new software. Mostly it counts who enters and who leaves, using license plate recognition technology. But apparently it's running a couple extra layers underneath. It's looking for outstanding warrants and tickets, and then it's running a page for general remarks.
And?
The van we saw this morning was illegal.
Which van?
The Persian carpet cleaners.
Illegal how?
It should have been showing dealer plates.
Why?
Because its current owner is a dealer.
Not a carpet cleaner?
They went out of business. The van was repossessed.
Patty and Shorty went back to the bathroom, but gave up on it pretty soon. The smashed tile and the powdered wallboard made half of it uninhabitable. They drifted back to the bed again and sat side by side, facing away from the window. They didn't care if the blind was up or down. They didn't care who was watching. They whispered to each other, short and quiet, nodding and shrugging and shaking their heads, using hand signals, discussing things as fast and as privately as they could. They had revised their basic assumptions. They had refined their mental model. Some things were clearer, some things were not. They knew more, but understood less. Clearly, the 6 men who had looked in the window were the opposition team. Their task was to win a game of tag, in 30 square miles of forest, presumably in the dark, presumably with 3 of the assholes out in the woods with them as referees or umpires or marshals, for a total of 9 quad bikes, with the 4th and final asshole stuck in the house, watching the cameras and listening to the microphones and doing whatever the hell else they did in there. That was their current prediction. 30 square miles, 6 men, in the dark. Yet they were confident of success. They couldn't afford to fail. The quad bikes would help, much faster than running, but still. 30 square miles was 10,000 football fields, all empty, except a random 6, and each of those with just 1 man. In the dark. They didn't get it. Then Shorty whispered,
Maybe they have night vision goggles.
Which sparked a cascade of gloomy thoughts. They could ride around and around, in an endless giant circle, a mile or 2 out, one by one, like an endless pinwheel, one or other of them passing any given spot every few minutes. Meanwhile, Patty and Shorty would be coming in from the side, at a right angle, like crossing a one-way street. They would be slow. They might be visible for 5 whole minutes, side to side, beginning to end. Would the pinwheel spin slower than that? Or would they simply be followed from their very first step out the door? So many questions. Including the biggest question of all. What kind of tag would it be? Probably not the schoolyard kind, not a slap on the shoulder, not a beanbag. 6 men, 30 square miles, quad bikes and night vision, confident of success? Not good. Which led to the biggest decision of all. Stick together or split up. They could go different directions. It would double their chances. More than. If one of them got caught, the other would benefit from the diversion. One of them might get away. Reacher sat in the Subaru on the wide gravel shoulder. If the organic jute wasn't true, then nothing was true. Told you so, said the back part of his brain. The tow truck wasn't there for an abandoned car. Not the way the story was told. Elizabeth Castle said taxis wouldn't drive out that far. The abandoned car was invented. It was part of a fantastically elaborate bullshit story, along with the alleged plumbers and electricians and maintenance and water and power. The tow truck was a roadblock. Burke said, "What are you thinking?" "I'm wondering where the people were. We saw one guy, but there were 4 vehicles parked. So overall, I'm thinking something weird is happening up there. But then I'm thinking, how bad could it be? It's a motel. But then I'm thinking, it has a roadblock. And I guess bad things could happen at a motel with a roadblock. Possibly very bad things. But I lose the phone if I go up there, and I want to hear about Carrington and Elizabeth Castle. It's my fault they're together. And I think Amos is going to call me. She wants me back in town." This time she paused before she said no. A significant amount of time. Sooner or later she's going to ask me. "What could you do there?" "I could walk around. They have my description. I'm the real thing. Carrington is a pale imitation. It would take the pressure off him. Now the bad guy would be coming after me." "Doesn't that worry you?" "He wants to take me back to Boston. He wants to throw me off a building. That would be a long and complicated operation. I don't see how it could end well for him." "What kind of bad things could happen at a motel with a roadblock?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Reacher said. The last of the day was fading, so the outside lights were on, up and down the boardwalk. The 6 men were starting to lay out their gear. All 6 doors were open. All 6 rooms were lit up bright. Guys wandered in and out, as if absent-mindedly, holding bits and pieces. There was an element of display involved. Not that there was much latitude for showing off. The rules were tight. Everyone started equal. The playing field was level. Everyone got a randomly issued identical quad bike, like a lottery. Everyone used the same night vision, standard practice. The course owner got to specify the exact device. Mark picked Generation 2 Army Surplus, which was the industry consensus, and a plentiful unit. Clothing and footwear were not restricted, but those experiments had been conducted long ago by different people, and now everyone dressed the same. Nothing in the soft bags was worth a second look. The hard cases were a different story. Strange, ungainly, suggestive shapes. Again, not restricted, a personal choice. Or factional, or ideological, or faith-based. Anything was permitted, or any combination. Recurve, reflex, self, long, flat, composite, or takedown. Everyone had a favorite and a theory, backed by a little experience and a lot of wishful thinking. Everyone was planning improvements. Everyone was tinkering. There were plenty of sideways glances when the hard cases came out. The last of the day was fading, so the view from the gravel shoulder was changing. It was dimming and going gray. In his mind, Reacher replaced it with the motel. As they first saw it. The close-up view of what lay ahead. Bright sunshine, the office on the left, the Volvo wagon outside of 3, the fake carpet van outside of 7, the small blue import outside of 10, and the long bed pickup truck outside of 11, plus room 5's lawn chair, slightly out of line. Burke said, "What?" "It's a back-of-the-brain thing," Reacher said. "You prefer the front. Tell me anyway. What do they need to make a bad thing happen?"
Theologically?
In practical terms. There could be many things. They need a victim. Can't do a bad thing without one. Maybe it's a young girl, for example. She was lured there and trapped. Maybe they're going to force her to make a porn movie. The motel is a convenient location. Certainly it's remote.
You think it's porn?
I said, for example. It could be a lot of different things. But all those things require a victim. Everything has that in common. A victim on the premises, somehow captured and held there, immediately available when the rest of the party gathers. Burke said, "On the premises where?" "Room 10 was qualitatively different," Reacher said. "Two separate ways. First the car, the only foreign plate, also smaller and cheaper and worn out, therefore probably a young person's car, possibly far from home and vulnerable. Secondly, the bedroom window. The blind was down, the only one out of 12. Burke said nothing. Reacher said, "I told you, it's a back-of-the-brain thing." "What are you going to do about it?" "I don't know." "You should go take another look." "Maybe." "Carrington is a grown-up. He can take care of himself." "He's completely in the dark. He knows nothing about any of this." "Okay, the cops can take care of him." "They don't want you there anyway. The lady detective is not going to ask. Trust me." Reacher said nothing. He dialed Amos's number. It rang 4 times. She said,
"Nothing yet."
"How do you feel?" he asked.
"Rush hour is over. Downtown is quiet. We have eyes most places they need to be. And after all, the description is of someone else entirely. This is only a theory. Overall, I would say I feel reasonably okay."
"On a scale of 1 to 10?
"About a 4,
she said. "Would it help if I was there?"
"Honest answer?"
"On a scale of 1 to 10.
"Is there a number smaller than 1?
1 is the irreducible number."
"Then a 1,
she said. "What about without the rules and the bullshit?"
"Still a 1,
she said. "Okay, good luck," he said. "I'm going out of cell phone range. I'll check in when I can." Chapter 35. Once again, the TV turned on all by itself. The tinkle, the blue screen, the smeared transition to a man's face against a black wall. This time, it was Mark, head and shoulders, waiting. He looked away and asked if something was working, which evidently was, because they heard the whole exchange. Mark looked back at the camera, at them, eye to eye. He stared. He waited. He smiled. He said, "Guys, we promised a follow-up session for questions and answers, just in case something wasn't clear when Peter explained it earlier. So, here we are." Patty said,
"Tell us about the tags."
"Come sit on the end of the bed again. We'll have a full and frank discussion." Patty shuffled around. Shorty followed. Didn't want to, but he did. Mark said, "Patterns of consumption are changing. Aspirational expenditures are no longer limited to bigger and better physical objects. A bigger house, a bigger diamond, a better Monet. Now there's a new category. People buy experiences. They buy tickets for the moon. They visit the ocean bed. Some of them pay to act out their fantasies. For once in their lives. Some of them are harmless. Some of them are sick. They gather on the internet. They find secret message boards. That's where we advertise."
"What message boards?"
Patty said.
"Who are these people?"
"You've met Carol," Mark said. "The other 5 come from one particular website. It has a fascinating ambiguity in its name. Very clever underground marketing. Is it describing its members, or is it describing the activity it promotes to its members? Is it a mistake, or is it a nod and a wink? It's purely a matter of emphasis. There are no grammatical rules to help you. Patty said,
What's the name of the site?
Bow hunting people.
What?
Which I hope answers your question about the nature of the tag. The game places no restriction on the type of bow, except no mechanical draw and no crossbows, obviously. Probably they'll use medium-length composite recurves. They're hoping to be mobile. They learn a lot from the deer hunting world. They'll use broadhead arrows, probably. Maybe barbed, but that will depend where you are. If they see you early, they might just track you for a spell. Then they'll shoot to wound. They want you to last all night. They paid a lot of money.
You're insane.
Not me, Mark said. I'm just catering to the grubby end of the market. Their desires are their own business.
You're talking about murdering us.
No, I'm talking about giving you the chance to get away from here scot-free. I'm your best friend right now. I'm trying to help you.
You can't afford for us to walk away.
Now you're just making excuses. Don't quit before you start. It's a big world out there. There are only 6 of them.
Do they have night vision?
Well, yes.
And quad bikes?
Which means you can hear them coming. Don't you see? You're not completely helpless here. Choose your direction carefully, stay alert, listen hard, try to predict from the sound which way the bikes will go, and then slip in behind them after they're gone. It might be possible. Presumably someone will do it sooner or later. It's only 2 miles by the shortest route, as you know, straight down the track. But I would advise against, even alongside in the trees, too obvious surely. Someone would be lying in wait. No one answered. Mark said, More advice, if I may. Check your door from time to time. The clock starts ticking as soon as it unlocks. It's your responsibility to know. No further announcements will be made. When it opens, I suggest you depart immediately. Give it your best shot. Look on the bright side, it's a big woods. Bow hunters like to get within 40 feet, closer if they can. Shooting arrows in a forest is hard. There are always trees in the way. No one spoke. Mark said, More advice, if I may. Please don't plan to sit in your room. It might feel smart, but it's faulty strategy. It never works. As soon as they realize what you're doing, they'll move in, until they have you surrounded. You'll have 6 guys at your door. They'll be disappointed. They didn't get their sport. They'll take it out on you. They'll make you last all night, but not in a good way. No one spoke. Mark asked, Did you talk about splitting up and going solo? Shorty looked away. I know, Mark said. Tough choice. The percentage play would be go for it. Problem is, you would never know what happened to the other person. In their final moments, I mean. Burke drove north. The phone died bar by bar. Reacher laid down the law. Burke was to let him out at the mouth of the track, then go home and stay home, safe and secure, never to return. Not saying yes and then doubling back and waiting. Not following on foot just to see what was happening. None of that. Go home, stay home, forget all about it. No argument, no discussion. Not a democracy. That was the deal. Burke agreed. Reacher asked him again. Burke agreed again. They drove into the trees. It was already full dark under the canopy. Burke used his headlights. The twisted posts showed up 5 miles later. Right on time, right where they should be. Burke stopped the car. Reacher got out. Burke drove away. Reacher stood on the road and watched him go. Eventually, his taillights disappeared way far in the distance. Silence came down. There was thin moonlight on the road from a gray night sky. Under the trees was darkness. Reacher set out walking, alone in the dark. Patty tried the door. She hoped it wouldn't open. Not yet. They weren't ready. They were leaning towards staying together, at least at first, as long as they could. But they hadn't said so out loud, not yet. They were leaning towards heading west, directly away from the track, the opposite direction, a longer route out, counterintuitive, maybe a good idea, maybe predictable. They didn't know. They hadn't committed, not yet. They had debated taking a map from the car. In the end, they decided not to. It was a compass they needed. They were worried about getting lost in the woods. They might walk in circles forever. The door was still locked. Patty stepped back and sat on the bed. 2 minutes later, Reacher arrived at the tow truck. Its hard bulk loomed up out of the gloom. The darkness made its paint look black. Its chrome looked dull and gray. He knelt behind it and felt ahead for the fat rubber wire. He found it and logged its position in his mind. He stepped over it. He forced his way along the side of the truck, leading with his shoulder, elbow high, one side of him sliding easy on the waxed and polished paint, the other side of him getting pelted and scratched with twigs and leaves. He came out at the front and felt his way around to the center of the radiator grill, which was the center of the track. He lined himself up and set out walking. 2 miles to go. They heard the quad bike start up, first one and then another. The distant shriek of a starter motor, the nervous bark of a high-strung engine, the fast and anxious idle. Then a third machine, and a fourth. The noise beat back off the barn wall. Then a fifth and a sixth. Then all of them, growling and rumbling and buzzing, milling about, snicking into gear, accelerating away one by one, across the grass, onto the track, turning right, away from the house, towards the motel. For a second, Shorty wondered who had gotten the bike they had pushed to the road and back. Patty tried the door. Still locked. The bikes formed up into what sounded like single file. They drove through the lot. Shorty turned and watched out the window. A procession. The boardwalk lights were still on. The bikes drove by, left to right, one by one. The riders were all dressed in black. They all had bows slung across their backs. They all had quivers full of arrows. They all had weird, one-eyed night vision goggles strapped to their heads. Some of them were blipping their engines. Some of them were up out of their saddles, raring to go. They all rode away. For a second, Shorty wondered who had bet on the West. Patty tried the door. It opened. Chapter 36. Patty pulled the door all the way open and stood staring out from 1 inch inside the threshold. The outside air was soft and sweet. The sky was dark as iron.
"This is crazy," she said. "I don't want to go. I want to stay here. I feel safe here."
"We aren't safe here," Shorty said. "We're sitting ducks here."
"We're sitting ducks everywhere. They have night vision."
"There are only 6 of them."
9, Patty said. "You think the assholes are going to be impartial?"
"We can't stay here." Patty said nothing. She put her hand out the door. She opened her fingers. She felt the air. She pushed it and cupped it, like swimming.
"We'll go to Florida," Shorty said. "We'll have a windsurfer business. Maybe jet skis, too. We'll sell T-shirts. That's where the money is. Patty and Shorty's Aquatic Emporium. We could have a fancy design."
Patty looked back at him.
"Jet skis need servicing," she said. "I'll hire a mechanic," he said. "Regular as clockwork, I promise."
She paused a beat.
"Okay," she said. "Let's go to Florida."
They took nothing except the flashlights. They hustled out between the dead Honda and a pickup parked next door. They tracked around room 12 and came back on the blind side, along the back wall, to where they guessed their bathroom was. They pressed their backs against the siding. West was dead ahead. A faint gray acre of grass, and then a wall of trees, low and black beyond it. They listened hard, and they looked for lights. They heard nothing, and they saw nothing. They held hands and set out walking, fast but not running. They slipped and stumbled. Soon they were out in the open. Shorty imagined weird, one-eyed night vision goggles turning in his direction, zooming in and focusing. Patty thought, if they see you early, they might just track you for a spell. They fixed their eyes on the dark horizon, the wall of trees. They hustled on towards it, closer and closer, faster and faster. They ran the last 50 yards. They slipped between the first trunks and stopped dead, bent over, breathing hard, gasping, for air, from relief, with primitive joy at having survived. Some kind of ancient victory, making them stronger. They stood up again. They listened. They heard nothing. They moved deeper into the woods. On and on. Slow going because of vines and low stuff around their ankles, and because of stepping left and stepping right around all the trees. Plus it was dark. They didn't risk the flashlights, not yet, because of the night vision. They figured it would be like setting themselves on fire. 5 minutes later, Patty said,
Are we still heading west?
Shorty said,
I think so. We should turn south now.
Why?
We were out in the open an awful long time. They could have been watching from a distance. They saw us heading west, so now they think we're going to continue heading west.
Do they?
Because unconsciously people project spatial things in straight lines.
Do they?
So we need to turn off one way or the other, north or south. They can project us west all they want. We'll never show up. I like south better. If we find a road, it's a straight shot to town.
Okay,
we should make a left turn. If we're really heading west right now.
I'm pretty sure, Shorty said. So Patty turned what she hoped was exactly 90 degrees. She checked it carefully. She was shoulder on to Shorty. She was sideways on to the way they had just been walking. She set out in the new direction. Shorty followed. On and on. The same slow progress. Grabby vines and whip-like saplings. Sometimes fallen boughs propped diagonally across their path, which meant a detour and a long look back to make sure they hadn't gotten turned around. Way far in the distance, they heard a bike, maybe a mile away. A short trip. It started up, it rode a minute, and it shut down again. The faintest sound. Repositioning, maybe. For what? On what basis? Patty stopped walking, and Shorty bumped into her. She said,
Do they ride them all the time, like horseback? Or do they get off and approach on foot?
I guess I don't hear them buzzing around all the time, so yeah. I guess they park them and fan out on foot.
Which means we won't hear them coming. Mark was bullshitting.
There's a surprise.
We're in trouble. It's a big woods. They need to get closer than 40 feet. That guy was real far away. He was shit out of luck. We should turn southwest now,
Patty said. Why?
I think from here it would be the fastest way to the break in the trees.
Won't they guess?
We can't worry about that anymore. There are 9 of them. Between them, they can guess everything.
Okay. We should head half a turn to the right.
If we're really heading south right now.
I'm pretty sure, Shorty said. More or less.
I think we got turned around.
Not by much. Patty said nothing. Shorty said, What?
I think we're lost in the woods. Which is full of archers who want to kill us. I think I'm going to die surrounded by trees. Which I guess is fair. I work in a sawmill.
You okay?
A bit lightheaded.
Hang in there. We're close enough for government work. Turn half right, keep on going, and we'll reach the clearing. They did all those things. They turned half right, they kept on going, and they reached the clearing. A minute later. But it was the wrong clearing. They were behind the motel again. The same gray acre of grass. A different angle, but only slightly. They were coming out of the woods about 20 yards from where they ran in. Reacher heard motorcycle engines far in the distance. First a swarm, like a whole bunch together, buzzing faintly, right at the edge of silence. Then individual machines about a mile away, some driving by, some slowing down. Not the clumsy bass beat of American machines. The other kind of motorbike noise. High revs, gears and chains, all kinds of cams and valves and other parts howling and thrashing up and down. The quad bikes, he assumed. There had been 9, neatly parked in 3 rows of 3, in front of the barn. Now they were out and about, revving and squirming their way through the trees. Hunting, said the back part of his brain. Okay, said the front part. Maybe a protected species, a bear cub or something, highly illegal. Maybe that was the victim. Except a bear cub didn't drive an import or hide with the blind down. He stopped in the dark and shuffled off the track. He stood 6 feet in the trees. Way up ahead, he heard a bike. Not moving. Idling in place. Waiting. No headlight. Then it shut down. The silence became total again. Overhead, where the canopy was thin, there were slivers of steel-gray sky. Moonlight on low cloud. Reacher moved up through the trees, following the track, 6 feet from its edge. Patty sat on the ground with her back against a tree. She stared across at the motel, the blind side, the back wall, where they had started.
You okay?
Shorty said again. She thought,
if they see you early, they might just track you for a spell.
Out loud, she said,
Sit down, Shorty. Rest when you can. This could be a long night.
He sat down, the next tree. He said,
We'll get better at it. No, we won't,
she said.
Not without a compass. It's impossible. We tried 3 straight lines and ended up walking a pretzel.
What do you want to do?
I want to wake up and find this has all been a horrible dream. Apart from that, I want to go east. I think the track is the only way. Alongside, in the trees, so we don't get lost. Any other direction is futile. We could wander all night.
They know that.
They always knew. They knew sooner or later we have no alternative but to try the track, our last resort. We should have known too. We were stupid. 30 square miles with 6 guys was always ridiculous. What kind of game is that? It's a lottery. But it isn't 30 square miles. It's a narrow strip either side of the track. That's where all the action will be. It's inevitable. They're waiting for us there. The only gamble for them is what angle we approach from, and when.
Shorty was quiet a long moment, breathing in, breathing out. Then he said,
I want to try something. What kind of something? First, I want to see if it's possible. I don't want to look stupid.
She thought, short odds, Shorty. Out loud, she said,
What do we need to do?
Follow me, he said. In the back parlor, Stephen tracked the GPS chips inside their flashlights. They were beefy transmitters, powered by a parasitic feed from the 4 brand-new D-cell batteries with long antennas taped inside the aluminum cases. Currently, they were moving from the edge of the forest towards the back of the motel. Medium speed, walking, not running, in a precisely straight line, which was in stark contrast to their previous navigational performance, which had been chaotic. They had been staggering uncertainly south of west from the get-go, in a tight curling line they evidently thought was straight. Their left turn looked good temporarily, but they wandered again, almost in a circle, and then their final turn brought them back to where they had started. On 2 occasions they had crossed their own tracks, apparently without realizing. He watched. They made it to the motel's back wall. Then they retraced their earlier steps exactly. They tracked back around the end of the building, around room 12, into the lot, past room 11. Then they stopped, outside room 10. Chapter 37. Shorty raised the Honda's hood and felt around under the battery, the stiff black wire, chopped in half, the cut ends like new pennies. He backed away and walked through room 10 to the bathroom. He grabbed up all the towels, a big messy bundle, and he carried them outside. He dumped them on the gravel near the Honda's rear wheel.
"Check the other doors," he said. "Get more if you can."
Patty started with 11. The door was unlatched. She went in. Shorty went back to 10. He picked up the suitcase, both hands around the rope. He staggered out with it. He rested it a moment on the boardwalk. He heaved it down the step to the lot and staggered with it all the way across, short, uncertain steps to the grass on the far side, the meadow before the woods. He blundered through it, his heels sinking in the soft earth, the case swishing against the seed heads. He made it 30 yards and stopped and dropped the case and laid it down flat in the grass. Then he walked back. Patty had gotten towels out of 11, 7, and 5. Altogether, they had 4 piles. He went back to 10's bathroom and came out with a jagged shard of tile, broad at the base, wicked at the tip. He dropped it on the towels near the Honda's rear wheel. He asked,
"Which room had the most stuff?"
7,
Patty said.
"Lots of clothes, lots of potions in the bathroom. That guy takes good care of himself."
Shorty walked down to 7. He ignored the clothes and the potions. Instead, he checked the wash bag on the bathroom vanity. It was black leather. He dumped it out in the sink. He found what he wanted right there, bottom of the bag, top of the pile. A nail clipper, the usual kind of thing, metal, a moon-shaped pincer, and a swivel-out file. He put it in his pocket. He walked back to the Honda. He put the shard of tile aside. He laid the towels neatly one on top of the other like a thick quilt. He shuffled it into position, flat on the gravel, under the Honda's rear end. He did the same thing with the towels from 5, 7, and 11 under the Volvo, the Persian carpet van, and the pickup truck, respectively. He went back to the Honda and laid down on his back. He squirmed into position. He stabbed the shard of tile into the bottom of the gas tank, again and again. It was tougher than he expected. A flake of porcelain smashed off the tile.
"Shit," he thought. "Please. I don't want to look stupid."
He knew what she was thinking. But for once in his life, he got lucky. The missing flake of porcelain sharpened the tip. It added a third dimension. It made it a needle. He changed his position and seated the base of the tile in his blunt potato farmer's palm, and he stabbed it upward as hard as he could. He felt the tip go in. He felt a stain of gasoline. He widened the hole, and a minute later, he had about 5 gallons soaked into the pad of towels. He did the same thing 3 more times, under the truck and the van and the Volvo. His head spun from the fumes, but he felt full of strength and energy, full of doing and fighting and winning. He pulled out the dripping wads one by one and piled them on the boardwalk, all apart from one small towel, which he took with him, soaked in gasoline. He slid it under the Honda's battery. He poked it into crevices and draped it over bolts and brackets. Then he backed away and straightened up and shook his hands to dry them. He got in the driver's seat and put the key in the lock. He clicked it on. He clicked every switch he could find. Heated rear windshield, lights, wipers, radio, whatever. He wanted maximum load. He got out. He took the nail clipper from his pocket and unfolded the file. It was a thin blade, maybe 2 inches long and a 1/4 inch wide, made of gritty metal with a curl on the end, good for scraping. He put one arm under the hood. He bent it at the elbow and dipped down and twisted his hand underneath, and he slid the tip of the file into the severed space between the 2 halves of the stiff black wire, between the 2 copper pennies. He twisted the file. He completed the circuit. metal to metal to metal. There was a furious fizzing cascade of sparks, and the gas-soaked towel went whoomp and burst into flames, and Shorty dropped the nail clipper and snatched his hand away, and then he ran back and forth to the boardwalk, grabbing more towels, lighting them on fire from the flames under the Honda's hood, tossing them into rooms, into 11, into 10, on the bed, on the floor, into 7, into 5, the last few anywhere, on the boardwalk, on a plastic lawn chair outside the office door. They walked backward across the lot. Already flames were curling out of doors and windows. Fantastic shapes were boiling under the eaves, racing laterally, stopping, starting, like breathing, then joining together and lighting the roof on fire. Shorty said,
They can't afford to look at it, not with night vision. It would fry their eyeballs. All we have to do is keep it directly behind us and they won't see us coming.
In her head, Patty thought out the geometry, and she nodded and said,
That's pretty smart, Shorty.
They walked east through the meadow, past their suitcase, keeping themselves exactly in line, with the fire plumb behind them and the mouth of the track dead ahead. Reacher found a quad bike parked on the track. It loomed up in gray-filtered moonlight. He was 6 feet in the trees. He dodged left and right to see the whole picture. The bike was stopped on a diagonal, facing mostly back towards the motel. The front wheels were turned in that direction. The handlebar was askew, as if it had driven down and slowed and turned a tight half circle, but not completely. Not a full 180. No sign of a rider. Hunting, said the back of his brain. Okay, said the front. But where? Up ahead, surely. The guy had driven down and swung around and parked. When he figured he was safely beyond the far edge of the action, like a backstop position, he had thought about it carefully. Reacher had heard him in the distance. The guy had sat astride his idling bike most of a minute, presumably leaning forward on his handlebars, staring ahead, calculating. Then he had shut down and gotten off, and presumably he had walked back the way he had come, to get closer to the action, to squeeze the perimeter, to improve his angles. Which meant Reacher was currently behind him. Always a good place to be. He looked ahead through the trees. He dodged left and right for a better view. No sign of the guy. Reacher moved up in the trees. Hard going. Vines, brambles, leafy undergrowth shrubs. Not quiet either. But he broke up his footsteps to a staccato rhythm. Not left, right, not like a route march, just random scrabbling, like an animal. Maybe a fox digging cover in the dark. Maybe a bear cub, hard to tell. He kept on going. He saw the rider. But only just. The guy was standing in the middle of the track, almost invisible in the moonlight gloom. He was half turned away from something up ahead. He was an extraordinary figure. He was dressed in tight black clothes, like athletic gear. He had an archery bow slung across his back. He had a quiver of arrows. Strapped to his head was a one-lens night vision device, like a Cyclops eye, U.S. Army, second generation. Reacher had used them. A night hunt, said the back of his brain. Told you so. Okay, said the front. There was a faint glow on the horizon, slightly red, slightly orange. Reacher moved up in the trees. A long step, a furtive rustle, and then another. The guy didn't notice. He was moving his head, trying to see the distant glow in the corner of his eye, where it wouldn't burn too bright. But he couldn't do it. He kept flinching away. In the end, he flipped the optical tube up and out of the way, and he took a look with the naked eye. He stepped back and left to get a better view. Reacher stepped forward and right. Something was on fire, way far in the distance. The guy was about 8 feet away, to the right and a little ahead. He was a well-built individual. With the night vision up, he was as handsome as a movie actor. a nighttime bow hunter. Of what?
There's always a victim, said the back of his brain.
Reacher moved. The guy heard. He took the bow off his back in one fluid motion. A split second later, he had an arrow in his hand. He knocked the arrow and half drew the string and held the weapon half ready, pointing low. He looked all around. His night vision was still in the up position, disengaged. The arrowhead was wide and flat. It shone faintly in the moonlight. It was a decent chunk of steel. It would do some damage, like getting hit with an axe, but harder. Then the guy raised the bow high, both hands, as if he was about to ford a river. He used his forearm to knock his optical tube back into place. Now he had vision again. He peered around, grotesquely, mostly ahead, one huge glass eye the size of a coffee can, his head moving slowly. Reacher stepped back and left. He lined up the trees. He wanted a sliver of view, but a narrow one. The narrower the better. The guy kept peering around. He covered what was ahead of him. Then he turned to see what was to the side of him. Then he turned some more to see what was behind him. He looked straight at Reacher. The blank glass lens fixed right on him. The guy raised the bow and drew the string. Reacher swayed right. The arrow fired and buried itself in the tree in front of him with a ringing thunk that sang through the hardwood from bowl to crown. Like an axe, but harder. The guy reloaded with fast, practiced movements, all right-handed, taking an arrow from the quiver, fitting it to the bow, at the head, at the feathers, then drawing back the string. Ready. Not much slower than working a bolt-action rifle. Same kind of ballpark. Reacher called out, "Are you aware that you're shooting at a human target?" The guy fired again. There was a thump of energy in the air as the bowstring released, and the shish of the arrow in flight, and then the same slamming thunk as it hit a tree. Reacher thought, "I guess I'll take that as a yes."
Told you so,
said the back of his brain. The front of his brain noted that in all his long and varied life, which included military service in many different parts of the world, he had never before been attacked with a bow and arrow. It was a brand new experience. But no fun so far. The night vision was the problem. He was at a huge disadvantage. He knew second-generation gear pretty well. He had used various AN/PVS models, Army-Navy Portable Visual Search. Like most second-generation military gear, they were logical developments of the first generation. Images were much sharper around the edge of the lens. Light amplification was boosted from 1,000 to 20,000 times. They gave a highly detailed, fine-grained picture. Monochrome, slightly gray, mostly green, a little cool, a little wispy, a little fluid and ghostly. Not quite reality. In some ways, better. A huge tactical advantage. 20,000 times was a big differential. He had 0 times. He had almost pitch dark. It took a strenuous, wide-eyed stare even to tell the difference between a tree and not a tree. There were occasional glimmers of dappled moonlight, some of them real, most of them wishful thinking. Far to the left was the orange glow in the sky, getting brighter. He could see the gleam of the next arrowhead. It was ready to go. It was tracking left, tracking right, trying to find a line through the trees. The guy was stepping in, stepping back, going left, going right, trying to find his shot. A 3-dimensional problem. Then a 4-dimensional problem when Reacher started moving too, randomly, left, left, right. Not much, really just swaying, but enough to need a new ballistic calculation every single time. Reacher called out, "You need to come closer." The guy didn't move. Reacher said, "Come in the trees with me." The guy didn't answer. "You would if I was a deer," Reacher said. The guy locked on. The glassy end of the coffee can pointed straight at Reacher, who saw only a sliver of the right-hand edge of the lens, a chord in geometric language, a chopped-off edge of a circle. which in turn meant the guy saw only Reacher's right eye, and then a wide tree, and then maybe part of his left shoulder. Not a great target. Reacher knew people who could have hit it with anything from a lawn dart to a nuclear missile, but clearly the guy with the bow wasn't one of them, because Reacher was still alive to have the thought. "Come in the trees with me," he said again. The guy didn't answer. No doubt he was thinking things through. Reacher sure was. A small, crowded space with limited room for maneuver, especially with a bow. Tactically awkward, especially in terms of range. Anything more than arm's length, there was a tree in the way. But anything less than arm's length was game over. The bow could be grabbed, the night vision could be knocked off, and lethal weapons could be seized from the quiver. Like knives on sticks. The guy had about 20 of them. He wouldn't come in the trees. Reacher moved to his left. The arrowhead tracked him. Still no clear shot. Nor would there be for 3 more steps. After which there was moonlight, because the canopy was thin up ahead. The canopy was thin up ahead because a tree was missing, which left a hole, much smaller than where they turned the Mercedes, maybe half as wide and half as deep, but a hole all the same. Directly in Reacher's path, a room-sized space with no trees in the way. Mathematically impossible not to find a shot. The available options would look like a route map in the back of an airline magazine. Speed would be the critical factor. A running man might cross the space in less than a second. His critical center mass would be sideways on. It would pass through any particular point in time and space in less than 1/10 of a second. Arrows were fast, but not like bullets. Deflection would have to be calculated. The guy would have to shoot ahead of the target, into the space where the target was about to arrive. He would have to fire the arrow in anticipation, ahead of time. He had no choice. Like swinging at a fastball, he had to commit. Reacher ran left, 1 stride, 2, 3, maximum acceleration, and the guy fired at where he was going to be. A cast-iron slam-dunk grand slam. Except Reacher jinked to the right, just ahead of the last tree, like a running back in a broken field, and instead of entering the treeless room-sized space, he came straight at the guy who was caught fumbling his reload. Easy enough in your mama's basement, Reacher thought. Not so easy now. He barreled straight into the guy shoulder first, maximum demolition, no need for finesse. The guy went sprawling, all arms and legs. Reacher kicked whichever part of him was nearest. Then he grabbed the bow and pulled the night vision off the guy's head and slid an arrow out of his quiver. Then he froze. Anything less than arm's length was game over. They would know that. They would hunt in pairs. He grabbed the guy by the collar and hauled him into the trees on the far side of the track. His bow clattered on the blacktop. It came to rest out in the open. Unfortunate. It told a clear story, like the opening frame of a movie. Reacher stopped 6 feet in the trees. He hauled the guy upright. He made him stand in front like a human shield. From behind, he pushed the tip of the arrow up under the guy's chin, into the fleshy part. The guy went up on tiptoes and raised his head as high as it would go. Reacher pushed harder. He whispered, "Who are you hunting?" The guy breathed out like a sigh, which without his current tense condition might have sounded deeply contemplative, as if a subject of immense complexity had just been introduced that would require great scholarship and debate to resolve. Even from behind, Reacher could sense his lips working, perhaps subconsciously, as he rehearsed an opening statement. But he didn't speak. Instead, his breathing grew panicked for a spell. Then it resolved, as if he had accepted something. Too late, Reacher realized the panic must have been over the biggest complexities of all, which would include the cops coming and the FBI and cable TV and the trial of the century, the whole bizarre freak show out in the open, and the shame and humiliation and embarrassment and disgust. And then the certain life sentence. The acceptance was what to do about it. Under the circumstances, the best thing for all concerned. The guy flicked his feet out from under his knees, like a starfish, like a parachutist jumping out an airplane door, and he lunged forward and took his whole falling weight on the point of the arrow under his chin, which sliced up into his mouth, through his tongue, through his palate, through his sinus cavity, and into his brain. Then Reacher let it go. In the back parlor, Stephen was losing screen after screen. Most of the cameras were on the motel, looking outward, disguised as brackets for the rainwater gutters. As the motel burned, they burned. Also, all the comms hubs were in the roof space, all the radio antennas and all the telephone links. It had been the obvious location. The motel was closest to Central, with respect to the forest as a whole. It was slightly elevated. They were rebuilding it anyway. They put it all in there. Now it was burning up, including the hidden satellite dish for the secret internet account. No way to trace that ISP. But now gone. They were alone in the world. They were cut off. The GPS still worked, and the flashlights. That came direct to the house. Currently, it showed Patty and Shorty heading for the mouth of the track, in a straight line, with the burning motel directly behind them, no doubt. Smart. It had never been thought of. Not in any of their brainstorming sessions. Not in any of their simulations. It should have been thought of. Night vision or no night vision, they would be very hard to see against a bright moving glare directly behind them. Not until they were very close. His final problem was customer number 3's heart rate monitor. It was sounding an alarm. Not a necessary piece of equipment, but part of the terms and conditions. A private experiment run by Robert, who wanted to test the notion that the thrill of the hunt was in the chase. He thought not, based on experience in Thailand. He thought the thrill came in the delicious hour after the prey was cornered. He wanted numbers to prove it. Hence, customers were to wear monitors. Data was to be recorded. So far, number 3 had displayed increasing excitement, with a recent huge peak, and then he had flatlined. According to his monitor, he was dead. Chapter 38. Patty and Shorty held hands, and somehow the palm-to-palm contact was better than talking when it came to saying what they had to say. They were both feeling weird, somewhere between paralyzed and frantic, sometimes breathless, caught up in a strange double flip-flop inversion. It was pitch dark, so they were safe, except for night vision, so they weren't, except night vision couldn't be used, so they were. One step they felt secure, like little kids, hiding. They could see no one, therefore no one could see them. The next step they felt they were walking the length of a gigantic airport runway, 2 tiny figures all alone in the vastness, lit up by 1,000 probing searchlights. They didn't know which feeling was real. Maybe neither. They walked on. They waited for arrows. None came. They anticipated sentries wide on the flanks, impatient types hoping for the best, hoping for early contact. They planned to avoid them by coming in pretty much centrally, pretty much halfway between any 2 distant outposts, with the fire behind them every step. But then at the last moment, they planned to veer off course, just as far as the edge of the blaze would cover them. Then they would work around in the woods and pick up the track's direction a little farther down. Better than walking right in, they thought. Surely the mouth of the track would be watched very carefully. Also, they planned to split up, just temporarily, just by 10 yards or so.
Close enough to help,
Patty said. Then she thought, far enough to get away when the other one is killed. But out loud she said,
far enough not to make one big target.
In the distance behind them, the motel's roof fell in. A huge cloud of sparks rose up, and hungry new flames started in on the timbers. The fire was brighter than ever.
Now,
Patty said. They went south, to their right. They skipped along sideways, glancing ahead, glancing back at the fire, trying to stay covered by its white-out glow, by the very last edge of its halo, but also pushing the envelope, going as wide as they dared, and then wider and wider still. And then Shorty ran for the woods first, as agreed. He made it. Patty waited. No sound. No shouted warning. She went after him, squeezing between the same two trees, aiming to head around the same quarter circle, back towards the track. She could hear him up ahead. She was close enough to help. She glanced behind her. She was far enough to get away. Would she? She thought, a mile in my shoes, baby. Who knew what anyone would do? She walked on. Then, two things happened so fast and sudden her mind went blank. They came out of nowhere, too fast to see. Two things happened, that was all she knew. And then nothing. Except Shorty was suddenly standing in front of her, and a guy was lying on the ground. Then came a painful slow-motion replay, like a mental reaction, maybe a therapeutic purpose, post-traumatic. In her mind, she saw a guy looming up, literally a nightmare vision, all in black, tight nylon, a bow, an arrow, a hideous mechanical one-eyed face, the bow jerking right, tilting down at her legs, aiming low. They'll shoot to wound. Then the string drawing back, the arrowhead winking in the moonlight. Then out of nowhere, Shorty was behind the guy, swinging his long metal flashlight like the riot police, hitting the guy full on behind the ear, every ounce of his potato farmer bulk and muscle behind it, plus every ounce of his anger and fury and fear and humiliation. The guy went straight down. Dead, she was sure. The sound alone told her. The flashlight against his skull. She was a country girl. She had heard enough cows killed to know what it took. Close enough to help. It had worked.
Thank you,
she said.
I busted my flashlight, he said. It doesn't turn on anymore. You can have mine, she said. It's the least I can do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Keep mine for a weapon, he said. They traded flashlights. An absurd little ceremony.
Thank you,
she said again. You're welcome. She looked away.
But,
she said, but what?
They know there are two of us. They must have known we would play it like that.
I guess.
Which is a risk for them.
I guess.
They must have known that up front.
Okay.
I think their obvious solution would be to hunt in pairs.
A voice said, Damn right about that, little girl. They turned around. Another nightmare vision. Glistening black nylon tight to the skin, a complicated bow lurid with composite layers, a steel arrowhead as big as a serving spoon, a cyclops stare through an expressionless glass circle. The nightmare vision shot Shorty in the leg. The bowstring thumped, the arrow hissed, and Shorty screamed and went down like he'd fallen through a trapdoor. The arrow was stuck in his thigh. He was hauling on it and jerking his head side to side and clamping his jaw up and down, which bit his scream into separate rapid-fire gasps of agony, much faster than breathing ah, like a racing heartbeat. Patty was calm, like Shorty had been before, when her mind was blank. Now his was. Suddenly she thought, this is how life is supposed to feel. She heard herself in her head, as if she were her own teammate, at her own shoulder, saying, sure, Shorty's bad, but he won't get any worse in the next 3 seconds. Not medically possible, so feel free to take care of the other thing first. Which was the guy with the bow, who was old, she saw. Suddenly a second teammate was at her other shoulder, saying, sure, you're going to notice more now, much more detail, because now you're operating at a higher level, or maybe a more primitive level, where senses are more acute, so that although the guy is dressed head to toe in shiny black and has a machine on his face, you can tell from his posture and his movements he's about our grandfather's age, and he's stooped and he's sparrow-chested. And if we think back to all the older guys we've known, uncles and great-uncles and so on, and the lousy shape they were in, and we adjust for height and weight, then maybe we don't have too much to worry about with this guy. He was slow with his reload. His right elbow was slow to bend, kinda awkward, arthritis maybe. He tried to compensate by scrabbling for the arrow early. He fumbled it. Patty breathed in. She felt she was at the head of a tight V-shaped formation, somehow now in motion, loud music playing, her loyal teammates marching at her shoulder, willing her on, bearing her forward, buoying her up, making her weightless. The first teammate whispered,
I think the thing to remember when all is said and done, apart from anything else, is that this guy shot Shorty with an arrow, which by any standards is completely out of order.
The second teammate said,
The night vision device will protect his face. Better to aim for his throat.
Keep mine for a weapon, Shorty had said. She did it beautifully, despite very little prior experience. She felt it all happen at a molecular level. She sensed every compound flood in her brain. Some were complex emotions, mostly about Shorty. Primeval feelings, much stronger than she expected. Some were simple software downloads, dusty old how-to manuals, left behind from savage eras deep in prehistory. She absorbed them all, and they gave her animal grace and strength and speed and cunning and ferocity, plus some kind of serene human abandon over the top of it all that made her surrender to instinct completely. She danced across the space, trailing the flashlight behind her, shuffling her stride to perfection, swinging the flashlight ahead of her, accelerating it hard, keeping it low, the Cyclops eye coming down to track it, then whipping it up in a savage U-shaped curve into the narrowing angle between the dropping chin and the arching neck. It hit with a crunch she felt all the way to her elbow. The guy went down like he ran into a clothes rope. He landed on his back. She grabbed his bow and threw it away. His night vision was bound to his head with thick rubber straps. She tore it off. He was a thin, pale, sour man, about 70 years old. His mouth was opening and closing like a goldfish. Panic in his eyes. He couldn't breathe. He pointed to his throat, both hands, desperate, urgent gestures.
Can't breathe,
he mouthed.
Tough shit,
she thought. Then she heard Shorty whimper. Later, she knew she would have no defense if a lawyer accused her of flying into a murderous rage. Damn right she did. Or if he asked her sternly, did you in fact beat the victim to death with the flashlight? Damn right she did. With blows to the head, exclusively. A lot to his face. With every ounce of her strength. Until his skull looked like a bag of nails. Then she crawled back to Shorty, who was quiet. He had seen. First things first. She got her hands under his arms and dragged him deeper into the woods. She got him sitting upright against a tree. She got his legs straight out in front. Then she ran back to the guy she had killed. She took his night vision device. She strapped it on. She hated it. It smelled of his breath and his hair, and dirty metal, and perished military rubber. But now she could see. Luminous green, in fantastic detail. Every vein and every leaf on every tree was sharp as a pin, as if lit from inside, glowing softly. At her feet, she saw every twig and every fallen flake of bark with exquisite precision. In the far distance, she saw trees, just as bright as the trees close by. It was better than daylight. It was unnatural. It was amplified and smoothed and gated and displayed. She felt like Superman. She ran back to Shorty and got to work. Reacher took the dead guy's night vision device. He strapped it on and adjusted the buckles. The world went bright and green and highly detailed. He took the whole quiver of arrows. He slung it over his shoulder. 20 knives on sticks. Better than nothing. He moved deeper into the woods. No danger of getting lost. The track was still visible through the trees, even though it was now 30 yards to his left. It still showed clearly. Its luminosity was exactly equal to everything else. The night vision ignored shadow and distance. Every single thing got the same green and meticulous attention. He moved up 4 paces and stopped. He figured the second guy would be close, but not too close. Near enough for a rapid response, far enough to escape a train wreck. Within earshot, certainly. He turned a long, slow circle. He examined every detail. Night vision was not the same thing as thermal imaging. That was a different department entirely. If the guy lit a cigarette with a match, then sure, he would show up as a sudden bright flare. But solely because of the light, not the heat. Night vision didn't know about heat. If the guy didn't light a cigarette, he wouldn't really show up at all. Certainly not as a fat orange sausage of body temperature. At best, he would show up as a pale ghostly shape, the same as every other pale ghostly shape. Or not show up. He was automatically camouflaged because everything was green. No sign of him. Reacher checked the other side of the track. He moved back and forth to see through the trees. 50 yards away, easy. Perfect detail. Better than daylight. No light and shade, no dappling, no near and far. Each tree glowed exactly the same, as if equally radioactive in some nightmare future world. Each vine and bramble was a separate delicate line, impossibly thin, like engraving on a banknote. He saw the guy. Leaning on a tree, about 6 feet from the edge of the track. Skin-tight clothing, dark in color, bow in his hand, looking mostly forward up the track, but glancing back all the time down the track behind him. He was anxious. He couldn't hear his partner. Now he had to choose, respond, or dodge a train wreck. He was 40 yards from Reacher, which implied some cautious stalking. For one of them, anyway. A painstaking task, laborious. Reacher stood still. Sometimes he believed in letting the other guy do the work. First, he took a second arrow from the quiver, one in each hand. Then he chose a tree, a thick, strong specimen, about 60 years old, he thought, judging by Ryantown. He put his shoulder against it. He was a little thicker front to back than it was wide side to side, but it was close enough. He ranged away a step and squatted down. He used the arrow in his right hand to beat and batter and scythe through the undergrowth, big dramatic sweeps of his arm, intended to replicate the sound of a staggering man falling over, maybe rolling, maybe thrashing around. It was maybe convincing, maybe not. It could have been rare mammals mating. So to perfect the illusion, he added a loud, strangled, gasping groan, as if in terrible pain, part stoic, part pleading, in a voice he hoped was like a guy as handsome as a movie actor. Then he straightened up and stood sideways behind his tree. He waited 2 whole minutes. He thought the guy wasn't fooled. But then he heard him, close by, very quiet, slow and steady, exactly on line. He was a good stalker. He was probably right-handed, therefore the bow would be in his left. The bow would be thrust forward, half ready. The string would be halfway back, not slack, not tight. An awkward posture. He would be leading with his left shoulder and walking half sideways. Reacher waited. The guy got slower. Now he was close to where he thought he heard the noise. He was anxious, but cautious, too. He called out in a fierce whisper.
Hey, 3, are you there?
Reacher didn't move. The guy said,
Where are you, man? I think I lost you somewhere along the way. We need to get moving. We got something on fire up there.
South Texas, Reacher thought, a polite, sincere voice. He kicked the brambles at his feet. The guy said,
3, is that you?
Reacher didn't move. The guy said,
Are you hurt?
As a reply, Reacher made a quiet sound in the back of his throat. He guessed the nearest word in English would be air, said long and breathy. The guy crept closer. And closer. He came around Reacher's tree, leading with his far shoulder, his belly exposed, looking through a tube, which in many ways was a technical marvel, with only one significant negative, which was a lack of extreme peripheral vision, which meant the guy came half a step too far around the tree. Before he saw, before he froze. Reacher stabbed him with the arrow, a vicious uppercut high in the stomach, hard enough to bury the arrow up to Reacher's fist, hard enough to lift the guy up off his feet. Reacher let go of the arrow and whipped his hand back. The guy collapsed on his knees. The arrow was sticking out of his gut, sloping down, maybe 6 inches of shaft, and then the feathers. The guy pitched forward on his face. He landed square on the feathers. The arrowhead punched out his back. It looked wet and slimy. Not red. Green, of course. Stephen had lost one of the flashlights. The GPS had blinked off and never returned. An impact, possibly. Currently, the surviving flashlight was 60 feet in the forest, 60 yards from the track. It had not moved for many minutes. He didn't know why. But his bigger worry was the heart rate monitors. Now 4 had flatlined. Now 4 of their customers were technically dead, which was obviously insane. It was an equipment fault, had to be. But better safe than sorry. Maybe someone should go take a look. The GPS showed Peter and Robert widely separated on the flanks, at the edge of the forest, still in neutral mode, not interfering, there for advice and reassurance alone, only if called upon, nothing more. Mark was moving in a wide loop back towards the buildings. Not fast. He was either walking or riding slow on his bike. Too slow. They all needed to get moving. He needed to tell them. But he couldn't. The radio hub had burned up. Their earpieces were useless. They were hearing nothing. Therefore, doing nothing. Watching the fire, maybe. Then, the surviving flashlight started to move. Chapter 39. Shorty's pants leg was soaked with blood. Patty couldn't tear the fabric. Too wet, too heavy, too slippery. She ran back and got an arrow. She used the edge of its head to widen the slit the first arrow had made. The new arrow was sharp. It was as good as a kitchen knife. She opened a length about 6 inches either side of the wound. She peeled back the sticky fabric. She took a look. The wound was vertical. The arrow had come in with one tang up and one tang down, and it had hit above his knee, about 1/3 of the way up his thigh. Dead on central. It had speared through muscle and hit bone. She wasn't a doctor, but she knew the words. Through the quadriceps to the femur. 90 degrees from the femoral artery. Not even close. He wasn't going to bleed to death. They had been lucky. Except she was pretty sure the impact of the arrow had broken the bone. She felt around. There was a lead-shaped lump on the back of his leg, like a displaced fracture. His hamstrings were pushed out of place. He was gasping and groaning, muted, teeth clamped, and moaning, partly with pain, partly with fury. He was pale green in the night vision, in shock, but not all the way. His heartbeat was fast but steady. She studied the arrow she had used to cut the cloth. The head was a simple triangle. 2 wicked edges came together at the point. The body thickened gracefully in the middle to seat the shaft, to add weight and momentum. The edges were like razors. They would slice through anything. But there were no barbs. The edges would slice right back out again just as easily. Not even slice. No further damage. The pathway was already cut. Except Shorty's muscle had spasmed and clamped down hard. It was gripping the arrow like a vice. She said,
Shorty, I need you to relax your leg.
He said, I can't feel my leg.
I think it's broken.
That can't be good.
I need to get you to the hospital, but first I need to pull the arrow out. Right now you're gripping it. You need to let it go.
I got no control. All I know is it hurts like hell. She said,
I think we really need to pull it out.
Try rubbing the muscle, he said, like I had a cramp.
She rubbed. His thigh was cold and wet and slippery, thick with blood. He groaned and gasped and whimpered. She squeezed both sides of the wound, inching the web of her thumb closer and closer to the arrowhead, and then she pressed a little harder, both sides, gaping the wound, opening it like a mouth. Blood welled up and spilled out in little green rivers, some one way, some the other.
Tell me where we're going,
She said.
Florida.
He said.
What will we do when we get there?
Windsurfers.
What else?
T-shirts.
He said.
Where the money is.
What kind of design?
He paused a moment, thinking. Maybe something elaborate. And she gripped the arrow's shaft and jerked it as sharp and hard as she would getting a stuck 2x4 out of a rack at work. The arrow came out, and Shorty shrieked between grinding teeth, with pain and outrage and betrayal.
Sorry,
she said. He gasped and he panted. She slipped off her jacket and used the clean arrowhead to cut off the sleeves. She tied them together end to end with a generous knot. She folded the body of the jacket into a tight little pad, as small as she could get it. She pressed it down on the wound. She tied it on with the double sleeves. As good as she could get right then. A pressure dressing on the front to stop the bleeding, and a splint of sorts on the back. The big knot would hold things steady, at least for a while. She hoped.
Wait there,
she said. She ran back to the first nightmare figure, the one Shorty had hit, the crack behind the ear. She pulled off his night vision device. Its rubber straps were slick with blood. She took another arrow from the quiver. She ran back to Shorty. She gave him the headset to wear and the arrow to hold, for security, as a last-ditch defense.
Now I'm going to find us a quad bike,
she said. She took the working flashlight in one hand and the clean arrow in the other. She ran back to Shorty's guy. She stood where she had stood before. She replayed the scene in her mind. The guy had loomed up ahead of her, the nightmare vision, face to face. In other words, he had been walking in a southerly direction, coming from the north, from somewhere near the mouth of the track. She stepped over the guy and moved on to where the voice from the dark had spun them around. "Damn right about that, little girl." They had turned and seen him, face to face. He had been walking in a southerly direction too, also coming from the north, from near the mouth of the track. They were a pair, working together. Common sense said they would have left their bikes behind them. They would have parked way back, surely, and then ranged ahead on foot. She stepped over her guy and set out walking, north. Mark saw her go. He was all set to follow, but then at the last second in the corner of his eye, he saw what she was stepping over. A dead man. 2 dead men. Which put things in a whole different perspective. Burning the motel was bad enough. It was insured, ironically. But obviously he wouldn't risk a claim. Even a cursory inspection would call it arson. Because it was. At the time, Stephen hadn't understood what he was watching. To be fair, none of them had. At that point, the radio was still working, and Stephen had described the pads of towels, and he had described Shorty's mysterious mechanical work under the rear end of each of the vehicles in turn. But the camera angles were bad, and he couldn't see exactly what the hell he was doing, and no one else had any suggestions either, until suddenly the towels were all on fire, and he was throwing them around. It had never happened in any of their brainstorming sessions or simulations or war games. Now he saw it should have. It was inevitable. If customers pushed for better specimens, this was bound to happen. Sooner or later, a really bold move would come about. But still, no insurance claim. The cops would come, and they would sift through the wreckage, and they would find all kinds of weird shit. But rebuilding with cash would eat up half of what they were making that night, which would be a severe blow. Although he supposed they could tell themselves they would earn it back later, and more. But still, a blow. Were there alternatives? Suddenly he thought so. Suddenly he thought, why rebuild at all? The motel was a dump. It was nothing to him. It was a junk part of some weird old title passed down from a dead guy he never knew. He didn't care about the motel. Then and there, he decided to leave it in ruins. It would be much cheaper to convert a single room in the main house. It would be much cheaper to change the signs from motel to B&B. 6 new plastic letters, a little gold paint, a different kind of invitation. Should work fine. They didn't need more than 2 guests at a time anyway. The customers could sleep in tents, part of the whole rugged experience. But dead people were a whole different category. Mark prided himself on being realistic. He felt he wasn't blinded by emotion or ruled by sentiment or misled by cognitive bias. He felt he made purely dispassionate judgments. He felt he was good at foreseeing consequences, like speed chess in his mind. He felt he knew what would happen next. If this, then that, then the other thing. And right then he foresaw a whole lot of dominoes about to fall. The dead people would be missed, questions would be asked, data would be traced. If Robert could find people, so could the government. Probably faster. He thought, time for Plan B. Unsentimental. He walked back to his bike and rode it slowly to the house. The motel had burned to the ground. Only the metal cage around room 10 was still standing. It was glowing cherry red. The heat was fierce. He could feel it all the way across the lot. The embers rippled in the ghostly nighttime breeze, red and white and shimmering. He rode past the barn and made it to the house. He gunned the bike up the steps and parked it on the porch. He went in the front, straight to the parlor. Stephen said hello before he stepped in the door. Without looking up, he was watching the GPS. He knew Mark was in the house. Mark looked over Stephen's shoulder at the GPS screen. Only one flashlight was showing. Peter and Robert were still static on the flanks. Stephen said, 4 of the heart monitors failed. 4 now? Mark said. Stephen switched screens and showed him the data. It was laid out as 4 separate graphs, heart rate versus time. Each graph looked like a pencil sketch of mountainous terrain. All of them showed basically the same thing. First elevated and consistent excitement, then a brief plateau of extreme stress, then nothing. Might be an equipment fault, Stephen said. No, Mark said. I saw 2 of them dead already. What? Their heads were bashed in, by Patty and Shorty, I guess, who were clearly better than we thought. Where was this? South of the track. What happened to the other 2? I don't know, Mark said. Stephen switched back to the GPS screen. The surviving flashlight was moving down the track, in the trees, close to the edge. Peter and Robert were still stationary. In a separate window, the 2 surviving customers were showing elevated but consistent heartbeats, excited, the thrill of the chase. But no sudden spikes. No contact yet. Which ones are they? Mark asked. Carol and the Wall Street guy. Can we tell where they are? We know where their bikes are. They seem to have taken up a middle position. With the front 2 and the back 2 already gone. It's up to them now. Who got the back 2? I don't know, Mark said again. This changes everything, you know. It's not the same now. I agree. What do you want to do? Plan B, Mark said. Watch carefully where the flashlight goes. Stephen kept his eyes on the screen. Mark pulled a boxy black handgun up and out from under his jacket. His elbow went high because the gun was long, because it had a suppressor attached. He shot Stephen in the back of the head, and again when the body came to rest, to be sure and certain. Plan B required a lot of both. He took the bags of cash from the closet and set them down on the hallway floor. He opened the closet's back wall and took out his escape kit. Cash, cards, a driver's license, a passport, and a burner phone. A whole new person, zipped in a plastic bag. He threw Peters and Stevens and Roberts on the closet floor. He carried the bags of cash outside and set them down in the dirt a distance away. He came back to the porch and opened the front door wide. He sawed the quad bike back and forth in front of it until it had room to fall over. He removed the gas cap and threw it away. He squatted down like a weightlifter and grabbed the frame. He jerked the bike up and toppled it over on its side, towards the house, right next to the open door. Gas gurgled out of the open tank. It made a stain, then a miniature lake. Mark threw a match and backed away and grabbed the bags and ran to the barn. Halfway there, he stopped and looked back. The house was already alight, all around the front door. The walls, the porch boards, the flames were creeping inside. He turned again and ran on forward. In the barn, he put the bags in his Mercedes. He backed it out and parked it a distance away. He ran back to the barn. To his right, the house was burning nicely. The flames were up to the second-floor windows. In the barn, he hustled over to where the lawn tractor was parked, to the shelf above it, where the gas cans were kept. 5 of them all lined up, filled every time someone drove the pickup to town. Always ready. The grass had to look good. Curb appeal was important. Plan B. No more of that. He emptied the cans on the floor, under Peter's Mercedes, under Stephen's, under Robert's. He threw a match and backed away and turned and ran to his car. He set the hazard flashers going for Peter and Robert to see. A panic signal. They already knew their radios were dead. They were looking at 2 brand new fires. They had no idea what was going on. They would come running. He drove towards the mouth of the track at a stately speed, past the glowing ruins of the motel, through the meadow, flashing orange all the way. He stopped in the center of the meadow. Robert zoomed in from the right side, a wide curve out of the woods, flailing the seed heads, flattening the meadow grass under 4 fat tires. He bumped up on the edge of the blacktop and maneuvered next to the passenger side. Mark buzzed the far window down. Robert looked in. Mark shot him in the face. Mark buzzed the window back up. Peter was approaching on the left-hand side, the same wide swooping curve through the meadow, exactly symmetrical, aiming to arrive at the driver's window, not the passenger's, which meant the Mercedes itself was between him and Robert's empty bike and the slumped figure on the ground. Mark buzzed his window down. Peter maneuvered alongside, face to face. The gun was too long because of the suppressor. Mark couldn't maneuver it. It snagged on the door. Peter stopped his engine. He said, "How bad is it?" Mark paused a beat. "Really couldn't be worse," he said. "The motel burned down. Now the house and the barn are on fire, and 4 customers are dead." Peter paused and turned. Then he said, "That's a whole new ball game." "I agree." "I mean, it's the end of everything. You understand that, right? This is going to be no stone unturned." "No doubt." "We should get out," Peter said, "right this minute. Just you and me. We need to do it, Mark. The pressure will be heavy duty. We might not survive it if we stay." "Just you and me?" "Robert and Stephen are useless. They're a burden. You know that." "I need to open my door," Mark said. "I need to stretch my legs." Peter checked. "You have plenty of room," he said. Mark opened his door, but he didn't get out. Instead, he stopped the door as soon as the handle moldings were clear of the suppressor, and where Peter was still nicely framed in the now angled window. He shot him once in the chest, once in the throat, and once in the face. Then he closed his door again and buzzed his window up and turned off his hazard flashers and drove on, down the track, towards the woods. Chapter 40. Reacher got through the next section of forest pretty fast because of the night vision. He stayed 6 feet off the track. He made no attempt to be stealthy or quiet. He relied on the mathematical randomness of tree distribution to save him from arrows. A clear shot from distance was always going to be 100 to 1. At one point, way far away, he heard 4 separated pops. 2 groups, a 1 and a 3. Tiny hollow pinpricks of sound, maybe 30 seconds apart. The back of his brain said, Those were suppressed 9mm rounds fired in the open air about a mile away. The front said, or maybe they were something cooking off, possibly aerosol cans in the fire, which was getting brighter again. It had flared up once when he figured the roof fell in, and then it had faded away a little. But now the glow was back, and wider, as if more than one thing was burning. He stopped. Up ahead on the left, he saw 2 quad bikes parked side by side, front end in, at an angle, half in and half out of the trees, like outside a country roadhouse. The night vision showed no riders nearby. Presumably they were up ahead, on foot, closer to the action, like the last 2. These were the next 2. They were operating a multi-layered defense, one pair after another, which was why Reacher had avoided the infantry. He didn't enjoy slogging through endless terrain. He moved on, quieter than before. He stopped again. He saw a guy up ahead, on the other side of the track, about 30 feet in the trees, small in the distance, but lit up even-handedly, like everything else, delineated with exquisite care in fine gray and green lines, clothed like a scuba diver, a bow, a cyclops eye. No sign of his partner, some signs of anxiety, mostly about the glow in the sky, Reacher thought. The guy kept looking towards it and ducking away. Maybe a crude measure of how bright it was getting, how soon he had to flinch away. The guy was tall and substantial, and his head was up, and his shoulders were square. But he wasn't comfortable. Reacher had seen his type before, not just in the Army. No doubt the guy was a big-deal alpha male at whatever it was he was good at. But right then he was out of his depth. He was twitching with confusion, or resentment, as if deep down he couldn't understand why his staff officers or his executive assistants hadn't taken care of things for him a damn sight better. Reacher moved up through the trees on the other side of the track. He moved slowly and quietly, all the way to where he was exactly level with the guy. Reacher was 6 feet in the trees. Then came the track. The guy was 30 feet in on the other side, a straight line on a plan, but not a clear shot in a forest. The guy was too deep. He had boxed himself in, too defensive. He had no natural avenue of attack. Reacher walked across the track, dead on line, 100 random trees between him and the guy. He stepped back into the woods on the other side, and he worked his way through, now 20 feet from the guy, still dead on line. The glow in the sky was amplified 20,000 times, and it winked and danced through the leaves like camera flashes, like a movie star stepping out of a car. Up ahead, the guy was looking down. Maybe the sparkle bothered him. Now he was 10 feet away. Reacher eased his speed back to nothing. He took a good look around. A full 360. He studied the picture, section by section. Highly detailed, fine-grained, monochrome, slightly gray, mostly green, a little cool, a little wispy, a little fluid and ghostly. Not quite reality, in some ways better. No sign of a partner. Reacher moved on. As always, he believed in staying flexible. But as always, he also had a plan, which in this case was to stab the guy in the neck with an arrow, which would be easy enough, because arm's length was game over. But flexibility intervened. Up close, even in glimpsed slivers between trees, it was clear the guy was worried in a particular kind of way, an elemental way, like a billionaire whose plane crashes on an uninhabited island, or whose car gets an fender bender in the wrong neighborhood, the food chain, suddenly not as high as he thought, maybe ready to make a deal. Reacher rushed him, and the guy reacted by jerking his bow up, probably nothing more than animal instinct, not a considered decision, which was a shame, because just in case, Reacher had to scythe his arrow down, like a knife on a stick, to slash all 4 of the guy's left-hand knuckles. The guy howled and dropped the bow, and Reacher stepped real close, their optical tubes colliding, and he kicked the guy behind the knees so that he fell over on his back, whereupon Reacher flipped the guy's night vision up with his foot and then jammed the same foot on the guy's throat and forced the tip of the arrow between his lips and tapped it on his teeth.
"Want to talk?"
he whispered. The guy couldn't answer in words because of the arrow jammed against his teeth, or in gestures either because of the foot jammed against his throat. Instead, he kind of nodded with his eyes. Some kind of desperate plea. Some kind of promise. Reacher withdrew the arrow. He asked, "Who are you hunting?" The guy said, "This is not what it seems." "How so?" "I came here to hunt wild boar."
"And what are you hunting instead?"
"I was deceived." "What are you hunting?" "People," the guy said. "Not what I came for."
"How many people?"
"2.
"Who are they?"
"Canadians," the guy said. "A young couple. Their names are Patty Sundstrom and Shorty Fleck. They got stranded here. I was tricked into it. I was told wild boar. They lied to me."
"Who lied to you?"
"A man named Mark. He owns this place."
"Mark Reacher?"
"I don't know his last name."
"Why didn't you call the cops?"
"No cell service here. No phones in the room."
"Why haven't you run away?"
The guy didn't answer.
"Why didn't you stay in your room tonight and refuse to participate?"
No response. "Why are you nevertheless stalking around in the dark with your bow and arrow?"
No answer.
"Wait," Reacher said. He heard a car up ahead. He saw bright, jagged shards of amplified light coming through the trees. A big vehicle with its headlights on. He flipped up his tube. The world went dark, all except for the track 30 feet to his right. It was all lit up, like the inside of a long, low tunnel. Twin high beams were punching forward. A Mercedes rolled by. It was shiny black, a big SUV shaped like a fist. Its taillights showed red for a moment. Then it was gone. Reacher dropped his tube back in place. The world went green and highly detailed again. He shifted his foot on the guy's neck to make room for the tip of the arrow. He steadied it against the welt of his shoe and exerted modest downward pressure. The guy tried to scream, but Reacher trod harder and stopped him. The guy said,
"I didn't know what I was getting into. I swear. I'm a banker. I'm not like these other guys. I'm a victim too."
"You're a banker?"
"I run a hedge fund. These other guys are nothing to do with me."
"I guess the world has moved on," Reacher said. "You seem to expect better treatment because you're a banker. When did that become a thing? I guess I blinked and missed it."
"I didn't know they were hunting people."
"I think you did," Reacher said. "I think that's why you came." He leaned harder on the arrow, and harder, until it pierced the skin and drove down through the neck, clipping the spine, and out again the other side, pinning the guy like a dead butterfly against the forest floor, against a tree root by the feel of it, gnarled and hard. But Reacher strained and leaned and pushed until the arrow was solidly rooted and perfectly upright, like a monument. Then he moved on through the trees. Mark stopped his Mercedes nose to nose with the tow truck. He had run the numbers. There was a maximum 4 people technically still unaccounted for, who were Carol and the Wall Street guy, plus Patty and Shorty themselves, plus hypothetically a 5th person if the outside pair had been victims of a third party, of the big guy perhaps come back again, because he had spotted something, because he had been unconvinced. Peter's fault. 4 people or 5? All up ahead, maybe a long way ahead. He needed 3 short minutes, that was all, maybe less. He needed to reverse the tow truck out to the road, high speed, into a ditch if necessary, anything to get it out of the way, and then he needed to sprint back and hop in his car and blast off. To anywhere. North, south, east, or west. 3 minutes, maybe less, that was all. But 5 people in locations unknown, each location being either more than 3 minutes away, which wasn't a problem, or less than, which was. But it would be hard to be less than, he thought in the end. In practical terms, even with bikes, he ran the scene in his mind. Like speed chess. First this, then that, then the other thing. He felt he knew what would happen. It was a loud diesel engine. Everyone would hear it in the distance. At first, the customers would assume the perimeter was being loosened, an on-the-fly in-game adjustment, to keep the fun coming. Patty and Shorty would think a version of the same thing. They had done well so far, so they would assume now the goalposts were being moved against them. None of them would be suspicious. 3 minutes didn't matter. None of them would react at all. Except Carol. It was his truck. He would know some kind of weird shit was going on. He might let it go because he thought he was more or less a semi-detached member of the team now, after the last couple of days, as reflected in the generous discount and so on. He might feel a bit mikaza-sukaza about it. He might even take it as a courtesy, not to be dragged out of the game. He was there as a customer, after all, not an umpire. It wasn't his job to make on-the-fly adjustments. He might let it go. Or he might not. He might be more than 3 minutes away. Even if he reacted immediately, he would need to thread his way through the forest, possibly 60 yards or more, back to wherever he parked his bike. That could be 3 minutes right there. Or not. Realistic. Dispassionate. Overall, he figured there was a good chance of success. Either Carol would let it go or he wouldn't, multiplied by either he was close by or he wasn't. 2 coin tosses in a row. Disaster priced at 4-1, success at 4-3. Numbers didn't lie. No cognitive bias. He left the Mercedes running, and he left the driver's door open. He squeezed between the trees and the truck's enormous hood. He battled his way to where the cab towered above him. He grabbed the handles and climbed the ladder. The door was locked, which he had not foreseen. For once, he hadn't known what would happen. Such a simple thing. It had never occurred to him, not in a million years. He hung there, 1 foot on a step, 1 hand on a handle, swinging free, poked by trees. At first he was angry. Carol was stupid to leave the truck without the door open and the key in. Who the hell would do that? It was insane. Flexibility was everything. They might have needed to move the truck at any time. In-game management was always fluid. Everyone knew that. Then he got worried. A sick, hollow feeling. Where was the key, if not in the truck? The best case was bad enough. The best case said the key was in Carol's pocket, which meant finding the guy and taking it from him, which would create a delay, potentially a long delay, which would in turn increase his exposure to any remaining hostile elements. Not good. But it was better than the worst case. Carol's pockets were tight, stretch fabric, shiny black. Would he want to carry a key? Would any of them? They had left their rooms open, after all, to Shorty's great advantage with his flaming towels. They hadn't wanted to carry those particular keys. Maybe they thought lumps and bumps in their pockets spoiled the look. The worst case said Carol had left the tow truck key on room 2's dresser, to be picked up in the morning. Now to be picked up never, or years in the future as a lucky find. Ashy, melted, twisted out of shape, purpose unknown. Mark climbed down the ladder and forced his way along the hood to his car. He reversed 10 yards and turned around in the hole in the trees and drove back the way he had come. Patty saw him pass by again. She had seen him leave minutes before, if it was really him. She was only guessing it was Mark in the car. Because of the night vision, she hadn't looked at the driver directly. The car had its headlights on, way too bright. But as she ducked away, she heard the hum of its engine and the whoosh of its tires. She knew it was a regular type of car, or wagon, or SUV. She just felt it was Mark inside. Running away, she thought, the first time he passed. But evidently not, because he came back again. Maybe it wasn't Mark after all. She couldn't find the quad bikes. She didn't think they would be deep in the trees. The spaces were too tight. It would be too easy to get wedged in forever. So she confined her search near the edges of the track. She expected to find them parked side by side, maybe backed half into the bushes, maybe angled, as if ready for action, but also leaving space for others to get by, as a courtesy if they wanted to. But she found nothing. She stopped walking. She was already a long way from Shorty. She didn't know how much further she should go. She looked ahead carefully. She was growing accustomed to the night vision. She turned around and looked behind her. The glow in the sky was bright again, too bright to look at directly. She half turned back and checked to the south. She saw a small nocturnal creature skitter across 6 feet of open ground and dive into a pile of leaves. It was lit up the same as everything else, a pale wan scuttling green. Probably gray in real life. Probably a rat. She turned all the way back around. She looked ahead again. There was a man in front of her. The same as before, the same nightmare vision, out of nowhere, out of nothing, just suddenly there, with a bow held ready. The string was drawn back, the arrow was aimed. But not the same as before, not at her legs, this time higher. No Shorty behind him. Not the same as before. The nightmare vision spoke. "We meet again," it said. She knew the voice. It was Carol, the weasel with the tow truck, from the Yugoslav army, who looked like a blurry face in the back of a war crimes photo. She should have known. She was stupid. Carol asked, "Where's Shorty?" She didn't answer. "Didn't he make it? Or maybe you don't know for sure. Maybe you went your separate ways. You ain't a pair right now. He ain't up ahead because I checked. He can't be behind you because that would be neither use nor ornament." She looked away. "Interesting," Carol said. "Is he back there for a reason?" She didn't answer. He smiled under his glassy snout, wide and delighted. He said, "Is he wounded?" No reply. "This is exciting," he said. "You're out gathering roots and berries to make a potion to heal your man. You're worried. You're anxious to get back. This is a truly delightful situation. You and I are going to have so much fun."
I was looking for a quad bike,
she said. "No point," he said. "My truck is parked in the way. No one gets out of here before me. I ain't dumb." He lowered his aim to her legs.
"No."
She said. "No what?"
"Yes, Shorty was wounded. Now I need to get back to him."
"How bad was he wounded?"
"Pretty bad. I think his thigh bone is broken."
"Shame," Carol said.
"I need to go see him now."
"The game says freedom of movement depends on not getting tagged."
"Please?"
she said. "Please what?"
"I don't like the game."
"But I do."
"I think we should quit. It has gotten way out of hand."
"No, I think it has gotten to the good part." Patty didn't speak again. She just stood there, with her flashlight in one hand and her arrow in the other. It was the working flashlight, not even the weapon. The arrow would be good for slashing or stabbing, but the guy was 10 feet away, out of range. He drew back the string an extra inch. The arrowhead moved backward the same inch, towards his hand, clenched tight around the grip. The bow curved harder. It sang with tension. It was the working flashlight. All in one movement, she dropped the arrow and found the switch and lit up the beam. It was like she remembered from the first time, checking on the Honda's heater hoses, a bright white beam of light hard and focused. She aimed it right at the guy, at his face, at his big glass eye. She lit it up and pinned it down. He flinched away, and his arrow fired wide and low and thrashed through the undergrowth and thumped on the ground. He ducked and squirmed and twisted. She chased him with the beam of light like a physical weapon, jabbing, thrusting, aiming always for his face. He fell to the ground and rolled over and tore the machine off his head. She switched off the flashlight and ran through the trees. Chapter 41. Patty knew running would turn out either smart or dumb, depending on whether Carol caught her or not. Simple as that. At first, she was hopeful. She was running well, and she figured he might be slow to get going. He might worry a little about an ambush up ahead with a beam of light, like a space movie on Shorty's TV. Then, bad news. She heard crashing feet behind her, getting closer. She darted right and changed direction. Carol was slower to turn. She got ahead of him. He caught up again. He got to where he was just behind her. Up ahead in the bouncing night vision, she saw the track, coming up, closer and closer, bright and clear. She was running towards it at an angle. There were crashing feet behind her. She burst out on the track. Carol burst out after her. He planted his feet. He raised his bow. They were lit up by headlight beams, amplified 20,000 times like atom bombs. They ducked away. Carol flipped up his tube. Patty tore the whole apparatus off her head. The world went dark except the car, the black Mercedes, all lit up, slowing down, Mark at the wheel. He came to a stop. He opened the door. He got out. He stayed away from the headlights. He stepped forward in the shadows. Carol raised his bow again. He aimed the arrow at Patty. But he spoke to Mark. He said, "What's on fire up there?" Mark paused a beat. "Everything's on fire," he said. "We're in a whole new ball game now." "We?" "You're kind of involved, wouldn't you say? People have died. This is going to be no stone unturned. We should get out, right this minute, just you and me. We need to do it, Carol. The pressure will be heavy duty. We might not survive it if we stay." "Just you and me?" "You're my #1 draft pick. The others are useless. They're a burden. You know that." Carol didn't answer. Mark said, "We don't have much time." "We have plenty," Carol said. "The night is still young. We can't be disturbed. No one can get in." "We need to talk about that. Really, we need to move your truck right now." "Why?" "A tactical thing, an in-game adjustment." "We don't need a tactical in-game adjustment, not now, not anymore. Shorty is wounded and I got Patty right here. The game is over." "Okay, shoot her and then let's get going." "I would want to go finish Shorty first." "You're stalling." "What?" "Do you even have the key?" "What key?" "The key to the truck," Mark said. "Where is it?" "What kind of question is that? My truck is worth a lot of money." Mark nodded. "Exactly," he said. "I'm your best friend, worried on your behalf. I hope you didn't leave the key on your nightstand. If you did, you better call a tow truck for your tow truck. The motel burned down. That was the first thing on fire up there." "I got the key right here," Carol said. "It's in my pocket." "Good to know," Mark said. He moved the long black gun out from behind his leg and he shot Carol 4 times, all in the rib cage under the arm that was holding the bow. The gunshots were loud, but dull. The long tube on the front was a silencer, Patty thought. Carol went down on the track in a sudden buckling heap with the hiss of nylon and the clatter of his bow and the crack of his head on the blacktop. Mark turned the gun on Patty. He said, "Go get the key out his pocket." Patty paused a beat and then got right to it. She felt she had done worse pulling the arrow out of Shorty's leg. The key was warm. It was no bigger than the Honda's. "Throw it over here," Mark said.
"Then you'll shoot me,"
she said. "I could shoot you any time. I could take the key from your cold, dead hand. I'm not squeamish." She threw the key. It landed at his feet. He said, How bad is Shorty?
Pretty bad,
She said. Can he move?
his leg is broken.
I think you and I might be the last two standing, Mark said. And I have to say poor old Shorty is shit out of luck with me. I'm certainly not going back to help him. He can stay where he is as far as I'm concerned. Patty said nothing. Purely as a matter of interest, how long do you think he would survive? Patty didn't answer. I want to know, Mark said. Seriously, let's work it out. What is it, 5 days without water and 5 weeks without food? Except he's not feeling great to begin with.
I'll go help him,
Patty said. Suppose you couldn't. I guess he could try to crawl his way out, but he must be dehydrating fast and feeling weak by now. Crawling might increase the risk of infection, and it would certainly increase his exposure to predators. Some of those critters like to chew on an open wound.
Let me go help him.
No, I think he should be left on his own right now.
Why do you even care? You said you were only catering to other people's grubby desires. The other people are out of the picture now, so you're done. Take the key and move the truck and get out of here. Leave us alone.
Mark shook his head. Shorty burned my motel, he said. That's why I care. Forgive me for feeling a tiny bit vengeful.
You made us play the game. Starting a fire was a valid move.
And leaving him to die is a valid response. Patty looked away, at Carol, lifeless on the blacktop, caught by the spread of the headlight beams, all harsh white light and jagged black shadows. She looked back. She said,
What are you going to do with me?
Always the same question, Mark said. You sound like a broken record.
I have a right to know.
You're a witness.
I said all along you wouldn't let us win. The game was bullshit.
It served its purpose. You should see what's in the back of my car.
Let me go see to Shorty. Come with me. Do it there, both of us.
That's romantic, he said. She didn't answer. Where is he exactly? Mark asked.
A ways back.
Too far. I'm sorry. I really need to get going. Let's do it here. Just you. He aimed the gun. She saw it clearly in the headlight spill. She recognized the brand from the TV shows she watched. A Glock, she was sure. Boxy, detailed, finely wrought. The tube on the front was satin finished. A precision component. It looked like it cost $1,000. She breathed out. Patricia Marie Sundstrom, 25, 2 years of college, a sawmill worker. Briefly happy with a potato farmer she met in a bar. Happier than she ever expected to be. Happier than she knew. She wanted to see him again. Just one more time. Something moved behind Mark's left shoulder. She saw it in the corner of her eye, in the deep black shadows beyond the headlight beams. A flash of something white, 10 feet back, suspended in the air. Eyes, she thought, or teeth, like a smile. She listened. She heard nothing, just the rustle of the car's idling engine and the soft, wet burble of its patient exhaust. Then she sensed a shape behind Mark's back. A dark void, like a tree was moving. Crazy. She looked away. Mark asked, Ready?
I'm glad your motel burned down, she said. I just wish you had been in it.
That's not nice, he said. She looked back at him. There was a man right behind him. A giant. He had stepped into the headlight wash. In his left hand was a single arrow. On his head, he was wearing a night vision device with the tube flipped up. He was 6 inches taller than Mark and about twice as wide. He was huge. He was silent. He stepped up right behind Mark's back, not more than a foot away, like two men in a crowded queue to get in the hockey game or get on a plane. He reached around with his right hand and closed it over Mark's wrist. He eased Mark's arm sideways, keeping it straight, keeping it level, effortlessly, like slowly and steadily opening a door through a perfect 90-degree arc, until the Glock was aimed sideways at nothing. He reached around with his left hand and clamped a bent elbow over Mark's upper body and crushed him to his chest. He touched the point of his arrow to the hollow of Mark's throat. Neither man moved. They looked like they were clasped together, ready to dance the tango. Except Mark was the wrong way around. The big man said, "Drop the weapon." A deep voice, but quiet, almost intimate, as if intended for Mark's ear alone, which was only inches away. In tone, it sounded more like a suggestion than a command, but with a bleak implication behind it. Mark didn't drop it. Patty saw muscles bunching in the giant's right forearm. Their contours were exaggerated by the harsh, flat light. They looked like rocks in a bag. There was no expression on his face. She realized he was crushing Mark's wrist. Slowly, steadily, inexorably, relentlessly. Mark yelped and breathed fast. She heard bones click and creak and move. Mark jerked and thrashed. The big man kept on squeezing. Mark dropped the gun. "Good choice," the big man said. But he didn't let go. He didn't change the tango dancing stance. He said, "What's your name?" Mark didn't answer. Patty said,
His name is Mark.
"Mark what?"
I don't know. Who are you?
"Long story," the big man said. His muscles bunched again. Mark squirmed. "What's your last name?" the big man asked. Bones clicked and creaked and moved.
Reacher.
Mark gasped. Chapter 42. 100 yards back, Reacher had seen the woman light up the hunter with the flashlight beam and then run like hell. He had seen the hunter chase after her. He had chased after both of them. He caught up in time to see the Mercedes arrive. He crossed the track in the dark way behind it and crept up on the far side. He heard most of the conversation, the tow truck key and Shorty and the burned motel. He had heard the guy say he thought he and the woman were the last two standing. Her name was Patty Sundstrom, according to the banker just before he died. Shorty would be Shorty Fleck. Canadians, stranded. "I got money," Mark said. "You can have it." "Don't want it," Reacher said. "Don't need it."
Gotta be some way we can work this out.
Reacher said, "Patty, pick up his gun, very carefully. Finger and thumb on the grip." She did. She came close and ducked down and grabbed the gun and scuttled back. Reacher bent Mark's arm at the elbow, 90 degrees, like he was waving, then more, until his forearm was folded back tight on his upper arm and his hand was touching his shoulder. Then more. Reacher pulled Mark's hand below the horizontal, scraping it down the back of his shoulder blade, 2 inches, 4, 6, which put all kinds of stress on all kinds of joints, mostly the elbow, but the shoulder too, and all the ligaments and tendons in between. Reacher took his arrow away from Mark's throat and his elbow off his chest, and Mark dropped gratefully to his knees to relieve the pressure on his arm. Reacher changed his grip. He let go of his wrist and bunched his fist in his collar and twisted to make a tight figure 8 to choke him against the button. Then he looked at Patty and said, "Do you want to do it, or should I?"
Do what?
"Shoot him." She didn't answer. "You said you wished he had burned up in the fire."
Who are you?
She said again. "Long story," he said again. "I have an appointment in the morning, south of here. I needed a motel for the night. This was all I could find."
We should call the police.
"Were you headed somewhere?"
Florida.
She said.
We wanted a new life.
"Doing what?"
Windsurfer rentals. Maybe jet skis, too. Shorty got the idea of T-shirts.
Living where?
A shack on the beach, maybe over the store.
Sounds great.
We thought so.
Alternatively, you could spend 3 years living in a chain hotel somewhere in New Hampshire, talking to really obnoxious people, half the time bored to death and the other half scared to death. Want to do that instead?
No.
That's what will happen if we call the police. You'll be talking to detectives and prosecutors and lawyers and psychiatrists over and over again, including some pretty tough questions along the way, because they'll do the math the same way I have. I came in from the road, and the action was always ahead of me. So far, I caught up to 4 of them. I'm guessing there were more to come originally.
There were 6 originally.
What happened to the first 2? She didn't answer, just breathed in and breathed out. You would win in the end, Reacher said. Probably. Some kind of justifiable homicide or self-defense. But nothing is certain. Also, you're foreigners. Overall, it would be a roller coaster. You wouldn't be allowed to leave the state. All they get here is the Red Sox. You need to think about this carefully. She said nothing. Reacher said, most likely better if we don't call the cops. Mark started to struggle. Reacher said to Patty, he wanted to leave Shorty to die. She paused a long moment. She looked down at the gun in her hand. Come around, Reacher said. So you're pointing it away from me. She came and stood next to him. Mark struggled and thrashed, harder and crazier, until Reacher hauled him upright and punched him hard in the solar plexus and lowered him down again. Not exactly still, but at least momentarily incapable of voluntary muscular control. Reacher said, stick the tip of the suppressor hard in his back between his shoulder blades, about 6 inches below where I'm grabbing him. The safety is a little tab on the front of the trigger. It clicks in as soon as your finger is in the correct position. Then all you do is squeeze. She nodded. She stood still for what felt like 20 seconds. She said,
I can't.
Reacher let go of Mark's collar and sent him sprawling with a push. He took the Glock from Patty. He said, I wanted you to have the opportunity, that was all. Otherwise you would have wondered all your life. But now you know. You're a good person, Patty.
Thank you.
Better than me, he said. He turned and shot Mark in the head, twice. A fast, tight double tap, low in the back of the skull. What the Army schools called the assassination shot. Not that they would ever admit it. They used the Mercedes to go get Shorty. First, Reacher dragged the tow truck guy into the trees on one side of the track, and then Mark on the other. Out of the way. He didn't want to drive over them. Not if Shorty had a broken leg. Bumps would shake him up. Patty drove. She got turned around and headed back with high-beam headlights. She came out of the mouth of the track. She paused there a moment. Up ahead and 2 acres away, the motel was a low pile of glowing embers. The cars in front of it were burned out and ashy. The barn was burning fiercely. The house was burning harder. The flames could have been 50 feet high. 2 riderless quad bikes stood abandoned near the center of the meadow. There were 2 humped shapes on the ground next to them.
There were 4 altogether,
Patty said.
Mark, Peter, Stephen, and Robert.
I heard gunshots, Reacher said, not long ago. Suppressed 9mm rounds. I think Mark just dissolved the partnership.
Where's the 4th guy?
In the house, probably. I wouldn't have heard a gunshot from there. There won't be much left behind. They watched the flames for a minute more, and then Patty turned a tight left and drove across the bumpy grass close to the edge of the woods. She watched carefully. She slowed down in 2 separate places and took a long, hard look, but both times she looked away and drove on. Finally, she stopped. She kept her hands on the wheel. She said,
It all looks the same now.
Reacher asked, how deep in is he?
I can't remember. We walked a bit, and then I dragged him further, to where I thought he was safe.
Where'd you go in?
Between two trees.
Doesn't help.
I think it was here.
They shut down and got out. Without headlights, the world was pitch dark. Patty put her headset on again, and Reacher dropped his tube down in place. Infinite green detail came back. Patty turned her head left and right. She looked at the front rank of trees, at the spaces between.
I think it was here,
she said again. They pushed into the forest. She led the way. They walked a slow curve, east and north, as if aiming to hit the track maybe 30 yards along its length, 30 yards from its mouth. They stepped left and right around trees. Vines and bushes clawed at their ankles. Patty said,
I don't recognize anything.
Reacher called out, Shorty? Shorty Fleck? Patty called out,
Shorty, it's me. Where are you?
Nothing. They walked on. Every 10 paces they stopped and called and shouted and yelled. Then they stood still and held their breath and listened. Nothing. Until the third time they did it. They heard a tiny sound. Distant, quiet, metallic, slow. Tink, tink, tink. Due east, Reacher thought, maybe 40 yards away. He called out, Shorty Fleck? Tink, tink, tink. They changed direction. They hustled. Trees, vines, brambles, bushes. They called out his name every step of the way. First Patty, then Reacher, taking turns. They heard tink, 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 getting louder with every step. They followed the sound. They found him slumped against a tree, exhausted with pain. He had night vision on. He had an arrow in his hand. He was tapping it against the optical tube. Tink, tink, tink. It was all he could do. Reacher carried him back and laid him out across the rear seat of the Mercedes. His leg was busted bad. The wound was a mess. He had lost a lot of blood. He was pale but hot. He was damp with sweat. Patty said,
Where should we take him?
Probably better to get out of the county, Reacher said. You should go to Manchester. It's a bigger place.
Are you not coming with us?
Reacher shook his head. Not all the way, he said. I have an appointment in the morning.
They'll ask questions at the hospital.
Tell them it was a motorcycle accident. They'll believe you. Hospitals believe anything about motorcycles. They won't need to report it. It's obviously not a gunshot wound. You could tell him he fell on a piece of metal.
Okay.
Get him set, and then go park the car somewhere quiet. Leave the doors unlocked and the key in. You need it to disappear pretty quick. Then you're home and dry.
Okay,
she said again. She got behind the wheel. Reacher got in the passenger seat, half turned around to keep an eye on Shorty. Patty turned a wide, slow circle over the lumpy ground. Shorty bounced and jostled and gasped. Patty turned in at the mouth of the track. Shorty slapped the seat beside him. Once, twice, weak and feeble. Reacher said, What? Shorty opened his mouth. No words would come out. He tried again. He whispered, Suitcase. Patty drove on, slow and steady.
We had a suitcase in the room,
she said.
I guess it burned up.
Shorty slapped the seat again. I took it out, he whispered. Patty stopped the car.
Where is it?
She said.
In the grass,
He said.
across the lot.
She backed up, inexpertly, corkscrewing a little, and then she turned around in the mouth of the track and set out forward across the meadow, past the abandoned bikes and the bodies.
Peter and Robert,
she said. She drove on. She stopped in the lot. They could feel the heat through the windows. Reacher saw the metal cage sticking up out of the carpet of coals, steel bars and steel mesh, scorched and distorted. Room 10. Shorty moved his forearm back and forth, just once, weak and vague and limp. like an old priest pronouncing a benediction or a wounded man miming a journey. From there to there. Reacher got out and walked up level with the metal cage. He turned and walked to the edge of the grass. A straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points. He dropped his night vision tube in place. He saw the suitcase immediately. It was a huge old leather thing tied up with rope. It was lying flat in the grass. He stepped over and picked it up. It weighed a ton, maybe 2. He struggled back with it, lopsided. Patty got out and opened the trunk for him. He rested the case on the ground. He said, "What the hell have you got in here?"
Comics,
She said.
more than 1,000. All the great ones. Lots of early Superman. From our dads and granddads. We were going to sell them in New York to pay for Florida.
There were 2 bags already stashed in the trunk, 2 soft leather duffels, zipped and bulging. Reacher took a look inside. They were both full of money, both full of bricks and bricks of cash, all neatly stacked. Mostly $100 bills, mostly banded into inch-thick wads. $10,000 at a time, according to the printed labels. There were about 50 bricks in each bag, maybe $1 million in total. "You should keep the comics," Reacher said. "You should use this instead. You could buy all the windsurfers you want."
We can't, Patty said. It isn't ours.
"I think it is. You won the game. I'm guessing this is what they put in the pot. Who else should have it?"
It's a fortune.
"You earned it," Reacher said. "Don't you think?" She said nothing. Then she asked,
Do you want some?
"I have enough to get by," Reacher said. "I don't need more." He hefted the suitcase up and slid it in the trunk. The Mercedes sagged on its springs.
What's your name?
Patty asked.
I would like to know.
"Reacher." She paused. She said,
That was Mark's name.
"Different branch of the family." They got back in the car, and she drove through the meadow, into the woods, almost 2 miles, all the way to the tow truck. Reacher took the key and climbed up and let himself in. Heavy pressure. He was a bad driver anyway, and the controls were unfamiliar. But after a minute, he got the lights turned on. Then he got the engine started. He found the gear selector and shoved it in reverse. A screen on the dashboard lit up with a rear-view camera, a wide-angle lens, a color picture. It showed an ancient Subaru parked right behind the truck just waiting. Chapter 43. Reacher climbed down from the cab and gave Patty a wait 1 signal, which he hoped she understood. Then he squeezed and slid down the side of the truck to the rear and out to the air. Burke met him right there. The Reverend Patrick G. He had his hands up, palms out, in a kind of placatory I know gesture, patting the air, apologizing in advance. He said, "Detective Amos called on my phone. She said I should find you and tell you 1041. I don't know what that means." "It's a military police radio code," Reacher said. "It means immediate callback requested. There's no cell service here. We'll head south. But first move your car so I can move the truck. We got someone else also heading south. They're in a bigger hurry." He squeezed back to the cab and gave Patty what he hoped was a reassuring wave from the ladder. He got the selector back in reverse. He saw a live picture of Burke backing up, so he backed up after him, a little jerky, sometimes offline, fighting the trees here and there, beating most of them, getting thumped pretty hard once or twice. When he got out to the road, he swung the wheel and parked backward on the opposite shoulder, not totally straight, but not embarrassing either. The black Mercedes nosed out after him. He climbed down from the cab. The Mercedes stopped beside him. Patty buzzed the window down. He said, "I'm getting a ride from the guy in the Subaru. It was nice meeting you. Good luck in Florida." She craned up in her seat and looked down at the road.
We're out,
She said,
at last. Thank you. I mean it. I feel we owe you.
You would have figured it out, Reacher said. You still had the flashlight. It would have worked just as well. 4 big batteries, all kinds of fancy LEDs. It's not just a night vision thing. His first shot would have missed. Then you would have been in the trees.
But then what?
Rinse and repeat. I bet he didn't have a spare magazine. He seems to have packed in a hurry.
Thank you,
She said again.
I mean it.
Good luck in Florida, he said again. Welcome to America. He crossed the road to where the Subaru was waiting. She drove away, south. She raised a hand through her open window, like a wave, and then she kept it there 100 yards, fingers open, feeling the rush of nighttime air against her palm. Burke drove south on the back road. Reacher watched the bars on the phone. Burke was concerned about the lateness of the hour. He said he was sure Detective Amos would be fast asleep in bed by then. Reacher said he was sure she meant it when she sent the 1041. Immediate callback. She could have used a different code. 1 bar came up, and then a second, and then the wide gravel shoulder they had used before. Burke pulled over. Reacher dialed the number. Amos answered right away. Not asleep. There was car noise. She was driving. She said,
The Boston PD called to tell us a cleanup hitter got home in the middle of the evening.
Does he have Carrington?
They're making inquiries.
What about Elizabeth Castle?
Both are still missing.
Maybe I should go to Boston.
You have somewhere else to go first.
Where? She said,
I found Stan Reacher.
Okay.
He showed up 30 years ago. He lived on his own for a long spell, and then he moved in with a younger relative. He's registered to vote, and he still has a driver's license.
Okay, Reacher said again.
I called his house. He wants to see you.
When?
Now.
It's late.
He has insomnia. Normally he watches TV. He says you're welcome to come over and talk all night.
Where does he live?
Laconia,
She said.
right here in town. Chances are you walk right by his house.
It turned out the closest Reacher had previously gotten was 2 streets away, in his second hotel. He could have made a left out the door and a right and a left, and then found an alley like the one where the cocktail waitress lived, with a door on the right and a door on the left. In this case, not to upstairs apartments, but to neat 3-story townhouses, set either side of an interior courtyard. Stan lived in the house on the left. Amos met them in an unmarked car out on the curb at the entrance to the alley. She shook Burke's hand and said she was pleased to meet him. Then she turned to Reacher and asked if he felt okay. She said,
This could be very weird.
Not very, he said. Maybe a little. I think I figured most of it out. There was always something wrong with the story. Now I know what. Because of something old Mr. Mortimer said.
Who was old Mr. Mortimer?
The old guy in the old people's home. He said back in the day from time to time he would visit his cousins in Ryantown. He said he remembers the bird-watching boys. He said he was drafted near the end of the war. He said they didn't need him. They had too many people already. He said he never did anything and felt like a fraud every July 4th parade. Amos said nothing. They all went to the door together. More seemly, Burke insisted, given the hour. Like delivering a death message, Reacher thought. 2 MPs and a priest. He rang the bell. A whole minute later, a hallway light came on. He saw it through a pebbled glass pane set high in the door. He saw a broken-up mosaic of calm cream colors, a long, narrow space, with what might have been family photographs on the wall. He saw an old man shuffle into view, a broken-up mosaic. Stooped, gray, slow, unsteady. He walked with his knuckles pressed on a millwork rail. He got closer and closer, and then he opened the door. Chapter 44. The old man who opened the door was about 90. He was thin and stooped, inside too big clothing, maybe favorite stuff bought long ago, back when he was a vigorous 70. He could have started out 6'1" and 190 at his peak, before the start of a long decline. Now he was bent over like a question mark. His skin was slack and translucent. His eyes watered. He had strands of gray hair as fine as silk. He wasn't Reacher's father. Not even 30 years older. Because he wasn't. Simple as that. Also forensically, because no broken nose, no shrapnel scar on his cheek, no stitch mark in his eyebrow. The photographs on the wall were of birds. The old man held out a wavering hand.
"Stan Reacher," he said. "I'm pleased to meet you."
Reacher shook the old man's hand. It felt cold as ice. "Jack Reacher," he said. "Likewise."
"Are we related?"
"We're all related if you go back far enough."
"Please, come in."
Amos said she and Burke would wait in the car. Reacher followed the old guy down the hallway, slower than a funeral march. Half a step, a long pause, another half a step. They made it to a nook between the living room and an eat-in kitchen. It had 2 armchairs, set one each side of a lamp with a big fringed shade. Good for reading. Old Stan Reacher waved his wavering hand at one of the armchairs like an invitation, and he sat down in the other. He was happy to talk. He was happy to answer questions. He didn't seem to find them strange. He confirmed he grew up in Ryantown, in the tin mill foreman's apartment. He remembered the kitchen tile, acanthus leaves and marigolds and artichoke blossoms. James and Elizabeth Reacher were his parents, the tin mill foreman himself and the bedsheet finisher. He said it never occurred to him to wonder whether they did a good job or not, partly because it was all he knew, and partly because he didn't notice anyway, because he had been introduced to birdwatching by then, which had given him a whole other world to go live in. He said it wasn't about checking off new sightings on a list. There was a clue in the word. It was about watching, what they did and how and why and where and when. It was about thinking yourself into whole new dimensions, with whole new problems and whole new powers. Reacher asked, "Who introduced you?"
"My cousin Bill,"
Stan said. "Who was he?"
"It was a time back then. Somehow most of the boys you hung out with were your cousins. Maybe it was a tribal instinct. People were afraid. It was tough times. For a spell, it looked like the whole thing could fall apart. I guess cousins were reassuring. Any kid's best friend was likely his cousin. Bill was mine, and I was his."
"What kind of cousin was he?"
Neither one of us could count high enough. All we knew was I was Stan Reacher and he was William Reacher, and way back we both had the same ancestor in the Dakota Territory. I suppose the truth is Bill was a waifing stray. He seemed to be based up on the Canadian border, but he was always roaming. He spent a lot of time in Ryantown.
"How old was he the first time he came?"
I was 7, so he was 6. He stayed a whole year.
"Did he have parents?"
We supposed so. He never saw them. But they weren't dead or anything. He got birthday cards every year. We thought they must be secret agents, undercover in a foreign country. Later we thought they were more likely organized crime, whichever required a greater degree of secrecy, which was sometimes hard to tell.
"Was he already a birdwatcher at the age of 6?
With the naked eye, which he always thought was best of all. He wasn't good at explaining why. He was only a kid. Later we understood, after we got binoculars. You get a bigger picture with the naked eye. You don't get distracted by the close-up beauty."
"How'd you get the binoculars?"
That was much later. Bill would have been 10 or 11 by then.
"How did you get them?" The old man looked down for a second. He said,
"You've got to remember it was a time back then."
"Did he steal them?"
Not exactly. They were spoils of war. Some kid with a stupid vendetta. Bill ran out of patience. We'd been reading old battle poems. He said he felt he should seize something. The binoculars and 31 cents were all the kid had.
You wrote about the rough-legged hawk together. The old man nodded.
We sure did, he said. That was a fine piece of work. I would be proud of that today.
Do you remember September 1943?
I guess a few things in general.
Anything special?
It was a long time ago,
the old man said. Your name comes up on an old police report about an altercation on the street late one evening. In fact, not far from here. You were seen with a friend.
There were altercations on the street all the time.
This one involved a local bully who was beaten to death 2 years later. Stan Reacher said nothing. I'm guessing the friend you were seen with that night in September 1943 was your cousin Bill. I think he started something that took 2 years to finish.
Tell me again, who are you exactly?
I'm not exactly sure, Reacher said. As of right now, I'm thinking maybe your cousin Bill's second son.
Then you know what happened.
I was a military cop. I saw it a dozen times.
Am I in trouble?
Not with me, Reacher said. The only person I'm mad at is myself. I guess I assumed this was the kind of thing that happened to other people.
Bill was a smart boy. He was always a step ahead, partly because he had a varied life. Streetwise, they would call it now. But he knew other stuff, too. He was good at his books. He knew a lot of science. He loved his birds. He liked to be left alone. He was a nice person, back when that meant something. But you better not mess with his sense of right and wrong. Underneath, he was a bomb waiting to go off. He had it under control. He was a very self-disciplined person. He had a rule. If you did a bad thing, he would make sure you only did it once, whatever it took. He was a good fighter, and he was brave as a lunatic.
Tell me about the kid he killed. Stan shook his head.
I shouldn't do that, he said. I would be confessing to a crime.
Were you involved?
Not at the end, I guess.
No one will bust you. You're 100 years old.
Not quite.
No one's interested. The cops filed it under NHI.
What does that mean?
No human involved. Stan nodded.
I could agree with him, he said. That kid was every kind of bully. He had a grudge against anyone with one brain cell more, which was a lot of people. He was the kind of kid who hung around 4 years after high school doing the same old things to younger and younger victims. But in a nice car, wearing nice shoes, because his daddy was rich. His brain was rotting away from the inside. He became perverted. He started interfering with little boys and girls. He was real big and strong. He was tormenting them. He was making them do disgusting things. At that point, Bill didn't know about him. Then he came back to town and found out. That night.
What happened?
Bill showed up in Ryantown, like he often did, out of nowhere. And for his first night, we came down here, to the jazz lounge. There was a band we liked. They usually let us in. We were walking back to where we hid our bikes, and then all of a sudden the kid came walking towards us. He ignored Bill and started tormenting me on my own. Because he knew me. He was probably starting up again where he left off the last time. But Bill was hearing this stuff for the very first time. He couldn't believe it. I got it to where we could walk away, but Bill didn't come with me.
The bomb went off. He took the kid apart.
Then what?
And then it became a different story. And the kid put out a kind of death warrant. Bill started carrying brass knuckles. There were a couple of incidents. A couple of would-be friends trying to make their bones. We figured rich kids got that a lot. Bill kept the emergency room busy. He sent the would-be friends their way. Then it was a background thing for a while. Bill was in and out of Ryan Town. And then it blew up again. One night they ended up all alone, face to face. The first I knew about it was Bill showing up later, asking for a favor.
He wanted to borrow your birth certificate to join the Marines. Stan nodded.
He needed to bury the name William Reacher. He felt he had to do it. He needed the trail to go cold. It was a homicide after all.
And he needed to be a year older than he really was, Reacher said. That's what was wrong with the story he told. He said he ran away and joined the Marines at 17. No doubt that's true in and of itself. But he couldn't have done it if the Marines knew he was 17. They wouldn't have taken him. Not then. They already had too many people. It was September 1945. The war was over. They wouldn't want a 17-year-old. 2 years earlier, sure, no problem at all. They were fighting in the Pacific. They needed to keep the conveyor belt going, but not anymore. On the other hand, an 18-year-old was always entitled to volunteer, so he needed your ID. Stan nodded again.
We thought it would make him safe, he said. And it did, I guess. The cops gave up. I left Ryan Town soon afterwards. I went bird-watching in South America and stayed there 40 years. When I got home, I had to sign up for all kinds of new things. I used the same birth certificate. I wondered what would happen if the system said the name Stan Reacher was already taken. But it all worked out fine.
Reacher nodded. Thank you for explaining, he said.
What happened to him?
Stan said.
I never saw him again.
He became a pretty good Marine. He fought in Korea and Vietnam. He served in all kinds of other places. He married a French woman. Her name was Josephine. They got along. They had 2 boys. He died 30 years ago.
Did he have a happy life?
He was a Marine. Happy was not in the field manual. Sometimes he was satisfied. That was about as good as it got. But he was never unhappy. He felt he belonged. He had a structure he could rely on. I don't think he would have chosen anything different. He kept on bird-watching. He loved his family. He was glad he had it. We all knew that. Sometimes we thought he was crazy. He wasn't sure of his birthday. Now I understand why. Yours was July, and his was originally June. He would remember that, because of the birthday cards. I guess sometimes he got confused. Although he did fine with a name, I never heard him slip. He was always Stan. They talked a while longer. Reacher asked about the motel and their theoretical relative Mark, but Stan had no information beyond a vague old family story about some other distant cousin getting rich during the post-war boom and buying real estate, and then having a cascade of offspring, all kinds of children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Presumably, Mark was one of them. Stan said he didn't know and didn't want to. He said he was happy with his photo albums and his memories. Then he said he needed to nap for an hour. That was how it went, he said, with his kind of insomnia. He took hour-long naps whenever he could. Reacher shook his ice-cold hand once more and let himself out of the house. Dawn was coming. The morning sun was not far away. Burke and Amos were sitting together in Amos's car on the curb at the entrance to the alley. They saw him step out. Burke buzzed his window down. Amos leaned over to listen. Reacher checked the sky again and bent down to talk. He said, I need to go to Ryan Town. Burke said, The professor won't be there for hours. That's why. Amos said,
I need to think about Carrington.
think about him in Ryantown. It's as good a place as any.
Do you know something?
We should be looking for Elizabeth Castle just as much as Carrington himself. They're very romantic. They counted their morning coffee break as their second date. They're almost certainly together.
Sure, but where?
I'll tell you later. First, I want to go to Ryantown again. Chapter 45. They went in Amos's unmarked car. She drove, and Burke sat neatly beside her. Reacher sprawled in the back. He told him everything Stan had told him. They asked how he felt. It was a short conversation. He said nothing had changed, except a very minor historical detail. His father had once been called by a different name way back long ago when he was a kid. First he was Bill, then he was Stan. Same guy, same bomb waiting to go off, but disciplined. If you did the right thing, he left you alone. A good fighter and brave as a lunatic. He loved his family. A birdwatcher all his life. Often with the naked eye for a bigger picture.
Did your mother know?
Amos asked. Great question, Reacher said. Probably not. It turned out she had secrets of her own. I think neither of them knew. I think they allowed for things like that. A clean slate, no questions. Maybe that's why they got along.
She must have wondered why he had no parents.
I guess.
Do you wonder now?
A little bit. Because of the birthday cards. That has a certain flavor. It feels like an obscure department of a government agency. It takes care of things while you're away. It makes sure your rent gets paid. Or else they were in prison. I would have to know the return address. Burke said, Are you going to try to find out? No, Reacher said. On their right, the sky was streaked with dawn. The car was filled with low golden light. Amos found the turn to Ryantown. The gentle left, through the orchards. The sun burned around behind them until it was low and dead center in the rear windshield. Amos shaded her eyes from the mirror and came to a stop at the fence. 5 minutes, Reacher said. He got out of the car and stepped over the fence. He walked through the orchard. The dawn light was on his back. His shadow was infinitely long. He stepped over the next fence. The Ryantown city limit. The darker leaves, the damper smell, the sunless shadows. He walked down Main Street, like before, between the thin trees, on the tipped-up stones, past the church, past the school. After that, the trees grew thinner and the sun crept higher. Dappled sunbeams twinkled in. The world was new. He heard voices up ahead. 2 people talking, lightly and happily, about something pleasant. Maybe the sunbeams. If so, Reacher agreed. The place looked great, like an ad for an expensive camera. He called out, Hey, guys, officer on the floor coming in. Make yourselves decent and stand by your beds. He didn't want to embarrass them, or himself. There were a number of things that could go wrong. She could be naked. He could have his leg off. He waited a minute. Neither thing happened. He walked down to the 4 flats and found Carter Carrington and Elizabeth Castle standing side by side on the ghost of the road, halfway to the stream. They were staring at him. They were both fully dressed, albeit in a casual manner. He was in a muscle shirt and athletic pants. She was in cut-off jeans and a t-shirt that didn't quite meet them. Beyond them were 2 mountain bikes leaning on trees, fat tires and strong racks on the back for heavy packs. Beyond the bikes, a 2-person tent was pitched on the gritty dirt where the mill foreman's living room used to be. Carrington said, Good morning. You too. Then no one spoke. It's always good to see you, Carrington said. You too. But is this purely a coincidence? Not exactly, Reacher said. You were looking for us. Something came up. Turned out to be nothing. It's all good now. But I thought I should drop by anyway, to say goodbye. I'm moving out. How did you find us? For once, I listened to the front of my brain. I guess I remembered how it felt. For me once or twice. And maybe for you guys now. Just when you think it's passing you by, boom, you meet someone. You do all the sappy things you thought you were never going to get a chance to do. You invent a new anniversary every couple of hours. You celebrate the thing that brought you together. Some people do really weird stuff. You do Stan Reacher. You already told me you'd talk about him on dates. You were last seen at the county offices. You were tracing Stan's birth record. You wanted to do it properly, every step of the way, rigorously and meticulously, like a person should, to make it yours. It's of sentimental value. You got the last known address. Elizabeth already knew where it was, because she and I worked it out together on her phone. So you went to find it. You took the heritage tour, because that's what people do. They smiled and held hands. Reacher said, "I'm glad you're happy." Elizabeth Castle said,
Thank you.
"And it shouldn't make a material difference."
What shouldn't?
In the interests of full disclosure, I have to tell you it turns out Stan Reacher was not who I was looking for.
He was your father.
Turns out he was just a borrowed birth certificate.
I see.
I hope that doesn't put a jinx on your relationship.
Who borrowed the birth certificate?
An obscure cousin with no known antecedents. A blank space on the family tree.
How does that make you feel?
Absolutely great, Reacher said. The less I know, the happier I get.
And now you're moving on.
It was nice to meet you. I wish you both the best of luck. Carrington said, "What was the cousin's name?" "William. Would you mind if we looked into him? It could be interesting. It's the kind of thing we enjoy." "Knock yourselves out," Reacher said. Then he said, "In exchange for a favor." "What kind?" "Come say hello to a friend of mine. Just a 5-minute walk. I'm sure you guys know her. Detective Amos from the Laconia PD. "Brenda?" Carrington said. "Why is she here?" "Theoretically, there might have been a threat against you. She won't believe it's over until she sees for herself. I want you to go tell her you're alive and well, taking a break, and you'll be back in town whenever." "What kind of threat?" "You slightly resemble the target of an attempted gangland killing. Detective Amos's extreme thoroughness and lateral thinking made it a concern." "Brenda was worried about me?" "You're the guy who goes to bat for them. They seem to like you. It's a sign of weakness. You need to be tougher in future." They walked up Main Street together, past the school, past the church, out to the sunny order of the orchard. Amos and Burke waited at the far fence. There were handshakes across the top rail. Assurances were given. Explanations were made. Vacation, no cell service, apologies. "No problem," Amos said, "just following up." Carrington and Castle walked back. Reacher watched them go. He climbed the fence and stood with the others. He said, "I decided to skip the professor. Maybe you could give him a call." "Sure," Burke said.
Back to town now?
Amos asked. Reacher shook his head. "I'm going to San Diego."
From here?
"Seems appropriate. My dad started out from here many times. This was one of the places he lived. A whole year, when he was 6.
You seriously want us to leave you in the middle of nowhere?
"I'll get a ride. I've done it before. About 40 minutes. That's my guess right now, based on conditions. Worst case, 50. You guys get going. It was a pleasure to meet you. I mean it. I appreciate your kindness." They all stood for a moment, doing nothing. Then they all shook hands, kind of sudden and awkward. 2 MPs and a priest, all buttoned up. Burke and Amos got in the car. Reacher watched them drive away. The low morning sun boiled around them. Then they were gone. He set out walking in the same direction, through the same gentle curve. The sun was in his eyes all the way. He made it to the north-south back road. He picked a spot and stood in the gutter and stuck out his thumb. Past Tense is published by Random House Audiobooks, a division of the Penguin Random House Group. Copyright Lee Child 2018. Copyright and recording Random House Audiobooks. Lee Child has asserted his right under the Copyright Designs and Patents Act 1988 to be identified as the author of this work.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.